Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Naruto Got Harem in DBZ. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's been a while since I snapped someone's neck. Gravitas E. King Kai's planet trembled as twin Super Saiyan 3s slammed into one another, their mid-air collision sending silent shockwaves rippling beneath their feet to shack the tiny planetoid lying below. Neither paid it any attention, both combatants far too fixated on their fight to either notice nor care. Molten gold ki strove against deep, verdant green as the pair duked it out, striking with strength capable of obliterating a small moon in a single blow. Strength that would make most mortals quiver, manifested here in the form of these titans, large and small. Oh dear. The king himself blanched, cringing as they swung strong for one another once again. I do hope they're careful with all that power. Fists were being thrown in flurries. Kicks were chained together with devastating impact. It was strong to imagine how the pair's stamina could endure so long, but neither showed any signs of slowing. They were ferocity incarnate, and they would not stop until they'd had their fill of this fight. Slugging one another strong in the jaw with all their note and considerable ki, they disengaged, retreating to opposite ends of the sky. They hung there for a moment longer, sizing the other up, waiting for any sign of weakness, the easy opportunity afforded by the exhaustion. Raisin Shuriken, one of them cried out, summoning a spiraling of white energy into the palm of their hand. Then he flung it. Eraser Cannon, his opponent snarled back. The swelling spheres of chakra and ki slammed into one another and detonated, the explosive wave threatening to fling the Kai's planet into the clouds below. Scarce had the explosion thinned than they were at it once again, flinging fists and feet and forehead in a relentless barrage that left the heavens deafened and Snake Way shaking to its very foundations. Even those fighters deigned to hell sensed this conflict, their titanic tussle shaking all of not bad, Broly Naruto called out, a wide grin tearing across his face. It feels like you've become a lot stronger since we last fought. The larger Saiyan folded both arms across his broad eve, a small smile etching into his visage. I'd feel better about it if you weren't holding back. The killing rage was still there, lingering in the back of his mind, but it was greatly reduced now that he had a target. He found himself perfectly matched with his fellow Saiyan thanks to his recent boost, a worthy foe constantly pushing him to his limits and beyond. Something to temper his unmitigated rage outside of combat would have been preferred, but he'd take what he could get. Ah, Naruto groaned, crossing both arms comically behind his head. But it's no fun if I use Super Saiyan 4. Undoubtedly the legendary Super Saiyan had received a significant Zenkai from his revival, a boost that almost made up for his relative lack of experience in the ancient art of combat. The younger Saiyan was a brawler through and through, however, something that simply couldn't be overcome in the span of a few days. Given time and a few years, perhaps, but as it stood now, he was little more than a brute struggling to overcome all of an eternity under his father's cruel hand. Regardless, he was still one of the few beings in this universe that could give Naruto a workout in his restrained state. Oh, and what a workout it was, their ever-rising energies forcing him to a slow slog through the murk. Naruto reached his target just as Broly broke free of his impromptu prison and began charging a ki blast. With a roar and a crash, the two behemoths met, bodies whirling. They held each other in a brutish duel, with swears, punches, kicks, and flying blasts. Strikes met counters, and counters met parries, each and every blow delivered with inhuman, crushing strength. The howling roar of their own inner was overlaid with grunts of pain and rage. The piercing crashes of fist on fist, and the rumbling were of the incompatible energies the two Saiyans wielded against each other, all coming together in a cacophony of destruction and fury. Hey, be careful you two! King Kai's nasal voice resounded from below. If you keep this up, my planet will be destroyed. Ihiya, Naruto chuckled, scratching at the back of his head. Sorry about that, but you know this is the only place we can fight without endangering the earth. Maybe, but that doesn't make it safe for me. The self-proclaimed king of comedy cracked back. Sorry. With another laugh, the duo went at it again. Truly, there was nothing like an early morning spar to get one's BLD pumping, feel the adrenaline flowing through your veins. Even as a former shinobi, Naruto had to admit that the thrill of battle was something he enjoyed. Perhaps it was the new body he'd acquired at the hands of Dr. Gero. Perhaps it was the knowledge that he had everything to live for now. Samui and 18 were safe and unharmed, their pregnancies coming along quite nicely, if a little faster than expected. Perhaps it simply had everything to do with his newfound control. While still imperfect, he was now the MSTR of his energies, not the other way around. Whatever the case, he was overjoyed. It was morning here in Otherworld, not even a full day after the Cell Games. A day coming hot on the heels of a night of intense celebration, the whole world round. The entire planet had celebrated whole-scale to know that they'd survived the monstrous Cell and his horrific ambitions. It certainly helped that they knew the true identity of the man who'd saved them, not some cheap phony who would have otherwise claimed the credit for himself. And so the celebration to the savior of their planet had continued long into the night. But no had partied harder than the Z fighters themselves, each celebrating their triumph against a foe they'd feared invincible. Even Broly had been included in the festivities. When he'd asked for a spar the next morn, Naruto hadn't thought anything of it. In fact, he was eager to test out his newfound control against the legendary seemingly endless vulnerability. So they'd taken their spar to Otherworld King Kai's planet to be exact, in the off chance that their godlike powers laid waste to more than just each other. Broly seemed to be enjoying it thus far, reveling in fighting someone who could truly match and exceed him. As for Naruto, he'd never felt more alive. His every blow was the picture of precision, ki flowed hot and fast through his veins, empowering him to new heights. The once deadly drain that had accompanied the use of this form had been halved, and while Super Saiyan 4 was a far more efficient transformation, he preferred to handicap himself and give his rival a fighting chance. After all, there was no sport in overwhelming your enemy from the start now, was there? Maybe that was his Saiyan side talking, enjoying the thrill of battle. Maybe he just enjoyed a good scrap. We're not getting anywhere with this. Our powers are exactly even. Broly grumbled sullenly, white eyes narrowing as he rubbed at his bruised cheek with an overlarge hand. Stop holding back and fight me with your full strength. Rival, now I expect nothing less from you. Wait, you mean Super Saiyan 4? Seriously? Naruto scoffed. No, hell no, I have no inhibitions in that form. I'll kick your butt, so you claim? The legendary glowered in spoken challenge. Perhaps you're just afraid to transform. Naruto felt a muscle jump in his jaw. Oh, that did it. All right, but remember, a stray scarlet spark echoed through his already astral aura. You asked for this. Just a second, King Kai squeaked. Don't transform here, you nearly destroyed my planet the last time, you too late. Jade flashed into saffron. A muscle jumped in his jaw, veins pulsing in his forehead. He reached deep within himself, struggling to take hold of the power he'd recently attained. Less than a day old, it struggled in his grasp and resisted, trying to fumble out of his fingers even as he took hold of it. But he'd grasped it too firmly this time. He could already see his hair turning ebony at the edges, feel his muscles bulging as they became engorged with the ki of his ultimate form. Each second felt like agony as he brought it to the surface, the transcendent power that truly surpassed all others. Gaia, deeper he reached, plucking the emotional strings that had first triggered the initial transformation from Oozuru to this truly ascendant Saiyan form. Plus, anger. White-hot fury at losing Samui to his own design, feeling her slip through his fingertips. Hearing Cell's laughter in his ears like flicking SW, the power came surging forth. The dam was broken. The words spoken. No longer did his ki resist him, it finally responded to the pitched emotion roiling through his body. Fur sprouted on his shoulders and his tail turning a stark scarlet before everyone's gaze. His voice dropped an octave, a roar becoming rough and jagged as it trailed through the afterlife. Reira, with a final booming shout, incandescent gold poured from his every pore, sundering the heavens themselves, tearing through the fluffy orange clouds that so defined the upper heavens of Otherworld. Still Naruto kept it up, his scream trailing off into a low growl as his ki compressed around him, superseding his aura at long last. Broly frowned as the light faded. There was something different about this transformation, now that he truly had a chance to study it. There were none of the jagged sparks to be seen in his Super Saiyan 3 state. In contrast, his aura was almost calm by comparison. But those eyes, there was something in them, a hot and primal fury that bespoke only one intention. Battle. His adversary smirked. Game on. That was all Broly heard before Naruto's first sheathed itself inside his stomach, buried to the elbow. He immediately found himself bent double, brought low by that single blow. The superior Saiyan said nothing to that effect, because the air was suddenly boiling with intense blows, powerful punches and cruel kicks battering at his defenses before he even had time to straighten. The assault was as raw as it was rapid, no reprieve held him back, no quarter offered and none given as he hammered home his power-swollen fists. "What's the matter?" He laughed. "I thought you could handle this." Wham! Broly's chin snapped aside as a haymaker crossed his cheek. Thruck! He choked on his own bile as a double-fisted blow smashed into his back and threatened to snap his spine. Crunch! A devastating kick slammed into his nose, crushing capillaries. Finally, Naruto lowered his limb and waited for him to recover. Saffron eyes leering down at him intently, sneering in their confidence. Was it arrogance or cockiness that stayed his hand? Whatever the case, Broly was determined to tag his rival at least once before throwing in the towel. To do anything less was undeserving of his Saiyan BLD gotcha. His fist phased through an afterimage, leaving him to PND a chunk out of Snake Way, effectively obliterating the serpentine tail into tiny shards. The legendary's eyes rose from where they had been locked on to his impact point, met Naruto reflected through the falling debris. And then Broly's grin widened, his teeth showing white, before he launched himself at and after the still-recovering Saiyan, eraser cannon in hand. Naruto snorted and flashed away without a second thought, giving no heed to the freshly mowed green landscape at his back. Broly shot right past him, energy sphere already flying from his hand. In hindsight, he really hadn't been aiming at the planet. He'd simply assumed his rival would slap aside the blast at the last instance and their battle would continue. Instead, the Super Saiyan simply bolted in a tight burst of instant transmission, far too focused on the fight to truly consider the ramifications of his actions until it was already too late. Unable to stop the blast's momentum in time, both Saiyans were forced to watch as the eraser cannon plowed right into the unprotected planetoid. The results were disastrous in every sense of the word. Pop! The planet erupted. Naruto and Broly had just enough time to raise their auras and shield themselves before the planet exploded. The resulting supernova was surprisingly small in size and scale. Broly's massive blast simply touched the soil and obliterated it on the spot, core and all. King Kai was left hovering helplessly with both Bubbles and Gregory, jaw agape, pudgy face twitching as he struggled to comprehend the sudden and abrupt loss of both his home and his life. Though he seemed a great deal more incensed toward the latter. "My planet," he screamed, then he realized he had a halo and his face purpled. "You brutish bonehead, you actually killed me." "Oops." Broly grunted. At least he had the wherewithal to appear sheepish this time around. "Relax, King Kai," Naruto said. "We'll wish you and your planet back with the Dragon Balls." "You'd better," Naruto groaned at the cloud of debris that had once belonged to the Kai, transformation dropping away as he realized their battle was well and truly over. "Broly, my man," he sighed, "we need to find you an outlet for all this aggression." Suddenly a light flicked on above his head. An old, impish smile tugged at his lips, and had Broly truly known his rival, he would have realized that this grin did not bode well for him. "What you need is a date, hate." "And oh no, Naruto shot back, wagging his finger in reproach. "Nothing like that, a girl, a lady friend, and I know just the girl." Indeed he did. She was probably the only woman on the planet who could hope to tame the savagery the Saiyan housed within. It certainly helped that she could snap just as strong at the slightest sneeze. Perhaps her gentle side would be able to soothe the savage beast. Whatever the case, he knew it would. Taking hold of the larger man's arm, he snapped off a sloppy salute to the now deceased Kai. Hey, wait a minute," King Kai shouted, "come back too little too late." Naruto and Broly were already gone, vanishing to the land of the living with a flicker of instant transmission. It was only then that the North Kai remembered what he'd wanted to say, realizing the terror that had been set loose upon the world. One that would undoubtedly come for the planet Earth now that he'd been released. Bojack. Ah, those two can probably handle him right. Came house. Mua. Arashi jumped violently as two figures inexplicably appeared on his front lawn, the twin thud of their booted feet nearly startling him out of his hammock. Oolong were under attacks. He balked for a moment, readying himself for a fight and fearing the worst as their shadowy figures resolved themselves into a pair of familiar faces. Naruto bit back the urge to laugh at his trepidation. Not so long ago the idea of being seen as an enemy would rankled him greatly. Now he just found the old man's resolve amusing. Yo, nice to finally meet cha, Rashisan. The old MSTR frowned. Have we met? In a ways. The former shinobi replied. You might have seen me on the ZTV fighting cell. Didn't Goku mention me? Another moment of awkward silence passed before those sunglasses lifted ever so slightly on his face. Oh, you're Naruto, aren't you? The blonde offered an exaggerate bow in return, the slightest smile pulling at his whiskered visage. All right, and this is my friend. Naruto nudged Broly aside. I know you, you're that Saiyan Goku was talking about yesterday. What was your name again, Broccoli? Broly, surprisingly, the man's mouth twitched in the beginnings of a smile. Pleased to meet you. Is Launch here? Naruto asked. You know, the nice, sane one. As a matter of fact, she is. Ah, thank Kami, I've got someone I'd like her to meet. Hey-thong? There was a silence as the sound of a sneeze echoed across the island. Oolong flew out of the house, squealing. And then, Rashi gulped. Oh dear. All hell broke loose. Sunyavabich, Naruto and Broly reflexively flashed into Super Saiyans as a furious scream ripped through the porch, accompanied by the piercing percussions of angry gunfire. Thankfully the deadly bullets missed Rashi by a mile as he ducked for cover, the rest pinging harmlessly off the Saiyans' transformed bodies. Invulnerable though Naruto might be, he like any other sane man knew to fear the wrath of a woman. Especially when said woman could change at the drop of a hat. Or, in this case, a simple sneeze. Broly had simply transformed out of sheer shock, his lack of control evident in the way his jaws. Broly, you're up. Naruto shoved him from behind, making use of his superior strength when the younger Saiyan tried to struggle. Go get him, Tiger, and whatever you do, do not make eye contact. But do not make eye contact. The legendary Super Saiyan found himself inexplicably move forward and into Kame house. The door swiftly slammed at his back. The sound of gunfire roared out once more mere moments after his entry, only to die away abruptly. Broly's low growl reverberated through the house, echoed by the screech of metal being bent. A woman clearly launched yelped in surprise, the sound sharp and poignant. There was yet another silence after that. This one far longer than the others. Then they heard it, a pleased, feminine purr. Now the sounds of exertion could be heard, leaving little else to the imagination. Bingo. Naruto smirked. He made eye contact. Leave it to Broly to do the opposite of what he'd been told. He loved reverse psychology. Now wait just a darned minute, Rashi huffed. Don't tell me they're yup. Oolong colored in consternation as he clambered over to them. But that's exactly. Now both man and pig were visibly flustered by the blonde's trollish behavior. Then the blonde pushed one finger to his lips, still smiling all the while. They're coming out. Seconds passed, dragging on into minutes. And still Naruto and Co waited. When the door finally swung open, it was well worth the wait, Naruto thought. Whatever Broly had said or done in there, it had obviously worked wonders. The larger Saiyan had returned his base state, and he looked more relaxed than he'd ever seen him. Those dark eyes no longer shimmered with barely repressed power and rage, his jaw no longer clenched with the insanity that fought to find its freedoms. Launch's face was hot and flushed as well as she clung to his arm. Despite being in her berserk state, those eyes were virtually alight with ardor. Indeed, one could see those hearts hanging over her head. It seemed that first date wouldn't be entirely necessary after all. Naruto laughed. Better. Very. Broly tugged the blonde closer to him, his arm curling around her waist. You, she gasped out, insufferable bee, my work here is done. Naruto nodded sagely. Hey, guys, Oolong's voice rang out suddenly, drawing his attention back to the porch, and the radio still perched precariously upon it. Look who's on the radio. Listen, the group scrambled toward it. This is Jimmy Firecracker here at ZTV, came the voice of a familiar reporter issuing forth from the nearly ancient device. We are mere minutes away from an exclusive interview with the elusive Uzumaki Naruto, savior of the world, destroyer of Cell, liberator of. He continued to spout silly titles for several seconds worth of anecdotes before continuing. And still, there seems to be no sign of this honorable warrior. Where could he be? Oolong frowned. Bro, isn't that you? The Super Saiyan swore and rammed 2 fingers against his head. Oh, see, baskets. Naruto flickered from Kame House into West City without a thought, careful to suppress his power down to its most manageable levels. If he let his aura flare, he was more than likely to destroy the entire city itself. His ki responded amicably, calming even as he considered the destruction he might cause. A far cry to the once unstable, life-threatening power of Super Saiyan 3. Now, where was that damnable ZTV building? He did have a relative idea of the building's location, but where? It was impossible to miss the giant red letters on that skyscraper, the countless persons milling about it. There was a veritable mob gathered before the building and its giant screen. A single bound sent him sailing over it. A subtle kia pushed the masses back and allowed him access to the doors. Murmurs rippled through the observers. Say, isn't that not knowing what else to do? He strode right into the building, as his predecessor had once done before him. He received more than his share of odd looks as he entered the lobby, but those looks melted away once they saw him. Truly saw him. It certainly spoke well of him that his image was on television at that very instant, footage of the transcendent being that he'd become, obliterating the helpless Cell with a well-timed blast of ki and reducing his body to nothingness. A small cough was all it took to draw their attention. His subsequent ascension into Super Saiyan floor all but destroyed the lobby, leaving them gawping at the god who had chosen to grace them with his presence. Hello, he smiled benignly at their gobsmacked faces, words rough and deep. Is this ZTV? I'm here for my interview. Needless to say, the room erupted into chaos. One hellishly long interview later. All right then, 18 began slowly, pinching the brow of her nose in a vain effort to calm herself, and failing utterly. So you caused a stir in the newsroom. I can understand that much. But how did you go from conducting a harmless interview to bringing home an alien girl? Those words were directed more at the appealing creature clutched bridal style in his grasp than him. Zhengya, as he'd called her, appeared to have taken a bit of a beating. Her pale blue skin was scuffed and scrathed, her outfit in absolute tatters. Somehow, she was still breathing. But she wouldn't be for long. Not if an emotionally unstable, PR'd 18 had anything to say about it. Needless to say, she'd taken offense when he'd shown up on their doorstep with the unconscious alien in tow. Thankfully, Samui seemed to be reserving her own judgment for the moment. Those keen and glacial eyes regarding Zhengya's prone form piercingly as on hand cradled her own swollen stomach. Hey, at least she wasn't shouting, "You had one job," 18 grumbled, sinking into the couch with a groan. "And you destroyed half a city." Well, he began, "It's not like I was expecting a bloodthirsty alien and his gang to show up and start blasting things. They were so weak. It wasn't exactly a fair fight, anyway. By the time Goku and the others arrived, Naruto, to be fair, that wasn't my fault." Naruto finally sighed, defending both himself and the soot-soaked body in his arms. It was this Bojack character. Real nudge of. As soon as I sensed him, I moved to intercept, but Vegeta was already there by the time I arrived. At her thunderous expression, he quickly amended that statement. Again, not my fault. He seemed to have the big lug under control at the time, so I took his cronies down one by one until the bugger transformed and started pressing him beyond his limits. When I finally offered to step in, he just, I don't know, snapped. All he got was a pair of blank looks. "Look, you can't sense ki, so I'll explain." Zhengya was afraid. No, she thought, base fear didn't even begin to cover this. She was filled to the brim with terror, rooted where she stood. Bujin, Baido, and Kogu lay dead around her, eviscerated and torn to shreds. They'd thought that this planet would be easy pickings as they sped through the cosmos. Their destination was Earth from the moment they'd been freed, a planet where so many incredible powers had gathered. But that had just been the tip of the iceberg. They thought they could handle them. They were wrong. Indeed, imagine their surprise then when just as their reign of destruction had reached its peak, they had found themselves face to face with two titans more than capable of matching them blow for blow, veritable gods given human form. The short one had been the first to greet them, a proud and arrogant little man who was looking for someone to fight. The second was by definition humble and infinitely stronger. He too had been transformed like the other, but where one's hair stood golden and irked his was black as night. Ebon tresses jagged and spied, with scarlet fur sprouting across his bare head, lending him an almost bestial appearance. Wordlessly he'd waved them forward, his golden eyes cold and mocking in the afternoon light. But there was something about this form that had given her pause, caused her to hold back when the boys flew forward to challenge him. Even now she wasn't sure what it was. But she had, choosing instead to wait as the rest of Bojack's gang struck. Then he'd beaten them into the ground. One flick of his wrist and Bujin died, his body bifurcated. A single kick decapitated Bido, and a tap of his tail was more enough to pierce the chest of the transformed Kogu and send him crashing to the ground, sword and all. Then he turned on her. "I wouldn't do anything were I you," he warned, the words like gravel in her ears. "The only way that ends is with your death." He turned aside, frowning at the unfalsing massacre. "Oi, Vegeta, if you can't finish him, then I will." "Shut up," came the growling reply. "Suit yourself." Shrugging, the almighty Saiyan returned his attention to her. Zangya blanched. This power, it was overwhelming. Horrible. Incredible. Just looking at him nearly had her on her knees. The one besetting Bojack was being beaten back even now that their leader had finally transformed, but the man standing over her could have beaten him with his little finger. It was too much. And so she'd broken down. Tears flowed from her eyes as she prostrated herself before him, begging for mercy she knew she was unworthy of and yet hoping, pleading that he wouldn't bring that hand down and end her life. "Please don't kill me." There was an awful pall as he stared down at her, golden eyes narrowing. And then the inexplicable happened. The blonde deity smirked. "I like your hair." Vegeta basically lost his SHT and became an ascended Saiyan, that is, a Super Saiyan 2. Naruto finished with a lack of eloquence. Then he tore Bojack's spine out of his stomach and beat him to death with it. Not a pretty picture, am I right? But when he tried to finish this one off, at their pale faces, he sighed and jostled Zangya. It just didn't seem right. You should have seen her face, girls. She was scared, terrified out of her mind. When it came time to cut her down, I just couldn't do it. She might not be an innocent, but she certainly wasn't as evil as her boss. And besides, she's weaker than you, so it's not like you have in the wake of their silence, he continued. It proved a fair point. Actually, now the world knows there are threats out there that they can't defend themselves from. And I even managed to finish the damned interview. Did you know they're going to name a city after me? A city isn't that great. And you saw fit to bring the girl back because of that? Samui finally made herself known, eyes narrowing on Zangya's body. The young woman had yet to be given a senzu since they'd reached Capsule Corp, but in lieu of the magical beans, she was still beginning to stir. Well, something like that, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. He would have scratched the back of his head, were his hands free. Tempted as he was to put her down, he couldn't. Chances were, the only reason Samui and 18 hadn't blasted Zangya was because he was still holding her. He really hadn't had any other choice in the matter beyond convincing them, so, what's it going to be, he asked. Are you going to let her stay, or do I have to leave her on the lookout? Fine. Samui was ultimately the one to relent at last, causing 18 and Naruto to visibly blink. I know better than to hold you down and make you do something you don't want. Just, no more or... She cast a pleading glance his way. I know you, you're not the sort to leave a girl hanging. But if you get any more, I'll consider not blasting her if she learns her place. 18 finished. Naruto knew that was the closest thing to a yes he'd ever receive. Tentatively, he laid Zange down on the nearest bed and went to get a senzu. You do that, Samui seconded 18, a surprisingly raucous laugh tearing out of her throat. I'm serious, she called. No more hot alien chicks, Naruto grinned. What are the chances? Years flowed together like wind, time passing in the blink of an eye. 6 months later, 18 and Samui went into labor on the same day, much to Naruto's distress. 2 broken hands later, and 18 gave birth to a surprisingly dark-haired bouncing baby girl, one who would later be named Hinata in honor of Naruto's childhood friend. Samui birthed twins, a pair of girls gone named at her own behest, Atsui and Akatane. He had thought he'd known love before, Naruto had. But the moment when he held his children in his arms, there could be no words for the emotion he felt. The days that followed their birth were even more tumultuous. Between leaving Capsule Corp behind and buying a place of their own, there wasn't much time to keep up his training, or hold tabs on the other Z fighters as it were. Gohan, he knew, had taken a vested interest in some girl named Lime. It seemed Goku and Vegeta were intent on competing nearly every day thanks to their newfound strength, and Piccolo took up his duty as Den's guardian most seriously. Future Trunks would later return to his own timeline, vowing to see what other creations Gero had stored away in secret, but not before exchanging a heartfelt goodbye with the very man who'd changed his life. It was enough to make Naruto wonder, was there another version of himself in Trunks' timeline just waiting to be released? Another Samui just waiting to be released? And if so, would it change that version of him? Would that sorry soul ever know the happiness he knew now, he wondered. Unlikely. For some inexplicable reason, 18 finally broke down shortly thereafter Trunks' departure and invited 17 to their new home, allowing him see his nieces for the first time since, well, ever. It had been a happy day for Naruto to see his old friend for the first time in months, but even that paled in comparison to the moment of truth. The moment 17 laid eyes on the babies, it was as though he were a changed man. Her brother had sworn up and down that no harm would come to any of his nieces so long as he lived, and despite the strange past they had, Naruto was inclined to believe him. He would have been quite happy had it stayed at that. But life, as it were, was complicated. He and Zangya got involved. 1 year later, his youngest and blue-skinned daughter Zell was born, leaving Naruto with a grand total of 4 girls. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. For all his protests, he really didn't mind having a gaggle of girls. Grounding them was going to be hell, though. And when they were teenagers, he didn't even want to think of that. Having 17 as a brother-in-law was strange enough, but between the 2 of them, his children would most likely find it impossible to date. He had very exacting standards, after all. Yet for now such days were far away in the future, nothing he had to worry about at present. Yes, today he could watch them grow and flourish and feeling nothing but elation. Such as now. For now, Naruto watched his progeny with pride. What's got you so fired up? He wondered aloud, pausing in his single-digit push-ups to glance at the struggling girl. She was practically bouncing with energy. Well, as much as one could hope to bounce in such high-gravity environment. Trunks and Bulla called last night, said Theory going to be in the tournament. Now want to each word was ground through clenched teeth, as she struggled to move, her small body tottering under the heavy weight of the gravity chamber, her long, ebony locks plastered to the side of her young face by sweat. Gotta show him hose boss, she was only 9.5. The 2 years she'd spent in the hyperbolic time chamber having served her well in regard to her younger sisters. That third wish on the Namekian Dragon Balls had its purpose, after all. The chamber could now be used a grand total of 4 times before it was sealed to you forever. Any further than that was beyond even Porguna's newfound power. For the irony was not lost on him. Still, Hinata was making him quite proud. She'd only begun to struggle under 500x normal gravity, a setting that strained him even in his base state. That pleased him to no small length. But he could see that her black GI was beginning to stain with sweat, her cheeks reddening with the exertion. Of course, he only ever trained with his girls one-on-one. The last time they trained together, those 4 tykes had very nearly knocked his block off, and he thought Otherworld had some strong fighters, although he had picked up some interesting techniques the last time he'd visited Daddy. Hinata whined, reminding him that for all her prowess, a Saiyan child was still a child. Are you even listening to me? Maybe. He couldn't quite keep the smile from his face as he watched the little waif from the corner of his eye, her words tugging him back to the present. And what are you going to do about it? Tell me, how do you plan to hit me, let alone spar, when you can barely move? Your sisters did better than this, you know. Ohia. She straightened, panting, eyes flashing at the mention of her siblings and their more unique abilities. Then I'll just have to go super what? Naruto spun on a dime as his daughter began to chant. She screamed and the room screamed with her, jagged streams of light erupting up from the floor, shaking the gravity chamber to its core. The tremor was faint compared to what he could truly do, but it was there as she erupted in a flare of gold, her dark locks standing irked and on end. Seafoam green eyes regarded him cheerily, a bright grin overtaking her whiskered visage as she stared him down. She was smiling, he realized, completely in control. And he knew that smile. It was nothing good. Of course, he muttered to himself, grimacing as her power continued to grow. It's a Super Saiyan bargain bin sale, little Hinata grinned. Here I come, Dad, the blonde blanched. Hey now, there's no need to get so excited, itch. Naruto twitched slightly as a sparking fist displaced the air where he'd been mere moments before. Backpedaling, he blocked them all with some effort, his hands a furious blur of motion as he bobbed and weaved into and through the storm that was his daughter, then one tore through. His head snapped to the side, shock overtaking his features when those clenched knuckles ground into his visage. Then anger knotted his visage. Before he could think to stop himself, he lashed out, violently booting his eldest in the stomach with all the force he could muster and flinging her across the room. She crumpled like a sack of potato, whimpering softly. Naruto froze, his legs still hyperextended, shock twisting his features in an unreadable mask. And then, impossibly, Hinata sat up. Hot, fat tears welled up in the corner of her eyes, her lower lip already beginning to tremble. You didn't say you'd hit back, Daddy, break my heart, why don't you? Got it, I hurt you. Yes, then dry your tears, he muttered, rising. We're going out for ramen now, and now, she hiccuped softly at the mention of her favorite dish. No. Naruto reaffirmed. Yada, just like that. Hinata was up again, brushing off his kick as though it were nothing. Naruto felt his left eye twitch. Had she really not been in any pain at all? Was it only the shock of being struck that had caused her to cry? If so, he had good reason to worry. These little tykes would be catching up to him at this rate. It was a strange life he had for himself, 3 women and 4 children competing with powerful aliens to prove that he still had it, all the while wondering if Dr. Gero's dark dream would ever come back to haunt him, thanking God every day it didn't. Yes, what a strange, appealing and peaceful life he led, and it was all about to come crashing down. Deep within the bunker, the coffins began to stir. Gears whirled and twirled, the MSTR computer uttering commands to a trio of machines that had long laid dormant. It had measured the newfound power levels over the last 7 years and adjusted its calculations in accordance. Now it was time. Commands had been given. Targets assessed. Dr. Gero's vengeance would be had on the Saiyans and the units that had betrayed him, and all would be as it was meant to be. Cold, dead eyes shone in the dark as they strode forth, the 2 lesser units flanking the superior model. A single sentence was uttered from the man's mouth. It is time. Gonna crush you. Gonna kill you. Ghosts of the past evil was afoot. The human saying might be cliché, but Dent couldn't think of a better term for the disquiet he was experiencing at this moment. He'd felt it for several days now, a lingering sense of dread that seemed to creep up on him with each passing hour, threatening to strangle him entirely. Worsa couldn't seem to pinpoint it. Did it have something to do with the upcoming tournament? Or was it something darker? Part of him, a very large part, longed to inform the Z fighters of what he felt might be a new threat, but who was he to tell? And would they even believe him? After all, there was no real evidence that this wasn't simple paranoia. Many powerful fighters, several of which were good friends, would be gathering in one place a week from today, and perhaps he was merely worried for the destruction they might cause to the Earth should any of their battles spill out of the ring. Naruto had been insistent that nothing would go that far, and yet this niggling sense of doubt continued to plague him. If not fear for the tournament, then what was it? And whom could he tell? Piccolo had been deep in meditation for several days now in the deepest reaches of the lookout, having requested not to be disturbed. Supposedly he was trying to unlock some new level of power through intense focus or something of that matter. Vegeta had taken to space for some sort of special training only yesterday, swearing that he would return upon the day of the tourney. Likewise, Naruto was off preparing his children for an encounter of their own, the strange source of his rare chakra ki making them almost impossible to trace. Worse, Broly and Son Goku were nowhere to be found. He wanted to think that they were merely suppressing their energies, that this nameless threat hadn't struck them down when they were least expecting it. Gohan was the only one he could sense, but his old friend probably had matters of his own to attend to. Still, surely there was someone he could talk to about this besides Mr. Popo. Anyone, if only to ease the burden weighing on the young man's mind. He wanted to go back to the simple times of a month before, when they'd first gotten word of the tournament. Flashback, the gang was all here, assembled on the lookout to share the good news. Even Yajirobe had deigned to show, with Korin tow. In the distance he could see the children playing while Gohan played chaperone, the young man trying valiantly to keep the little tykes in line, but to no avail. He was outnumbered 9-1. The most he could do was keep them from firing off energy blasts during their little play fights. By the ancestors, he never knew human young could be so energetic. He was beginning to understand why Piccolo wanted nothing to do with the concept of love. Hey, Naruto grinned like a Cheshire cat, his loud voice momentarily calling all eyes to him. Listen up, all right then ladies and gentlemen, he began merrily, place your bets now who'll be the one to win. Winner takes home 1,000,000 zenny because let's face it, ol' Veggie here doesn't have a chance in hell, his teeth puffed proudly, preening like a what was that human bird. Peacock, I say my little Hinata, Akatane, Atsui, and Zella going to wing this without breaking a sweat. Let's face it, I've got the advantage in numbers and given just how much they've been training, we've got this on lock. Zhangya finished proudly, one hand drifting to her still flat stomach. Den didn't need to look to know she was with child, he could see in the way she carried herself. So strange. For the longest time, he'd assumed that humans merely spat up eggs when they wanted to reproduce. The idea of a female carrying their young in their stomach for 8 or 9 months was disconcerting. So too were the attentions that Naruto seemed to lavish on her. If he didn't know better he'd say 18 was actually a little upset by that. Must be a human thing. Vegeta snorted derisively, eyes rolling at the insinuation. It's quality, not quantity that counts. Woman, my Trunks and BR will be the ones to sweep the junior division, they're true warriors. Not like those 4 half-breed pups you dote on. So 7 years had done much to mellow the proud prince. Once he would have tried to incineration Naruto for such an insult. Now he merely scowled at the smirking shinobi. What did that fool know that he didn't? And why was he grinning? Baha, you have no idea how wrong that sounded. Quiet, fool. Hey, Goku chided, not enjoying being left out. Goten has a chance, maybe? Broly grunted, the beginnings of a smile playing at his mouth. Wrong, Kakarot. Brussel and Fascia will be the ones to emerge victorious. What, the twins? Krillin exclaimed, you mean those little firecrackers are actually competing? Ah, shoot, my poor Kisa doesn't stand a chance, Marin's gonna kill me. The others were too busy crossing themselves to notice their friend's lamentations. They were positively pallid at the idea of Broly entering his progeny into the tournament. Den shared their worried sentiment. While Broly had worked to keep his deadly impulses in check, his children were just that. Children. Who knew what they could do? Still, it was with a rueful smile that he proclaimed, how bad can it be? And flashback, yes. Simple times. Times of friends and family, when the worst he had to worry about was a broken bone or two, not this terrible dread looming over him. What's got you so twisted up? Muat, the Namekian, jumped slightly, fumbling with his staff as a pair of sneakers settled down beside him, effortlessly alighting upon the lookout. He found himself staring into a pair of crystal blue eyes framed by ebon tresses, a mouth curled in a slight smirk. Despite his relative ease, the Guardian of Earth still managed a slight scowl at his compatriot. Why do you always do that, 17? Because it's fun, the man shrugged. Not much else to do up here anyway. So why the long face? It's nothing, Dend muttered curtly. Probably. I've just got a bad feeling. Hey, if you're worried about the tournament, don't be. Those kids know what they're doing. His grin grew as something occurred to him. Hell, I'd be more worried about Goku and the others, Den groaned. Truth be told, he hadn't thought of that. If Goku or Naruto really got going, they'd need a whole planet for the ring, and that was taking Broly and Vegeta out of the equation. Ugh, you're making this worse. It's what I do. Jabs aside, ever since he'd learned he was an uncle, the android had been most proactive in protecting the planet. Like his twin sister, he'd experienced a stranger power increase of sorts after being freed from cell power he put to good use in his services as a Z fighter. He'd learned to sense ki and actively control his new gifts instead of misusing them for his own amusement. It seemed the one-time enemy of Earth truly had turned over a new leaf. He was even a bit of a family man himself, now. Rumor had it he'd settled down with a nice farm girl somewhere in the country and gotten a job as a forest ranger. Lapis liked to mess with others every now and again, subtle jabs and brash pranks, but his current antics were a far cry from the destructive behavior of 7 years past. Yeah, I've been getting headaches lately, the Blackette confirmed with a grimace. It's probably nothing. Den wondered if the android's migraine had anything to do with this. His words died away as a surge of hot and furious energy leagues distant assailed their senses. Hey, did you feel that? Den bristled nervously, green fingers wrapping tight around his staff. Gohan's energy had just gone through the roof. Far too high for a simple spar. When one considered they couldn't sense who he was fighting, the odds of his attacker being of human or alien origin shrank to nothingness. And then, like a supernova galaxies distant, he felt Naruto's ki shoot up in a fierce flare of attention, tinged with anger and distress. Something was happening. Something terribly, horribly wrong. I've got a bad feeling about this. Minutes earlier, on Mount Pozu, son Gohan laughed and ducked beneath the small fist even as it shot forwards, batting aside the blow with ease before striking out with a heel of his own. Not one to be outdone, his opponent somersaulted beneath the swift strike and bounded toward him, making use of his smaller body to slip beneath his guard and swipe at his chin. The blow struck could barely even be considered a glancing one, but it was struck nevertheless, proof that he still had much to learn. Even in his base state it was somewhat remarkable, and his little brother was only a Super Saiyan. Darn it, bro, he muttered, rubbing his cheek half-heartedly. When did you get this fast? Goten grinned. I've been doing lots of play fights with Trunks and Br. What do you think? I think if you keep hitting like that, you're gonna bruise someone mean. The elder Saiyan worried his jaw with a slight frown. Dang, if I'd known he'd gotten this good, I would have used a clone for this. Learning the Kage Bunshin, that is, shadow clone technique all those years ago had been more than just a boon. It was a blessing. Although it was really the only chakra-based technique he knew, and despite the fact Naruto had been unable to teach him anything else beyond that jutsu, his outlook on life had been drastically altered because of it. Deep down he was still the same pure warrior who fought for truth and justice, but the naivete that had once defined him had long since been burned away. The crust peeled back to reveal the iron beneath. He was hardened. It had changed his life. And he had Uzumaki Naruto to thank for it. Not only did it allow him to study and train at the same time, but he'd learned to work it into his fighting style as well. Dad really didn't like it when he got ambushed by a horde of them. Thankfully his limit was 6. But if not for that jutsu, who knew where his life would have taken him? He might have ended up as some nerdy schoolboy. Just the thought of it made him shudder. First had come the strange technique that allowed him the best of both worlds. Then came the most brutal beatdown of his life. He'd nearly died at Naruto's hands one that fateful day before awakening his potential in a blaze of fiery glory. And then he'd gone and surpassed even that only a day later, proving that there were always greater heights to reach, new powers through which one might ascend. Gohan understood that. He saw that power, and a part of him yearned to test himself against it. Thus over these last 7 years he'd strived to keep at his peak. But was it enough? Even after all this time, was he truly at his maximum? From time to time, the whiskered warrior had hinted that there was a way to achieve the same power he had, the overwhelming, near godlike might of Super Saiyan 4. But he'd always been vague on how to achieve that form. Gohan surmised that it required a tail and the full moon, but thus far, despite his own having strangely regrown over the last year, he daren't try it himself. The furious great golden ape had nearly destroyed the earth when it first emerged, and he had no longing to revisit that eventuality in his own body. What if he couldn't control it? What if he couldn't stave it off? No, the risk was too great. Oh, but the prize, speaking of prizes, he was beginning to wonder if this tournament was a good idea. Vegeta and the others had all but jumped on the bandwagon when he'd announced his intentions to compete. But what choice did he have? It had all started a few weeks ago on a Monday morning, all because he'd intervened against those bandits. Instead of posing as the great Saiyan, costumed crusader and warrior of goodness, he'd instead masqueraded as the gold fighter since that fateful day. In a way, his flamboyance was the reason he was training for this tournament in the first place, ever since this persistent, pushy girl named Videl had found out about it. The daughter of Hercule Simeon, who might have been a great celebrity in a different universe, she was instead just another girl, though stuck on the idea that it had all been some horrible trick of some sort. That aside, she would have been much of a bother if she hadn't made the damned ultimatum. She'd threatened to reveal his identity to the world if he and Naruto didn't compete. Naruto because she wanted to see her father prove that he was the strongest in the world, and Gohan because, according to her, why the hell not? Gohan couldn't have that now, could he? Naruto was already a bloody celebrity and one hounded by press at that. He had no longing to experience that for himself. So if she wanted him to compete in the world tournament, fine. And if she wanted to fly, also fine. Of course, there was one perk to it all, if you could call it that. Oh, Gohan heads up with a rare yelp. The eldest child of Son Goku ducked under another backfist. This time it wasn't Goten. Auburn brown hair danced in his parafiles, cloaked in a crimson aura. Kaioken. She'd been adamant on learning it, if only to keep up with him in his base state. And for a human, she was extraordinarily durable. After only 7 years, she could nearly boost her ki to 20 times its original limit. He wasn't entirely sure just how strong her ki was, but as they discovered, it was enough to P&D someone like Yamcha into the ground. Poor Yamcha. The little hellion responsible for all this, you ask. Lime. Dodging aside, he lost his focus and ended up tripping on a root and smacking face first into the ground. She cut to a stop behind him. You're such a klutz, Lime laughed unabashedly. It was a rough sound, husky and breathy. Her eyes crinkled in pure enjoyment, her titi rose and fell rapidly, and her teeth are exposed. It was a completely real, genuine laugh, and Gohan was momentarily transfixed by it. She wasn't that same little girl he'd met all those years ago. And he wasn't that same naive boy. He'd be lying if he didn't consider her attractive. There was a certain charm about a girl who lived out in the country, her long dark hair, chestnut-colored eyes, a fighter's body, and those long legs down. Gohan, he reprimanded himself. Focus, need a hand? She asked. Groaning, the Demisayan allowed her to help him up, all the while dutifully trying to ignore the way her body pressed up against his. The two of them had a very strange sort of relationship, both having met only a few days before the Cell Games. He'd never forget that spunky little girl he'd saved from the rampaging river. She'd shouted at him back then, and he'd shouted back, and a strange bond had formed. Somehow, their friendship had endured through the years, even through all the awkward moments that came with PBRY. Lime was probably the closest thing he had to a girlfriend, really. Even if they'd never admit it. But this Videl complicated matters in all the wrong ways. Lime loved fighting, she had ever since she was little. Videl also loved fighting, but she was nearly as pushy as his mother. He knew that sooner or later a choice would have to be made between the two of them. After all, he didn't have Naruto's luck when it came to women. How that man managed to keep 3 wives under control was beyond mystifying. And apparently he had a son on the way by Zangya, which meant the man's little family was about to get even larger still. Less slacking Gohan, more training, Goten called, drawing him back to reality. Come on you two. Gimme. A black eyes narrowed a split second before all hell broke loose. Faster than the speed of light his hands shot out, snatching up Lime and Goten, then leaping away. And not a moment too soon. No sooner had he become airborne than the secluded grove in which they'd been training burst into flames. That wasn't a grenade or an explosion just now, that was an energy blast, releasing his grasp on both brother and most cherished friend. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of the odd attack that had seemingly come out of nowhere. There had been no energy in it, no key for him to sense. Which meant, behind you, the Demisayan sput at Lime's shout just in time to eat a boot. Whomever they were, they packed a wallop. The kick slammed into him with all the force of a truck, sending the Saiyan shooting into the ground like a spear from heaven. He skidded for several miles before he finally realized what was happening, his body grinding to a vicious halt amongst the rocks. "Hates Goten," shouted, "Nobody does that to my brother. Stay away from him. Goten, he's stronger than he looks." The warning came too late. A contemptuous backhand sent his little brother rocketing into the earth. He did not rise again. Lime cried out and dove after him, only narrowly avoiding a similar fate. "You'll pay for that," Gohan snarled and threw his feet to the earth in a mighty heave, kicking away the debris binding him. In a second he climbed over them and cleared the distance between himself and his attacker. He was a big brute of a man, his skin pallid and gray, hair dark as night and bound in a braided ponytail behind his back. A single brown pauldron covering his left shoulder, a green toga his lower torso. His face a foot from his attackers, the son of Goku flashed into a Super Saiyan, grabbing his opponent head-on. "Who the hell are you?" he growled as they grappled. "I'm not sensing any energy from you." The muscle-bound man said nothing for a long moment. Then, finally, his sickly-looking face drew down in a rictus of a scowl. "Where is Son Goku?" Gohan frowned, pushing against him, sneering as he felt the wires and circuitry beneath his hands begin to break. "My dad's not here right now. I'm afraid you'll have to settle for me." There was a moment of silence as the bulky beast seemed to process those words. Light danced behind its eyes. "Then perhaps you can tell me this. Where is Android 21? What do they want with Naruto? I'm not telling you that." Another grating moment of muteness. Then those eerie yellow eyes flashed red. "Then you will die, Son Gohan." Before his very eyes, the android did something unthinkable. It began to transform. Meanwhile, many miles towards the north, Ara Edge, a defiant shout ripped through the air, shattering icebugs into Athajuan shards, disintegrating them before they could sink into the sea. Naruto observed his work with some trepidation for a moment before releasing his transformation, golden hair falling slack on his head, teal eyes returning to their true blue. His lips lifted in a slight smile as he turned his head, sapphire orbs seeking the shock of orange hair hovering only a foot or so behind him, her amber eyes wide in surprise. "And that," he grinned, "is how you use a ki." They gave a high-pitched squeal. That was awesome. Naruto couldn't quite keep the smile from his face as he watched his 6-year-old do a little dance in the air. Her thick white parka made her look like a dancing bear of sorts, he thought. Zell took after Zangya in several respects. She shared her mother's gender, bright orange hair and faint blue skin, but that was where the resemblance ended. She was an Uzumaki girl all right, through and through. Her boundless energy reminding him so much of himself during his youth. She'd had to work for everything she knew, from her mother's energy bonds to the recently learned instant transmission technique. And it made a little hellion out of her, it did. Once she figured out how to transform, she'd be even stronger. His only regret was that they had to train in such extreme conditions. The North Pole was a lot cooler than he would have liked, but his body remained warm and alert beneath the burgeoning aura of his ki. Out here, there was no risk of collateral damage while he trained, unless one counted the occasional polar bear and a couple of penguins. It was, perhaps, the perfect place to help his children train with their seemingly infinite techniques and ability. That Dr. Gero may have been a mad genius, but he knew how to build a body. It was a miracle he and Samui could even have kids given the extent of their genetic reconstruction, let alone 18. Zangya, being a creature of flesh, had no such constraints. He'd been doting on her as of late, much to 18's displeasure. That was something he'd have to attend to before it got out of hand. The last thing he had in mind was neglecting his girls, after all. Still, imperfect though he might still be, his new form was a far cry from the energy-guzzling machine it had been 7 years ago. Super Saiyan 4 was only the beginning. There seemed to be no limit to what he could do now. Part of him suspected there was an even higher 4, a level of ki that surpassed his ultimate transformation. But how for him to reach it? He knew in his very bones that there was a realm above the ki he was using, felt it once using Sage Mode, glimpsed it in his peripheral. It was there. Surely there must be a way for him to grasp that newfound power. Speaking of paraphiles, I wasn't expecting visitors. He spoke softly, his eyes still staring down at sea. Why don't you stop hiding and come out? The faintest whisper of motion was his answer. Well, shoot, a rough, accented voice snickered at his back. How'd you know I was here? No key, he observed, tapping a hand to his orange-lidded eyes. But I could sense your foul intentions a mile away. Another laugh. You're really making this too tempting for me, partner. And here I was gonna wait until I had you alone. Guess this is good enough. Turning, he found himself face to face with a rather odd-looking fellow. The man looked like he ought to be freezing. His bears is covered in an open jacket that not only exposed his upper torso to the elements, but his brown gloves and green trousers did hopelessly little to compensate. And there, emblazoned upon an old ball cap he wore, an insignia that turned his BLD to ice water in its veins. Red Ribbon Army. A bit of code flashed through his brain, the tiniest bit left of Gero's programming revealing to him the identity of his attacker. His whiskered face dimpled in a frown. You're Android 13, aren't you? His lips quirked in a snarl, exposing pearly white teeth. What's an old piece of scrap like you want with me? The man laughed. It was a surprisingly unpleasant sound. To kill ya, fool, why else would I be way out here in the boonies? Please. You're not even a warm-up. Faster than the eye could see, he flung his hand outward, engulfing 13 in a blast of white-hot energy. Imagine his surprise when his adversary batted it away. The beam traveled harmlessly past his shoulder, G across the horizon before impacting on a nearby berg some yards away. The subsequent explosion was like an atomic bomb, lightening the men in deathly red glow, their shadows stretching wildly until the blast finally dimmed, then died altogether. Naruto lowered his hands slowly, inwardly fighting not to display the shock shooting through his system. 13 was weaker than him. He shouldn't have been able to block that, let alone redirect it. Surprised, the whitehead lifted his cap and dusted it off, exposing bright blue eyes and a malevolent sneer. The doctor's supercomputer made quite a few improvements to us over these last few years. We've got all sorts of data on you and your little friends, not to mention your tricky little transformations. That's right, he growled. You're outdated now, boy. A relic. Thing of the past. Why, I reckon I'll even be able to take you down myself. Your girls, there is even less of a threat. Beside him, Zell gulped and darted behind his leg. She didn't like the way this man was looking at her. Daddy Naruto blinked quickly, risking a swift glance down at his progeny. He'd almost forgotten about his youngest. He knew full well she could handle herself in a fight, but the merciless gleam in 13's eyes told him that the man would pull no punches. If she made the slightest mistake, sweetie, it's time for you to go home, he said. Booty can help, I said, go gulping. She pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. Concentrating, she focused on the energy of her mother and her sisters, their keys shining like a bright beacon in the back of her mind. You're not going anywhere, Miss Zell yelped as a hand closed around her hair straight to the scalp and pulled, wrenching her up and away. Naruto rounded on him only to get a faceful of ki for his troubles, the crimson blast picking him up and throwing him down into the bitter cold waters below. Seconds later, the explosion dyed the waters red with its energy. And then she was alone with her tormentor. She kicked out against him, but to no avail. He simply sneered at her, unflinching before her blows. Her energy bonds only elicited a grimace. That actually stung a little, he cackled, breaking free not a moment later. But playtime's over. A hand was flung before her face, fingers splayed. Crimson light gathered in his palm, the energy warm on her face in the chill afternoon air. Nice knowing ya, kid. Naruto was suddenly there, socking the android square in the face with enough force to physically bend the man's neck backwards. In an instant she was free, turning just in time to watch her father jump into the form of an ascended Saiyan. Bolts of terrible lightning coursed around his body, Jaden eyes leering furiously ahead at his adversary. To her horror, the android simply wrenched his neck back into place, cracking the joints as effortlessly as one would flex their arms. Her father barked a single command at her. Go. In the blink of an eye, she did. The amen. 13 growled, eyes flashing in a rare bout of anger. Well, it doesn't matter. You think she's safe with 18 and 22. She's walking right into it. What? Oomph. Naruto permitted himself a small frown, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He'd put a substantial amount of energy into that attack, and his predecessor had swatted it away like a fly. He was still certain that he could trounce the older android in a fair fight, but a very small part of him worried. 13 had just mentioned his family. A snake of dread coiled in his gut. Damn it. The little BSTRD knew. And if Gero's mind was anything less than a genius of his, who knew what any of them might be capable of? Just how upgraded were they? What are you talking about? He challenged. The man smirked. Let's just say that the dear old doc isn't quite as dead as you think his is. His computer doesn't just think it's him. It is him. He took a scan of his brain and copied it into the machine. Every thought he would think, every plan, bam, he touched a finger to his head. All right there. And we both know the boss can hold a grudge. See, if someone decided to go and crush my skull, I'd be mighty pissed off, you know. So the good doctor's gonna wipe them out. Starting with your family. His voice dropped into a snarl, his good-natured gone leeching away. We're gonna make you suffer, traitor. Trust me when I say I'm just the tip of the iceberg. I'd tell you more, just to see the look on that ugly mug, but my programming keeps me from spilling the beans. Tough luck, Burked. His words died away as crackling fist plunged into his lower torso, exploding out his back in a shower of sparking circuitry and artificial fluids. Naruto had wasted no time. The Super Saiyan 2 had gone straight for the death blow off the bat. His counterpart bent double, his body sagging over the larger man until they were looking one another in the eye. That's my line, he growled. Nice try, 13 choked, a dribble of BLD trailing down his chin. But you're not the only on with the fancy light show. With a mighty gasp he tore himself free, still clutching at the gaping hole in his stomach. In the blink of an eye, the wound closed, flesh molding over the ragged tear. Naruto couldn't help himself. He got. That shouldn't have been possible. As a Super Saiyan 4, a blow like that had crippled Cell in his super perfect form, and while Super Saiyan 2 packed significantly less of a wallop, 13 shouldn't have been able to recover from that. What? 13 cackled, straightening before his very eyes. Idiot, did you think you and Cell were the only ones who could regenerate? Now it's my turn. Used to be I couldn't do this without 14 or 15. Thankfully, I don't need those fools for this after my upgrade. His smirk grew, until it was bordering on outright piscosis. I don't need anything now. Before his very eyes the man began to bulge and grow, his white hair standing on end and staining crimson. Muscles swelled and strained, his skin staining itself a deep shade of navy, and his torso continued to swell and grow beneath the new power coursing through his veins. It wasn't long until he towered over Naruto, those empty yellow eyes leering down at him with nothing less than pure malevolence. A sudden frown curled at the edges of the now Super 13's mouth, his expression turning calm and severe as he looked on. Now then, traitor, he began in a voice that sounded like a slow-moving avalanche. Are you ready for round 2? Naruto scowled. Bloody hell, in West City. Somebody's Zell's sudden shout shattered the idyllic afternoon, throwing everything out of balance. The hybrid burst out into the front lawn with a startled yelp, speaking almost before she'd managed to wrest the door open. Samui creaked an eye open from where she lounged in her hammock, wondering what all the commotion was about, what could have possibly caused such havoc. But let Zangya and 18 figure it out. But then Akatane was shouting with Hinata, and now 18 could be heard swearing, leaving Atsui sobbing. So finally the level-headed shinobi decided to do something about it. Leaning herself out of her resting shade, she pressed her fingers down on her white sundress, smoothing the creases idly as she rose to her feet. What's all the ruckusumph? She'd made it all of 2 steps before her twins barreled around the corner from the front lawn and smacked into her with enough force to stagger her backward. With one hand she steadied them, her ears already filtering out the chatter of her children as they fought to explain what was happening. Even then she took a moment to marvel at him. Her girls were the perfect blend of her and Naruto, pale skin and whiskers, their eyes somewhere between azure and sapphire, but their temperament couldn't have been different. Atsui had her father's patience and hated standing still, Samui recognized her at once despite the girl's frantic chattering and fumbling over words. Akitane was slightly more calm, though those frantic glances she shot over her shoulder suggested that she too was equally distressed. Something was going out front. Something they didn't want her to see. Androids, Papa, attacked. They continued to speak at a rapid pace before she finally raised a hand. Alright, what happened? Slowly this time. Use your words. They told her. In slow and halting tones. With each word she felt her heart sink deeper into despair. The level-headedness that once came so easily to her all but drained away in the face. Naruto had been attacked by a man who claimed to be an android, and according to Zell's precognition, they were going to come under attack soon as well. Very soon. The thought lodged a spike of ice in her heart. That DMN Gero. He never gave up, did he? Reassuring her children that all would be well, she hurried them back from whence they came. Boom. Everything was suddenly in motion, the world spinning and burning around her. Pain flared in her leg, searing agony shooting up her thigh and into her heel as she rolled away. Out of the corner of her eye Zangya took flight, raining potshots down on an unseen foe. Dragging herself upright, she risked a glance down at her injured leg. Still serviceable, but it would take her a good amount of time to heal. For the time being, she was a dead weight in his fight. That was when she saw them land. One looked like a clown with his funny hat and strange, purple skin. Tiny, compared even to the children he fought. Next to Harem, Hinata and Atsui looked large by comparison. A second stood beside him, quiet and stoic. 18 blinked, choking in surprise. The other, Waswasno, that wasn't possible. He looked like him but not. His green armor was spiked and streamlined somehow, the lower half of his visage sheathed in a muscle. But the face, that hair, those kindly blue eyes, it had to be. 16, she blinked in surprise, starting forward. What are you? Get away from him. 17 shot down out of the sky like a heat-seeking missile just as the android raised an arm, crashing into the back of their old comrade before he could take so much as another step. The key blast meant for Samui veered wide instead, singing a few hairs away from her face. It roared into the kitchen to detonate catastrophically against their cutlery. The man-made giant staggered a single step at the unexpected assault. Nothing more. Clicking, his head turned and Zangya let loose. Her hands shot out, wires of energy lancing forth to restrain the behemoth. Akitane bounded over her, her hand cradling something that was neither chakra nor ki but a deadly combination of the two. Raisin Shuriken, the giant bucked and shook himself free at the last instant, catching the spiraling shuriken of doom even as it was flung. A hand wrapped around the shrieking spear, extinguishing it. Absorbing. Then he returned fire with all the cold, unfeeling prejudice you'd see in one of those old Terminator movies. Akitane yelped, seeking for cover. 18 was poetry in motion, bobbing and weaving amidst the shots. Sweetie, go with your uncle? But Mama, I said go, none of you are going anywhere. A soft voice chimed. 18 spun to face the new threat and found herself face to face with herself. It was like staring at a mirror. The woman looking almost exactly like her, she was even wearing her old red ribbon outfit. Garish-looking thing. She much rather preferred the clothes Naruto had bought her, the ones she wore even now. Not those raggedy end pieces. The doppelganger smiled, her eyes flashing an eerie red. Hello, sister. What the hell are you? A small smile curved at the woman's lips. I am you. What Dr. Gero always meant for us to be. We will become one. And together, we will destroy 21. 18 scoffed at the copy and her sad little speech, recalling the same words once spoken to her by Cell. Now it came from the mouth of this thing. She'd crush this imposter where she stood, and that would be that. The hell I will. The doppelganger frowned. I thought you might say that Lazuli. 18 had no way of knowing it, but that word was her name. The code word that Dr. Gero had implanted in her all those years ago. He'd never had the chance to use it before because Naruto hadn't given him that chance back then, taking him out even as the thought dawned in her mind. One word. So simple and innocuous. And yet in that instant, it wiped out all resistance. And more. Against her will, she felt her limbs fall slack, refusing to obey her commands. Of her own will, her feet trod forward, moving even as she willed them not to. Just like that she was a prisoner in her own mind, helpless but to obey. No, she tried to move, but only produced the slightest twitching in her jaw. Her eyes searched this way and that, tears stinging at them as she watched 16 Super 16 and the other android ruthlessly attack the only ones she called family. They fought well and strong, but they were losing and oh God, somebody stop me, we will become one. Her doppelganger chanted anew. And oh, 17 roared. He reached out to stop her but her arm moved on its own, backhanding him into their home. He did not rise again. 18 wanted to weep. She wished she could. But all she could see was that damned copy smiling now, that stupid blank smile that she hated so much already, devoid of any emotion, any reason. She tried to scream as she watched her counterpart begin to glow in neon light, silhouetting her frame. All that emerged was a soft gasp. Then her mind went blank. I am light. Alone Shuriken, the Super Saiyan, roared his fury, thrusting the deadly razor sphere into Super 13cc with enough force to reduce a city to blasted rubble. The big brute bellowed out a laugh as the deadly attack slammed into him, sending his body plummeting into the sea below in a salty spray. Naruto glared down at his adversary, scowling, gasping as he fought to catch his breath as he settled onto a nearby berg. The water was still now, its ripples having all but finished something strong, he rasped, wiping a bead of sweat away from his brow. Even as an ascended Saiyan, it shouldn't be taking me this long to finish this guy. He's not even trying to avoid any of my attacks, it's like he's trying to get hit. Moments later a burst of crimson fire split the seas and sizzled up into the sky. Naruto groaned as he watched the seemingly unstoppable brute rise from the depths. Great. Here we go again. He stood on shaking legs as he raised his arms back up to a more level position, his limbs quivering as he pointed them at 13, the massive android's cold eyes glaring down from above his confident smirk. Naruto still couldn't seem to bring the behemoth down. Even after just landing a twin pair of Raisin Shuriken, the android was still attacking him with a seemingly endless level of vitality. Nothing that Naruto had done up to this point had seemed to faze 13, and it was starting to make him feel a touch uncomfortable. 15 minutes of this had done nothing to deter his opponent. He doubted a repeat would keep this foe at bay for much longer. If anything, he seemed to be getting stronger as time wore on. Wait a minute! With a shout, he snapped up and fired a blast at 13. The android immediately flung out his arms and caught it in the ki vanishing as it flowed into his body. Naruto swore. You cheeky bastard, he growled. You've been absorbing my energy like nintatine this whole time, bingo? 13 rumbled. Took you long enough to figure it out, partner. But now it's too late. Effer, fight with your own pow. The giant hand came crashing down with tremendous speed, Naruto barely being able to dodge the attack as it turned that particular section of the iceberg into a pile of shaved ice. He took off in a flash, hoping to place some distance between himself and the android and possibly fire off another of his Raisin Shuriken. The sound of movement suddenly filled his ears as the gigantic frame of Super 13 filled his peripheral vision. He snapped his head to the left, but the android had already sprung his assault. The back of his hand swung up from below and slapped the blonde into the air. Die, 13 said calmly as he jutted both his hands forward, a red blast of energy rocketing out of the center of his palms. The twin streaks roared into the sky like beacons of death, slightly overtaking the afternoon sun in its brightness as they shot up towards the flailing hybrid. No, you don't, Naruto yelled as he flashed away the opaque waves of his attack, harmlessly obliterating a cloud into halves, but failing to find the shinobi within. Flickering forward, he landed on the man's shoulders and yanked, sending 13 crashing down backfirst into the ice. Almost immediately he found himself face to face with a fistful of energy. 13 quickly dodged out of the ways, the blast obliterating most of his hair as it passed by. The synthetic glanced up at his ruined scalp, the one thing that wouldn't regenerate, and growled. You little issy. Naruto cracked a crass grin in the air. Ah, did whittle 13 woes his hair. Now, 13 had always prided himself on keeping his outbursts controlled. But the slippery Saiyan had managed to elude him for nearly a half hour now, and he'd like that hair. Damn it, something snapped. I'll kill you. Stars burst before his vision as the monster landed a roundhouse punch, the blow bloodying an eye and shooting him down into the deep. He hung there in the water for a long moment, cringing slightly as the cold sea stung at his wounds, gazing wearily at the bloody depths. He's just too good. I should have gone all out from the beginning. Stupid idiot. Naruto, a single kick sent him shooting back to the surface, limbs burning slightly from the motion. Groaning, the Saiyan dragged himself out of water and onto a nearby gneiss. For some reason, he found himself laughing. He winced, clucking softly despite the pain radiating up and down his spine. Man, I really did give him too much energy. Samui was right. ISCK when it comes to using my brain. His blue eyes drifted upward a moment later, watching in bemusement as his killer descended from the skies to land only a few inches away. What's so funny? He growled. Nothing really. Brushing himself up, the blonde rose to his feet. He stood woodenly, not taking enough care. You've been kicking my butt for the last 15 minutes. By all rights, I should be worried. Still. An overly gracious smile shone out from beneath spiky blonde bangs. A hand rose, wiping away a trickle of BLD beneath his mouth. Enough was enough. Now that he knew his opponent's little trick, his BLD was at a furious boil. Instinct demanded that he crush him immediately, if not pride. Vanity had led him to think he could beat this menace without his full strength. But no more. Time to kick it up a notch. All the notches. All the way, until this tin toaster realized the entirety of his mistake. There was nothing more dangerous in this world than an angry parent. And Uzumaki Naruto was pissed. You made one very big mistake. You threatened my family. Knuckling up, he reached deep into himself, the well of his power, and pulled. Almost immediately Super Saiyan 3 roared to life around him, but then he went further still. Blue eyes flashed golden, eerie yellow orbs boring furiously into his opponent. And so it began. A low growl began to build in the back of his throat, growing deeper with each passing second. High columns of golden light seemingly emerged from nowhere, twisting inwards into a vortex of energy with him at the center, his body enveloped in the blinding glow. 13 frowned a glimmer of worry becoming visible in bright eyes. Surely this was just a power-up of some sort, an attempt to draw out the last vestiges of his ki. He couldn't possibly take this higher, could he? With a growl he lunged forwards, determined to destroy this upstart before he could become a true threat. He had to kill him now. The wall of ki said otherwise. A giant, invisible hand reached up and batted him away, stalling his charge before he could come within 3 feet of his prey. Still Naruto continued to change. Stop that, goddammit, 13 hollered. Stop that right now. Yes, the light remained just as bright, but receded in volume with the trailing of his furious screams, the glow retreating until it settled around Naruto's body, continuing to obscure his features and making him appear as some kind of reverse silhouette. Gradually, this dimmed too, leaving him standing amidst a circle of churned-up yet solid ice. It had melted, then somehow rapidly frozen again during this sudden, unexpected transformation. Slowly he rose on bended knee, glaring bloody red daggers up at his adversary. Super 13 blanched. Impossible. I have no data on this. What is he? 13 looked on, observing these changes. 21 stood a little taller than before and appeared slightly more muscular. More notably, dark red fur stretched from below his wrists to well past his shoulders, his tail the same color and significantly longer. Interestingly, his eyes were now a fierce gold, his hair having become completely dark, the spiked ebon tresses stretching down and up around his head. His visage looked as thought it had been chiseled from stone, a look he'd never appeared in before. There was one other change, which 13's sensors quickly pointed out. His power level had gone through the roof. Even with the energy taken from him, this new form dwarfed him in sheer ki. This might be problematic. I'm done playing with you. The Super Saiyan hissed. What? I said, done. Naruto snapped, his aura flaring a brilliant shade of golden red as he ascended to meet his foe. Prepare yourself. What's that supposed to? The android got no further, collapsing like a discarded doll, vomiting BLD and oil. Naruto flashed into existence behind him, clutching the ruined remnants of his left arm and most of what had once been part of his facias well as his isi cavity. Not possible. His processors whirled madly, struggling to comprehend even as he began to regenerate. And not possible. Nothing in the data he had projected allowed for this kind of strength. What was this? Dumbfounded, the android crashed to the icy ground, his body twitching spasmodically as it struggled to respond to the sudden trauma inflicted upon it. It's over. Even as 13 tried to turn, he heard the familiar keening shriek of the man's ultimate attack. Quivering, he managed to look up with his good eye. It danced in his palm, glowing in eerie onyx color. Something in the android instinctively quailed at the sight of the enhanced energy, the bright blue shuriken sphere snapping and snarling only inches above his face. Fool, he dared a sneer with what was left of his mouth. I will absorb it. With that damage, the Saiyan scoffed. Don't think so. Before his very eyes, the sphere shrank to infinitesimal proportions, no larger than the size of a penny. The energy compacted within could have crushed an entire galaxy. That's right. I can't. Stop that, 13 realized with mounting horror. Not while I'm Regan Raisin Suriken. Naruto intoned with a dark rumble, eyes sliding shut. Then they snapped open wide. Times 10, his arm whipped savagely out to the side, and the glow of energy arced out, reaching 13's body, piercing his cavity and igniting. A raw howl of power emerged from within him, bursting to the surface and rupturing his body from multiple directions at once, systematically crushing his very cell under the immense heat and pressure of a star. And on it like this he raged impotently against the power shredding his body, a power he could no longer see without his eyes, a force he could no longer feel as his skin smoldered away. 21 must die 20 with a final cataclysmic explosion. Super 13 was no more. Meanwhile, back in West City, 15 blinked, his dark brow drawing down in confusion at the strange figure standing before him. Only moments before the twin sisters had performed a strange dance of sorts, culminating in a flash of light. Now someone else stood in their place, a single individual that was neither girl yet, someone else. Super 15 could not find any such knowledge of this technique, or this fighter, anywhere in his databases. Her eyes were a rich teal, her tresses born of the purest saffron, her body garbed in white pants and a vest to preserve her modesty. She veritably shone with untapped power. No data available. That worried 15. If there was no data available on this new fighter, it meant she was a threat to be reckoned with. Yet a part of him, perhaps his own curiosity, still felt obligated as to inquire as to this new one's identity. What are you? She snarled, her voice a flawless blend of both sisters, filled with fire and fury. I am neither Akitane nor Atsui. I am Akitsu and I will destroy you, will you now? A new voice chimed. Akitsu froze, her teal eyes bulging. Beauty-ary. The newcomer descended upon her mercilessly. Gohan almost laughed when he felt Naruto triumph. The blonde's energy, so twisted in anger and distress only a few moments before, had shot through the roof and was now pulsing at a steady rate. That he could feel the man halfway across the globe simply confirmed his suspicions. His fellow Saiyan had jumped into Super Saiyan 4 and annihilated his enemy. Now it was his turn. He'd favored a cautious approach after this eerie android had transformed and seemingly absorbed one of his blasts. But Naruto's victory confirmed that they had a weakness. They had weaknesses. They could be beaten. He just needed to find them. Now was not the time for caution. It was time for action. Time to wrap this up. With a furious shout he surpassed his limits once more, and leapt into Super Saiyan 3, his already golden hair forming a long, lustrous curtain at his back. As always, the sheer amount of power that came with this transformation was humbling. Once long ago, as a boy, this strength had nearly intoxicated him. It was a terrible burden to bear such awesome might, to know that you were the second strongest being in the world. If you weren't careful, you could destroy everything, even those you loved. But when focused, this life-threatening form made you a terror to your enemies. Shock twisted at 14's face. He was still grasping at composure. Their fight had been mostly a stalemate thus far, with the Saiyan giving him very little energy, but he'd stood up to him in close combat. Most of the battle had even begun to lean in his favor, simply because Son Gohan wasn't fully committed to his side of the fight. Now, however, he was more determined than ever, jumping to his ultimate form, his ki as high as he'd ever dared to push it. Whatever course of action came next, he would be serious and devoted to it. Super 14 wasn't prepared for this. It needed time to recover to this unexpected unorthodox change in what it had mistakenly assumed to be an easy victory. Gohan didn't give him that time. Faster than the speed of light, he bolted forwards, a power-swollen fist plunging deep into the heart of Dr. Gero's foul creation, tearing through the super android as though he were made of tissue paper. 14 spasmed, his body bending double. But he didn't stop there. Gritting his teeth, the young Super Saiyan clenched his fingers within his adversary's gut, summoning a brief flare of ki to his clenched hand even as he shoved it still deeper into the android's gullet. Then he released it. 14 did not take it well. Sparks spasmed from the mountain of a mandroid, golden light soon shining from his every orifice as Son Gohan continued to flood his circuits with ki. 14's system had never been designed to handle such power. The raw, uncompressed energies of the half-Saiyan proved too much for it to handle in short order. With a final keening shriek, the lesser model imploded in a shower of smoke and otherworldly light, his body erupting in a single solitary flare of brilliance. Another cruel creation of the mad genius was gone. After an eternity, Gohan removed his arm from the sundered cavity and allowed the deadly killing machine to slump at his feet in two severed halves, every circuit systematically fried. Unwilling to take any chances, the son of Goku held up his palms and crossed them over his head. The creature had already recovered once, who was to say that it wouldn't heal again unless he finished it. A single word tore past his lips. Masenko, light erupted from his palms, rendering 14's corpse so much ash. Another blast and the brutal beast wasn't even that, his body reduced to smoke on the wind. Finally satisfied that the android was gone to a cold void, he dropped back into his base state. Exhaustion pounced upon him immediately, forcing him to drop to a knee. Despite all the training he'd undergone over the last 7 years, Super Saiyan 3 still taxed him beyond measure. It was pure power second only to Super Saiyan 4, but the cost of maintaining that inhuman ki was always draining. Phew, he gasped, scrubbing at his brow with the back of a hand. It's been a while since I got a workout like that. His moment of peace was short-lived, however. Gohan, the Saiyan choked in surprise as Lime dive tackled him from out of nowhere, wrapping her arms around his neck. Goten floated a ways behind, rubbing at his head. It seemed the worst 14 had done unto him was give the boy a very sore skull. Then his attention was decidedly elsewhere. Was his girlfrienda, if Onlin nuzzled up against him. Warm and affectionate, her voice soothed his wounds and worn body, exuberantly excited to have witnessed such an awe-inspiring battle firsthand. That was awesome, she gushed. You completely annihilated him. The Saiyan took a moment to bask in the glow of his friends and family. Yet something still nagged at him. He could feel Naruto's ki again. It was in motion, shooting toward West City. Oddly enough, he hadn't powered down. If anything, his ki was even higher than before. In that same direction, he could sense the faltering energies of Zangya and the others. It suddenly occurred to him that there might be more androids out there. The possibility remained that they'd simply chosen other targets. Why do I get the feeling that this isn't over? Hey, did you feel that? Broly turned slightly at the sound of Goku's voice, his Jaden eyes intently regarding the sudden drop in Gohan's ki. It was resting comfortably in its base state now, but only mere moments ago it had soared to a height unattainable. Even for him. Now they could sense Naruto, his presence lit up in their minds like a beacon of warm light. Warm and very, very angry. Something had upset the man, but whatever it was eluded them. The pair didn't know if it was simply a squabble gone wrong or if some darker, more deadly menace had sprung upon the earth while they were away. Both men had secretly snuck off to Otherworld for some equally secret training without informing either of their wives or receiving their consent. Needless to say, they were intent on keeping a low profile. Shishi was a terror at her worst, but an angry launch that was something neither of them wanted to see. But if the Earth was truly in danger, Broly shrugged. Let them handle it. Are you sure? His fellow Saiyan seemed hesitant. He might need some help. And if Gohan's gassed, there's no one left to back him up. Bah, he'll be fine. And with that, they resumed their spar. Naruto landed in a war zone. His home stood in shambles, holes piercing the once idyllic Uzumaki household. Craters littered the yawn. Fires burned. He could still hear the radio from somewhere in the kitchen half-heartedly bleating out some jazzy tune whose name he couldn't remember. About time you got here, Pops. His head snapped toward the voice. Yellow eyes bulged. Akitsu. The fused form of his daughters. Someone had beaten the tar out of her and left her to lay on the lawn. Her left eye was swollen shut, her arms broken in 3 places. Bruises littered her body, evidence of a severe beating, not a lucky shot that just so happened to catch her by surprise. Whomever had done this clearly outmatched her. Hinata and Zell could be seen only a few yards away, the slight rise and fall of their tiny selves the only sign that they still yet lived. And there, sprawled out across the fence, Samui. A muscle jumped in his jaw. He hissed. Who did this? His fused daughter coughed weakly. Androids. They took 18, and whatever else she might have said ended as someone bounded out of the smoke toward him. Naruto turned slowly, his hand clenching into a cruel claw. It was a little blue man with red hair and dark sunglasses for eyes. He looked like a clown. The number 15 was tattooed across his cheek. Naruto's brain processed this quietly, as though it were detached from itself, a separate, outside entity looking on from above. Watching as his body sprang at the android, grabbing him and goring him in a single, smooth movement. Scarce had his fist found its mark than his leg lashed out in an electric blue blur, sweeping the android's head from his shoulders, sending it clattering across the lawn. His body was flung to detonated harmlessly into the air, spraying him with ash. Naruto barely noticed his demise, so intent was he on his next victim. A weakling like that couldn't have done this. There had to be more. That was when he saw him. The android strode through the smoking ruin of his home, 17's prone form slung over his shoulder. He was a great brute of a man, larger even than Super 13. And he had one of his friends held hostage before his very eyes. That alone should have been enough to spur Naruto to act. Yet he didn't. Instead he froze, his body turning inexplicably rigid as he sighted down his target. He was staring at a ghost, someone he hadn't seen for the last 7 years. His heart skipped a beat. 16. Shock slowed his reaction, just enough for the super android to strike. Dropping 17, an ironclad fist crunched against his stomach. Naruto frowned at the unimpressive impact, staring down at the fist halted by his superior ki. Slowly, ever so slowly, he raised his gaze. No, he murmured, eyes narrowing wrathfully. You're not 16. He's a part of me. Which makes you an imposter. Emitting a sound like a deflating balloon, 16 collapsed onto its back. Naruto unclenched his fist, lowering it as he strode after the fake, the imposter, the fraud. Rage shone in his tone. The 16 I knew wouldn't harm an innocent, no matter what. He loved life. He said, You defile his memory with every moment of your existence? Irrelevant. 16 coughed, staying close to the ground as possible as he tensed up to spring. You must die. He vanished from the onlooker's sight, reappearing directly in front of Naruto, roaring with all his might as he forced more power into his right fist, smashing it into the man's face with all of his considerable power. Imagine his supreme surprise then when that very same fist crumbled away, leaving him staring down at his shattered fingers in disbelief. And then he moved. He's going for Zanga from across the field. He whirled around and his horrified shout echoed across the air. Despite the crippling pain she felt, Akitsu somehow managed to take aim on the android and fired off a string of shots. By some miracle, it was enough to stagger the model. Seconds later, Naruto took a shot of his own at his former friend, stumbling the android even further. As he popped his joints, the super android made a last-ditch effort to take out the Zanga, his good fist shooting forth for his arm, fingers tight and clenched to obliterate the prone alien. It never made it. Someone appeared from the nothing in the smoke, contemptuously swatting his hand away. 16 did not respond to this offense, instead reaching up to catch and realign his arm. His head tilted in the direction that his fist had flown, in silent query. "Leave them, 16. Den's voice purred, her word punctuated by the soft click-click-click of high heels on the broken concrete. "He's mine." Acknowledged, the android backed away, but made no move for 17's body. Was he waiting for orders? Naruto instinctually readied himself for an assault. But what he saw there took his breath away as he beheld the tall beauty standing before him. If 16 had made his heart skip a beat, this newcomer made it grind to a cold halt. She was 18 and yet not 18. Her hair was long on the right yet short on the left. She wore stockings and high-heeled boots complete with a short blue skirt that flared out across her full hips, leading up to the flat and bare expanse of her belly. He barely registered the gloves she wore. The tiny azure vest and black undergarment covering her round bosom would have drawn his attention in any other case, but not today. It was the eyes that held him. Those crystal clear blue orbs, the orbs of his love. Of 18. He couldn't sense any key from her, but deep in his heart he knew this was his wife. Spirits, what had they done to her? 18. Her lips curled up in a contemptuous sneer. Husband. I won't let you hurt innocent people anymore. Cold, but I'm still here, Uzumaki City. Thus named for the hero who'd saved the world from Cell. It was a bustling community, filled with posters and signs espousing their savior. Uzumaki Naruto. 7 years of fortune and fame had done little to dull his image and reputation in the eye of the world. His prowess was the stuff of legend. Crime was at a worldwide all-time low. Women envied him. Men wanted to be him. Children played games, pretending to be him. Here was a god in their eyes, great and powerful, one who could not be defeated. But today that god came crashing down to earth. It happened completely out of the blue. One moment Videl Satan had been about to return home for a well-earned rest. Her key was already turning in the lock. It was a relatively large apartment, here in Uzumaki City, easily affordable despite her low-paying job at the dojo. How ironic. Day in and out, she cursed the fates that she'd found herself living in the city named after the so-called savior of Earth. The very idea that someone seemingly so benign was capable of crushing Cell was ridiculous in her mind. Until that fateful day, the name Naruto had meant nothing. Now it was a Gotham worldwide brand, whereas Hercule Satan was mocked as a coward and weakling, a man incapable of protecting the Earth from danger. Naturally, as his daughter, Videl had caught more than her share of flack during her childhood. She'd been mocked and ridiculed incessantly. Instead of the daughter of the champ, she became the daughter of the imposter. It wasn't an easy thing, living in the shadow of a man who'd tried to deceive the world and failed at the last hurdle. His attempted deception had left her father a broken man, one who thought drink could assuage his guilt. Not that he'd ever beaten her, he was more of a crying, depressed drunk. Mom ended up leaving because of that. And Videl only hated Uzumaki Naruto all the more. It was like a sickness in her, this anger, this need to reclaim her honor from this imposter, the man who'd unknowingly stolen it from when she was only 10 years old girl. Funny, how 7 years could give you plenty of time to think. And hate. It wasn't until she'd uncovered the identity of the acclaimed teenage hero of Orange Star High School, also known as the Gold Fighter, that she'd had even begun to consider that there might be an entirely different realm of fighting. Yes, Gohan had opened her mind to that much, at the very least. And in discovering his identity, he'd given her the chance to redeem her father, if not herself. God. In another life, one where her father did save the world, one without Naruto might fallen in love with him mayhaps. But not here. Not in this universe. There was too much anger. Too much hate. Her only hope of getting her life back was to win this tournament somehow. As if she actually had a chance against the man who'd beaten Cell. Just my rotten luck, I suppose. Sighing, she grabbed the handle and wrenched the door open. And then all hell broke loose. Her only warning was that of a faint whistling sound in her ears. Then her apartment exploded. A red/black figure shot through, leaving a gaping hole in her residence. It caromed off a nearby lamppost and crashed into the city streets, cratering the concrete with a terrible thud. There was a moment of silence. Videl started slightly, turning from the ruin of her apartment to the gaping crater that now filled the street. And the man who lay within. She almost couldn't believe what had just happened to her. What she was looking at. Oh, a male voice groaned. Without thinking, she reacted. Scrambling down into the smoking ruin, hissing softly as the ashes burned at her twin braids, she started grabbing at the rubble and tearing it away. She always liked keeping her hair long, but here and now it was more of an impediment than anything else. But she kept at it until finally, with a crunch, the last chunk gave way. Watwash saw there too, her breath away. Oh, a rough voice groaned from the shattered asphalt, its owner sitting up only a moment later. Demon woman packs AF wallop smacked me clear into another city. Those blazing yellow eyes did not seem to see her, recognize her. They didn't seem to see anything but the ground at his feet. Huge, her bright eyes narrowed on him as he rose, brushing the last of the dust and debris from his skin. You're in Naruto? Huh, growling, the dark-haired hero turned his head toward her. Yeah, that'd be me. And you are. Those cold yellow eyes regarded her balefully. Wait, I know you. Videl shrunk back. You're that girl. Videlf, one who goes to school with Gohan. His lips curled down into a frown, making his already stern expression all the more severe. Hercule's daughter. Something about the way he said her father's name made it sound like a curse. What does the spawn of that leech want with me? Videl tried to muster up her resolve, but that eerie gaze took her courage and stripped it away. Well, he pressed. Yes, me. Damn it, standing before her was the very man who had ruined her father, and by reputation, her as well. And she couldn't bring herself to do anything but whimper. I'm going to beat you, she managed to gasp out under that soul-searing stare. In the world tournament, ho! A smirk curved at his visage. You've got some spunk there. I moved before she could ask what that meant. The Super Saiyan yanked her aside. Into his safety. Her face colored, the heat of an explosion warming her back. Strong arms wrapped around her, ferrying her to safety in a single leap. For a terrifying instant Videl was only aware of his heart hammering in her ear, the wind rushing through her hair, and the fur tickling at the nape of her neck. Then she remembered where she was. Who this was, his tight biceps cocooning her in safety and warmth. Unbidden, her heart skipped a beat. Boom! The pair of green dumpsters next to them suddenly exploded as an energy beam descended upon them, missing the pair by a hair's width before incinerating the metal containers. Naruto leapt again, now darting to the side as the attacker's blast extinguished upon the concrete, the fur on his arms sizzling from the heat. With a quick twist of his body, he spun himself off the concrete and quickly launched into a breakneck lung at the safety afforded by a nearby building. You all right? He rumbled a question. Indignant anger darkened Videl's visage. All right. Of course she wasn't all right. Get off of me, she snapped as they landed, jerking backwards from him. He let her. Why did you? A searing line of ki shot between them, killing those words dead. Pain blossomed in her face, BLD dribbling down the side of her cheek. She'd been cut, she realized. But who? Hovering only a few feet away was possible the most appealing woman she'd ever seen. Bright eyes, pale porcelain skin, with a body that most models would have gladly killed for. She alighted effortlessly a yard in the distancia, foul glint shining in those deadly orbs. Heels clicked softly as she started towards them. The golden red ribbon insignia on her belt seemed to glint in the fading light. There was something determined about her gait as she sashayed forward, her fingers slowly clenching and unclenching into fists. And then she spoke. Leave, human, the woman said. Her rich, husky voice sent a shiver of fear shooting down the girl's spine. That was a warning shot. The next one won't miss. Naruto growled, all edges and tension once again. Better do what she says. Videl gasped in relief and rushed past Naruto, desperate to be away from these two. She searched the rubble awkwardly for a place to sit or hide, and Naruto directed her to an untouched building down the way. The girl did a little tumble as she scrambled for cover, then a nod as she ducked down into the alley, clasping her hands in her lap. Stay there, he instructed, words echoing. In a bold bolt of light, he roared into the air. Super 18 followed him and hurriedly ascending from the dry ground and approaching him. There was a moment of painful silence between the two, Cyborg and Saiyan. There was so much that Naruto wanted to say to her, to ask what was going on here. At last she drew away, a cold, cruel light gleaming in her ice-blue eyes. "Are you ready to die?" she asked. "Not really." Too bad. Naruto and Super 18 collided in a storm of fire and thunder. He fell back, red smearing across his vision from a cut over his right eye, and threw a barrage of molten energy in 18's direction, but she dodged nimbly aside. Then he could follow, reappearing moments from him. He turned just in time to block her scything strike, grappling with her and trying to force her back. They struggled there for a moment, twin titans of a madman, one fighting to save the earth, the other wanting nothing more than to destroy it. "Give it up," she smiled, sneering as her fingers bit into his. "We both know you don't have what it takes to defeat me." "We'll just see about that," he growled. "Yes, we will." Grinning fiercely, 18 lurched forwards, a headbutt breaking his nose and a follow-up knee strike as he flinched with pain breaking his guard. Her hand snaked out, catching him by the neck before he could fall and holding him up before her. "Give it up, 21, she ordered. "If you do, I'll make it quick." Her words trailed off in bafflement as the Super Saiyan raised both hands, splayed fingers now framing either side of his face. Almost immediately she knew what he was about to do. She knew his every technique, and had been equipped with a method by which to counter them. But instead of preparing itself to defend as her programming ought to, her body refused to comply. Refractive lenses should have slid over her eyes to protect her vision against potential blindness or worse. Instead, she found herself inexplicably held aloft, powerless as the white light seared itself into her retina. Solar flare this close, powered by the godlike might of Super Saiyan 4, Naruto's technique burned. The super android shrieked in raw agony and clawed at her face, inadvertently dropping her opponentes. She felt her eyes shrivel up. "My eyes, what have you done to me?" Her augmented regeneration worked overtime to repair the damage that had been done to her poor visage. Had Naruto been wise, he would have finished her off right then and there. But he didn't. Couldn't. Something stopped him. In that instant it was completely within his power to end her. But even as he raised his hand to finish it, he heard her speak. Something bade him be still. Me? Naruto froze. "What? Kill me," she sobbed into her hands. "You have please, I can't stop her anymore." This wasn't the same voice of the woman who'd been trying to murder him a minute ago, proud, haughty, and welling with old arrogance. This voice was broken and weak, less a whimper and more a whisper. Drifting closer, he dared to lay a hand upon her shoulder. She swung, not to attack him as he suspected, but to look in the eyes. Those bright blue eyes bored into his with a feverish longing. Terror gripped him. 18. "Two can't stop her," she babbled, grabbing him by the shoulders, her hands twitching like a marionette plucked by its master's strings. "She's everywhere. In my head, in my mind, her teeth on my ear, please. You have to finish her. Me now, you have to kill me. Naruto, I don't want to live like this. Don't let me live like this." Strain branched at the corners of her eyes, veins popping in her forehead, as she struggled to fight back against the insidious influence corrupting the very core of her being. "Listen, Dr. Gero's laboratory is only a few miles from here, out in the wastelands. Once you've finished me, you have to go there and destroy his MSTR computer. You can't let it create any more abominations." "I'm sorry it has be like this." A tiny sob fled from her throat. "So sorry, sorry. There has to be another way." He shook his head frantically, dismayed at the prospect of killing her. "I can stun you. Subdue you, somehow. We can use the Dragon Balls. There's no time she'll kill you. Me, she's not going to terrorize the planet. She wants to destroy it. You know what you have to do." Grabbing his hand, she forced it up against hers, just above her heart. "Quick, while I still have control, please." "I can't. Kill me," she screamed. "No, fight her." "I can't." "Yes, you can." Her body quivered all over, eyes flashing blue, then white, then yellow as her spirit railed against the programming. And for a moment, just a moment, it seemed she had the upper hand. But then a cool, bleak expression settled over her visage, her eyes turning icy and black. Naruto grimaced and began readying himself for the assault that he knew was coming. If there was even the most remote possibility that 18 was still alive in their want to be free, he knew he should honor her request. 18 wouldn't want to live a life being controlled. But to kill her, he could not bring himself to do it. In the end he hung there, waiting for her to recover. And she did. Even as he looked on, her body straightened, unfeeling eyes turning upon him once more. "I've changed my mind." Super 18 spat, her every word dripping with venom. "I'm through taking my time with you. You'll burn along with this wrecked excuse of a planet. You can try." His body began to heat up as he fought to keep his emotions from taking control, vibrating slightly as if lit by an inner glow. "But you'll never succeed. Our powers are exactly equal. And unlike some, I already know better than to give you any more energy." He let his power fly in all directions, forcing her back as streamers of unholy lights soared across the evening sky, bright embers carving themselves into the fading light of the setting sun. Naruto roared, his power building to its maximum as he stared down the love of his life. "You're not the only one with those tricks." Laughing, she crossed her arms. Naruto raised a hand in defense, bracing himself for what was to come. The sudden contrast in her aura caught him completely unaware, she's eyes widening as she surged forward, far faster than before. Flat-footed in response, he almost didn't believe what his eyes, ears, were telling him. "Kaioken." Fu 18 brought her clenched fingers slashing downwards, but the Saiyan was able to move at the last second, turning a possibly lethal strike into a shallow cut that extended across his stomach. Naruto skidded back a bit on one foot, his heel digging into the air beneath it. After a quick glance down at his fresh wound, his lips formed a scowl. Too close. Naruto barely had time to raise an arm before a crimson-colored fist swung down at his head. His own arm was suddenly effulged in golden light, barely warding it away. The next sent his universe spinning like a wheel on a carousel, hurling him down to the grounds. A gentle ki kept him from crashing into the grounds, but only just, his sharp descent sending onlookers scattering like so many mice as their savior stopped not an inch away from demolishing the entire block with his unplanned descent. By the time he looked up, it was too late to stop. 18 shone like a veritable crimson star in fading light's arms move outward at either side. Almost immediately his eyes recognized the attack as one he himself had wielded against Broly all those years ago. But this was a realm beyond that. "Now, disappear with your rotten world," she screamed. "Final, oh balls?" Naruto muttered. "Seriously?" He shouted up at her. "Are we seriously doing this?" Her only response was an incoherent shriek of rage. The hybrid sighed. "Goddammit, Flash!" Like a pillar of heavenly light, the android's stolen techink lit up the horizon for miles in either direction. With a resonant thrumming sound, it erupted from her palms and roared down at the earth, a harbinger of death and doom with only one purpose: destruction. Videl yelped and ducked deeper into cover in the ruin that was her apartment, certain that this was the end. "Okay, I believe there's no way this is an illusion. Please make it stop. Wait a second, is that? What the heck is he doing?" Civilians cried out in panic and terror, the entire city running for what little cover they could find in the face of this unexpected threat. None save her seemed to notice Naruto, the lone Saiyan figure still standing in the streets, his blazing yellow eyes staring up unflinchingly into the heat of the approaching storm. Quietly, his voice so low as to nearly be overcome by the blaze, he began to chant. Kamame. Naruto waited until it was almost close enough to singe the front hairs off his ear, before bringing both of his own arms upwards, red energies surging in an instant. Met with this ungodly counter, the final flash bent and bulged inward as the pillar of crimson light slammed into it, forcing her beam up and away from the planet. The sudden release of pent-up energy shattered the asphalt at his feet, splintering entire buildings in either direction for miles. 18 snarled and dug in as the blast wave pushed itself towards her, stalling it just at mid-length, but no further. She refused to be budged, knowing she could keep this up for hours. Her energies were limitless and eternal, whereas the Saiyan would surely tax himself beyond measure long before she began to tire. She was superior. She was the ultimate android, coupled with his hesitation to harm her, and, well, she was beginning to enjoy his suffering. "What's the matter, 21?" She cackled, feeling tired already. It must be strong for you. With that mortal body of yours, I bet this makes it burn. Naruto slammed down to a knee as a sudden surge of ki pushed through their struggle, his arms nearly going numb from the strain. But he held. Gritting his teeth, he dug deeper and summoned up the energy needed to counter. Super 18 hissed from her perch in the sky, eyes widening as his ki began to fluctuate once more. Ken Eno, desperately, she tried to pour more power into her attack. Still, the Saiyan held, a bulwark against her oppression. No, God, this was going to hurt. Having a body that was more man than machine now had its upside. For one, you could feel the wind on your face, taste food, experience the softness of your lover's skin on your own. But it also had drawbacks. For one, his energy wasn't unlimited. And using this technique in this form was a beach. With a final preparatory gasp, he steeled himself and boosted his power the highest he'd ever dared. Times 10-inch energy surged upwards, the once previous stalemate rocketing upwards. Super 18 shrieked, realizing too late that she wouldn't be able to evade in time. Gasping, she twisted aside at the last instant, flinging up a barrier just as the world collapsed around her. Dimly, she became aware of an arm flopping away from her, joined by a leg. But she survived, her eyes squeezing shut as the blinding light roared past without her on it, as he'd no doubt had planned. And then the brilliant beam was gone, blazing up and past her. Pain pervaded every inch of her body, her wounds crying out for comfort. Red stained her gaze. "Diamenyu," she hissed down at him. "Look at what you've done, you and me." Naruto straightened with an effort, his muscles spasming. His regeneration was working to compensate, but it couldn't make up for the ki he'd lost. "Okay, that was, are you insane?" His head cocked aside as dust-covered Videl darted out of cover. Her eyes were wide and frantic, her hair having come unbound from the twin ponytails sometime in the blast. He barely stilled a laugh at the sorry sight of her. He barely had the strength to move when her hand smacked into his. "You almost blew up the planet. Are you trying to get yourself killed? And here I thought you didn't care." "Too don't," she sputtered. "I justia take your crazy fight somewhere else. And here you said it was nothing but tricks. Idiot, I'm the only one who's allowed to defeat 21. Here she comes." Naruto muttered. "And she's mad as a hornet." He flexed a hand, grimacing as it twitched in quiet agony. "Well, at least I can move again. Better take this elsewhere." Though even as he pressed two fingers to his forehead, a hand locked around his face. He dodged aside as a fist swept through the space he'd just occupied, power-swollen knuckles striking a startled afterimage instead of the man behind it. Her eyes shot downward, alarmed to find the shinobi less than a few feet below, and closing fast. Desperately she rose, trying to outpace him, but to no avail. He immediately swung forwards with his own hand as he reached his desired altitude, Super 18 barely dodging the swift strike. Unlike the last time the duo had encountered one another in combat, Naruto was finding that he was faring rather well against Super 18. Whereas the android had practically swatted his blow away in irritation 15 minutes ago, the last two blows had already opened up numerous trenches in her pale skin, and though they healed, they'd stained her blue and white uniform red. Which was not to say that the Super Saiyan was unscathed, quite the contrary. Naruto had found himself dodging and narrowly avoiding almost every attack that this super android had sent his way. He was still in one piece, physically, but he could feel that his endurance was beginning to falter. He'd been in this form too long, and it was beginning to drain him. He had to end it. So, his heart wrenched at the thought. Thus far, he had been beating the tar out of 18. Yet to end her, to extinguish her from existence, but the alternative meant that there wouldn't be an Earth anymore. His family would be gone. So would all those below. One life lost, to save billions more. He could understand the cold logic, his mind even accepted it, but his heart refused to comprehend the concept of killing one of his precious people. The idea of murdering someone he cared about in cold blood, his very being revolted against it. But his body refused to stand idle in the face of his threat, his lips quirking in a snarl. 18, I won't let you hurt innocent people anymore. Oh, her lip curled cruelly as she laid a hand on her hip, emotionless blue eyes regarding him with conceited contempt. What are you going to do, husband? Surely, you don't plan on killing me. No, she shook her head, the idle motion tossing her flaxen tresses over a shoulder in an act of pure spite. I know you. You're too soft-hearted for that. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on your precious darling. That's what makes you weak, just like your family. Like 22, a muscle jumped in Naruto's jaw. Blue eyes flashed red. What did you say? She blinked as her sensors beeped a warning. Did you say Samui? 18 suddenly found herself bent double as his fist sheathed itself in her stomach, her body hunched over the Super Saiyan's arm. She struggled for breath but none would come. All that emerged was the softest of squeaks. She couldn't move. Couldn't so much as bat an eyelash. His blow, quick as it was, had shorn straight through her stomach and out the other side, piercing walls of flesh and damaging circuitry, a gore-covered hand now erupting out her back in a spray of bloody viscera. For a moment, panic took her. If he struck now, she was finished. She couldn't absorb anything like this, and he had to know that. But then, the inexplicable occurred. Naruto jerked back as if he'd been burned. Super 18 was left hunched over in the air, clutching at her vital organs, sweating fretfully as the miracle that was regeneration worked frantically to repair the fist-sized hole in her stomach. Terrified, her eyes darted to her adversary. He wasn't even making a move to attack. Instead, he stared down at his bloodied palm in abject horror. Finish it, she could hear the other 18 all but shrieking in the depths of her mind, hoping, praying that her beloved would finish this once and for all. Hurry before it's too late, but he didn't. And with each second that passed, Super 18 grew more assured of her triumph. A low, throaty chuckle left her lips. Within seconds the flesh and circuits had been regrown and repaired. Grimacing with pain, her forehead slicked with sweat, she rose, all the while trying not to show just how unnerved she truly was. To think he'd had that much power kept in reserve, not that it mattered now. His slim window of opportunity was now firmly closed. The corrective procedures in her programming would ensure that a mistake like that wasn't made again, not in the slightest. See, she jeered, rubbing at the still tender skin. You don't have what it takes to finish the job now. It was she who lashed out, an open palm cracking across his face, launching him across the horizon. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw ice and snow, realizing she'd swatted him clear across the globe, this time in her rage. Still struggling against his momentum, he tilted his head back and caught sight of the full moon. Something leapt in his tea, his heart hammering heavily. Bloodied lips curled into a rictus of a smile. That's it. If I can't beat her, then, maybe. Grunting, he righted himself at the last instant, a gentle ki pushing him upright. Still want to fight, huh? 18 sneered, snapping into existence before him. Or are you just a MCST? Naruto's only response was to clench his teeth, molars grinding together in furious aggravation. And then suddenly, inexplicably, his shoulders drooped. His arms dropped to his sides, head dipping into shadow seconds later. A lone tear trailed down his cheek, tracing his chin before dropping to the frozen wasteland below. Forgive me, my love, he whispered, redramed eyes drifting closed. I'll be joining you soon. Super 18 frowned. His kin, early equal to her own, suddenly began to fluctuate. But it wasn't getting stronger. If anything, it was weaker, as though a second power were ebbing and flowing deep within him. But that wasn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. Did you know? The Super Saiyan began softly, his voice little more than a monotone as he raised his gaze, eyes screwed shut. There's a beast inside of me. He's been there for as long as I can remember. Boys. He doesn't care about me, my friends, family, or even you. But there is one thing he cares about. Fighting. He got out once and I swore he'd never see the light of day again. But now I see, the only way to do this is to be that beast, to become the very thing I despise. To let him out. To become the beast. What? It happened too fast for her sensors to register. So fast a clawed hand grabbed her by the neck and she was lifted off her feet faster than the eye could follow. The air boiled around her like a thing alive as she shot downwards to the earth and immediately slammed into an icebug, then another, and still another, her vision a white blur from the jarring impacts. A foot crunched down on her seat before she could hope to rise, forcing her into the floor and splintering a rib. She didn't understand. What was happening here? Gasping, she bolted, flickering away and slammed into an impenetrable wall. Haunting red eyes glared down at hers, slitted pupils fierce and bestial. His hair was a stark scarlet now, just like his fur. The color of BLD. Of death. It spat. Stars' entire galaxies really erupted before Super 18's vision as clenched, fur-covered knuckles cracked across her visage, now sending the blonde beauty smashing into, then through a patch of ice and into the icy depths below. She righted herself almost immediately beneath the frigid water, slowly scrubbing at the rising welt on her cheek with the back of hand. For a moment, she was stunned into speechlessness. Naruto had actually struck her. Full force. A part of her had been gambling on the fact that he'd hold himself back. Not anymore. If he was coming at her with full force, a bolt of crimson alerted her to his presence just like that, she was airborne again, her chin stinging from some unseen blow. Another speared her throaty stomach, hurling her down to the ice like some sort of tiny broken doll. Bildy frothed at her lips as she struggled to rise, gazing fearfully upon her former foe. What is this? She sputtered as he descended. What did you do? Who are you? His eyes, twin crimson orbs, illuminated the surrounding darkness with their scorn. I am your executioner. The beast growled. Terrified, she tried to stand. Naruto suddenly vanished from her sight, whispering back into existence directly behind his now startled opponent. His hands were already cupped, shining with scarlet energy. Fool, doesn't he know that will make me even more powerful? So much for your much-vaunted wit, Uzumaki. Naruto scoffing. She prepared to do just that. Even as Super 18 raised her arms, intending to absorb all the incoming waves of energy, the ninja vanished. A booted foot slammed into her back, breaking her stance for a heartbeat, staggering her forward. It was enough. Time seemed to slow as he dropped the energy in his hands and instead drew his fist back. Light erupted around his hand, accompanied by a deep roar. What was that? It sounded almost like a dragon fist. The golden dragon produced by Naruto's new attack rammed Hedon into Super 18, enormous teeth biting down into her shoulder and midsection, continuing its ungodly acceleration and propelling her down into the earth one final time. She was screaming, but she wasn't aware of this. She could barely perceive anything beyond this point. Her barrier was all that held it at bay, all that kept her from disintegrating outright in the face of his newfound power. But she could feel it breaking. One more attack and her shield was finished. Good. Go away, Super 18 shrieked vehemently at the voice in her head. Do you really have Death Wish? Something was wrong. She couldn't feel her arms. Or her legs. Everything was stiff. But this was a different kind of stiffness. Even as she listened, the voice grew louder in her head. Something was sapping her strength. The light was fading now. Everything was growing dark. She blinked and found herself staring at 18, the real 18. The one she'd thought to have erased. You're a copy. The original growled at her. A soulless bit of code. You don't even have a soul, do you? You're just a machine cobbled together from the spare parts of an energy absorption model. I don't need a soul, I am the ultimate android. 18 scoffed at her. Ultimate piece of SHT is more like it. The moment he let loose, you were doomed. It doesn't matter, spitefully she sneered. If I die, then so do you. And he'll never recover from that, and that's where you'd be wrong. At first, I thought dying was the only way out. Then I realized something. What's mine is yours. And what is yours is mine. You can destroy or you can control. Or haven't you noticed? You've been so preoccupied with running for your life, with fighting, that I was able to seize control. All your key processes belong to me now. Her lips quirked in a satisfied smirk. In a few seconds, so will your consciousness. Then this body. After which I'll delete you. You'll be nothing more than a bad memory. You'll never be rid of me. This body is mine, Lazuli hardly. If Naruto is willing to destroy us to save the world from Gero's madness, then he deserves his own shot at happiness. Without you, no, and I not like this. She couldn't just be cold, and she could feel herself slipping. The command wasn't working. But where had she gone wrong? How is this stronger? This wasn't supposed. Toto Irodo's not compute cannot kentan. Code 3621 must or then you. Blue eyes bulged as he reappeared over her. The end came not with a bang, but with a sigh. Naruto's ultimate Kamehameha plowed straight through 18's feeble defenses, scattering her ki to the setting sun and smashing into the woman Hiden. She howled in anger and pain as she was tossed around the burning vortex of power like a glider in a hurricane. Powerless to raise her arms and absorb or even deflect the searing energies clamping down on her. All she could do was cling to life as the twin attacks caromed around her, hurling her down to the wasteland below. Super 18 had time for one last word as the code that defined her programming was scrubbed clean. When the light show had settled down, Naruto lowered his steaming hands and descended to 18's sprawled form. Red eyes stared unflinchingly down at her. Impossibly, she was still alive. He'd have to do something about that. Growling, he raised a hand, fingers curling inward, ready to smash her skull into fine powder. In the other, a Rasengan circled, prepared to finish the job. Begone. Mercilessly, he cut down. Stop! 18 jerked upright, flinging up a hand to catch his, crying out at the strain produced from the effort. Naruto, it's me, I have control. She's gone. He had to give her credit. She was an adept actress in her own right. But he wasn't about to fall for something like that. Not after all she'd said and done. He would put 18 to rest, and then Kami willing, revive her with the Dragon Ball. Until then, this imposter did nothing but stoke the flames of his rage. You lie, he scowled, cracking the ice as she rolled aside. You'd say anything to live. Please, lies, she reared back, an angry glint in her eye. He knew that look. It often meant he was about to get, I said cut it out, thumb slap. Naruto jerked, his face stinging from the seemingly harmless hit. It was enough. Blinking, he shook his head. The red haze faded from his vision. Crimson hair faded back to black, the ebony tresses standing in contrast to his scarlet fur once more. Bleary, he gawped at her. 18. Scowling, she planted a hand on her hip. Do I have to slap you again? I'd prefer not. He stared. So you got a new body out of this, huh? You like? She did a little twirl. Naruto managed a numb nod. Now that he didn't have to worry about a homicidal android trying to kill him, he could actually admire his wife. Very much so. Good, a tiny smirk played at the edges of her mouth. You need someone to keep you in line. Great, oh you, he snorted. Hey, she turned, and found him staring toward the sky. Looks like we have company. Indeed, she could see the telltale streaks of Samui, Zanga, and their children. Even 17 was there amongst them. Doubtlessly, someone had obliterated Super 16 if they were here. He hoped. The idea of another super android out there was disquieting. I guess we won. Naruto laughed. 18 stared back at him with watery eyes. Finally, relief came to claim her. It was over. Gero's creations were dead and gone. All that remained was to destroy that damned supercomputer. A trifle, considering what they had been through in the last few hours. But now 18 wanted nothing more than to embrace him. To have a few precious moments with her beloved before the chaos of what had happened settled down around her shoulders. Before the rest of their little family pounced on him. Stepping forwards, she moved to pull him into a hug and relish the moment. Nothing happened. What? She had clearly pulled him into her arms and yet, nothing, she blinked, jerking back. Two can't feel anything. I can't wait, you mean you can't feel? He reached out to touch her cheek. You can't feel this. She shook her head rapidly, terror shining in her eyes. Well, Demon, the realization of what he was saying came with a wave of relief. Her shoulder dropped, the wetness of her hair trailing cold droplets on her shoulder. She felt a sick weight in her that threatened a bout of tears, but she kept it at bay. Still, it was important to her that he knew this wasn't what it could be. She couldn't feel him. She couldn't feel the cold on her skin, couldn't taste the ice on her tongue, couldn't smell the warm scent of ramen that usually pervaded him. She could only see and hear. She couldn't feel him. Then that demon burst. For the first time in a long time, 18 allowed herself to cry. I've been waiting a long time for this. Feel, can't you do something? Shush and let me think. Bulma frowned down at the schematics, her weary hands ghosting over the parchment for what felt like the umpteenth time, searching for anything she might have missed under the watchful eye of Naruto and company. It felt like an effort in futility, probably because it was, but she wasn't about to tell that to an angry Super Saiyan. Naruto hadn't released his transformation yet, he still looked quite menacing with those eerie white gold eyes. 18 looked positively dour by comparison, her own blue orbs downcast, shoulders hunched. Bulma felt just a tiny pang of sympathy for the cyborg. She might have gotten a rocking new body out of the deal, but losing the ability to taste and touch, that just sucked. Say what you will about his methods, but the guy was a genius. Shaking her head, she pushed away from the table. I'd say she's about half as strong as you are now. The energy she absorbed hasn't dissipated either. It's like it's trapped in her circuits or something, a constant feedback loop. Man, Dr. Gero really was a genius. I mean, look at what he did with the two of you, she waved at Naruto and Samui. He brought you back from the dead with just your DNA, and now you're better than ever with schematics like this. I could probably give you the super upgrade too. Samui blue eyes glittered. Do it. Although Zangya snorted in agreement, her teal eyes snapping eastward. Good point. I wouldn't want to end up like him. Either. All eyes fell on the only other male in the room. What? Super 17 blinked at the sudden attention, pushing his long hair out of his face for what felt like the umpteenth time. Hey, it's not my fault I ended up like this. Might as well make good use of it, right? Besides, he proudly placed both hands on his hips and move out his ST. I look awesome. Cool. Hell, I feel like I could enter the tournament and wipe the floor with you guys. At Naruto's grunt, he quickly had to backpedal. Well, I might have some trouble with you, just so. Zell, not understanding and thinking her uncle quite cool indeed, actually laughed. That was all it took to set the others off. Nay mama, Hinata blinked. Uncle? 17's being weird again. Weirdo? Atsui said. Definitely a weirdo. Akatane nodded her grave agreement. What? Don't talk to the strange man, kids. Samui sang. Zang's hands formed a tend over her mouth, stifling a giggle. 17 cried. Bro, help me out here. Naruto tilted his head away, trying to hide the ghost of a smile. Sorry, you're on your own. Traitor 18 bit back a retort at the levity, knowing her brother wasn't to blame for the unusual circumstances that led to his new form. The Mad Doctor's supercomputer had strove to do to him what had been done to her, with disastrous results on the computer's part. Not only had the programming failed to take hold, but he'd broken loose almost immediately after the union with his cruel counterpart. 17 was 17 after all. He valued his friends, his freedom, and he showed no mercy to his enemies. Currently, the rusting remains of Super 16 and Dr. Gero's supercomputer were occupying one giant, smoldering crater in the wilderness. Better or worse, in 18's opinion, he had escaped with no ill side effects. He could feel. And damn it all, she hated him for that. If she'd known he was keeping secrets, she would have hated him even more. 17 had decided not to make any mention of the two empty coffins he'd seen before he'd blown the lab sky high. The near loss was still wearing HRD on everyone that there might be more out there was not a pleasant thought, and he was determined to be ready. He would tell them, he told himself. Just not now. So there's nothing you can do. Naruto tried again, turning his attention back to Bulma. Nothing at all. Well, I wouldn't say that. Naruto twitched, his good mood evaporating. Blast it, woman. Do you have something or don't you? Whoa, there, don't get all Vegeta on me. Bulma laughed genially, fanning her face. It's too early for that. Bulma, alright, maybe, she said at last, hitting on something by her smile. Naruto, you gave her that huge blast at the end of the battle, right? 18 gave him a glacial look and the scientist snickered. Oh, she probably didn't like that, did she? No, the cyborg folded her arms, she did not. Naruto blanched, finding himself powerless beneath the weight of his wife's stare. In my defense, sweetheart, your psychosis nearly killed me. Not my fault. Blame the beach. Whom I deleted, by the way. She effortlessly poked a hole in his defense with her razor-sharp logic and a finger to the... Then I told you I was myself, and you still blasted me. Come to think of it, I believe you said you owed me a favor, right, girls? Zhengya was physically fighting off laughter by now, her shoulders shaking as she tried not to let it show. Samwee's mirth was more restrained, evident only by the slight twitch of her lips and the way her eyes shone. Good point. I think he should have dish duty. For a month. Hang laundry too, Zhengya chirped. Oi, what? Have you smelled your clothes after a workout? Her nose crinkled. Blex by contrast, the children simply watched, confused. The reborn shinobi glanced at 17 and found his brother merely smiling, content to leave him hanging as he'd been hung. Yuffie wasn't winning this. All right, Naruto threw up his arms, conceding the fight. We've established that I'm a terrible husband. Can we please get back to the matter at hand? 18's scowl softened at that. Perhaps she'd been a little too HRD on him. Naruto, her hand moved of its own accord, cupping his cheek to show that she was sorry. Nothing. Only numbness. She flinched slightly and withdrew. What do we need to do, she asked. Try giving her a bit of your ki, Naruto. Bulma prodded, launching into scientific jargon almost immediately. I'm thinking it might have something to do with the flux capacitors generating a reverse feedback look into her nerve endings, and by absorbing and expending your energy, she just might remove the blockage all that excess power initially created, without too many ill effects that went way over their heads. Just do it. When he extended a hand forward, however, she snapped at him. No, not like that in your base state as a Super Saiyan, the whiskered warrior balked, but reverted regardless. Alright, here goes. Ready. 18 nodded, gulping slightly as he turned to face her. Ready. Alright, everyone out, Samwee barked, recognizing the glint in their eyes. Let's give these two some time alone. When the kids began to complain, she and Zhengya ushered them outside, 17 bringing up the rear. It was a kind gesture, 18 thought, but her attention remained fixated firmly elsewhere. Bulma remained, fiddling with equipment and other strange devices that she didn't understand. Still, her husband lingered. Doubt flickered across his face. Oi, this is dangerous, Dadabio. I don't want to hurt you, just do it, already, she muttered. I'll be fine. Okay. Naruto phased smoothly into his first transformation and laid both hands upon either shoulder, those warm green eyes gazing adoringly into her blue. Then he began sharing energy with his wife. Gently at first, then more liberally, until the slim beauty was glowing with a golden white aura. She looked something like an angel, her hair fluttering upward in an unseen breeze, blue eyes green, her body extremely stiff. I'm feeling something, she managed to say through clenched teeth. Keep going, Naruto frowned, his brow darkening. Fine. High ethereal blue sparks of ki danced into existence as he jumped into the ascended state, his hair and face gaining a more jagged, severe edge. 18 went rigid the moment he changed, her mouth opening in a silent O of surprise as a renewed reservoir of energy filled her veins. Now she felt something else as she stared into those guarded orbs. An uncomfortable itching sensation crawled beneath her skin as her body worked to regulate the energy flowing into her. Not enough, nowhere near enough. Pain was all well and good, but that wasn't what she wanted to feel. She wanted everything back. Her hands shot upright, grabbing him by the arms in demand. Naruto, a vein bulged in his temple, his eyes taking on an almost savage glint. RH, an explosive grunt heralded the next transformation, long, golden locks taking the place of his spiky bangs, his eyebrows vanishing as lightning crackled. The subsequent force of his ascendance launched Bulma backwards into the sensor bank, but Lazuli scarcely noticed, consumed as she was in the storm. Even then Naruto never released her, never broke eye contact. It was the first time she'd seen Super Saiyan 3 up close, and quite frankly it frightened her. But then that fear was wiped away as she took his energy. Super Saiyan 2 was savage. This was raw. Golden wings of pure nascent energy spread across her back to push at the corners of the room, birthed by their shared aura. Her skin was suddenly sensitive now, blisteringly hot to the touch, and she squirmed in his grasp, her fingers twitching wildly as she dug them into his forearms. Dimly, she was aware of her brother stepping inside and hauling Bulma from the room. Good thing. This time, they both screamed. Super Saiyan 4 roared into existence with a deafening thunderclap, encapsulating them in a sphere of saffron flame as the floor sank cratered beneath their feet. In that instant, 18 felt something give inside of her, an unseen, unknown barriers yielding as this primal power coursed through. Naruto drew her close, the full of his being flowing through her. More than just energy met hers. Memory, experiences, and emotions so powerful, so intense, so mind-bendingly hers that, coupled with the ki, it just meant release. Wild sensation jolted through her like a live wire, as though her entire body had been asleep this entire time, having finally awoken. Her ki flared with such violent force that it flattened everything in the room, ripping steel end from end, savaging equipment, destroying everything in its path. Everything but Naruto. Golden eyes gazed back at her through the outpouring, calm and focused. Staid and bold. Even when the four walls of the room fell down around their heads and the ceiling opened up to the bright morning light, he never once let go over her, nor did his eyes leave hers. When at last it was over and she could think again, could feel again, 18 was slightly startled to find tears streaming down her cheeks. She loved him. She always had from the very beginning, but to actually feel that love, that rich, heady feeling coursing through her veins, it was earth-shaking. Hey, he grinned down at her. Then that grin faltered and he stepped away, his aura still shining brightly around them. What? I think there were a few side effects. Naruto was fighting very strong not to smile, but Lazuli could sense the good intentions, and the spike of longing lurking behind it. That was new. To actually feel those emotions, experience them as they were born, it made her happier than she'd ever been. Then she caught sight of herself in a broken shard of glass amidst the debris. Oh crap. Her jaw clicked open. Blazing eyes of molten gold glared back at her in astonishment, her once long, smooth flaxen locks now dark as a crow's feather, stiff and jagged against her head, not unlike that of this Super Saiyan holding her. And the wings, they were still there, thrumming gently in her aura, ebon feathers of energy spread to either side. She gave them a look, marveling at the new appendages for an instant, wondering how withy were still their own existence after that last explosion. Curious, she stretched the muscles in her back, and the wings beat with them, creating a heavy gust. Naruto whistled. But it probably won't last, she hummed, stretching. But it's an improvement, Yeho. Her eyes widened slightly as his inquisitive fingers stroked one of those wings. 18 found herself purring. Sensitive. Bulma did say something strange might happen, and there we go. With a soft thumb of sound, the strange transformation abated, leaving her as she'd been. Her lips pursed into a small frown, almost disappointed to be rid of the power she'd possessed. She could still feel his hands on her, a gentle noose wrapping around her hip as though it belonged there. Guess it doesn't last. Although, the look she gave him was decidedly racy, this might. 18's mouth closed on his hungrily, savoring each sensation. Everything had come back all at once, the lightning-like tingle shooting down her spine as he touched her, the warm wetness of his mouth and his tongue against hers, that delicious tingle spreading between her legs when she wrapped them around his waist. The sound of his breath, his groan as she began unfastening his jacket, fingers trailing fire down his own tugging at her bosom, ghosting down her skirt. Mama, both blondes jerked back as if they'd been scalded. Hinata was staring owlishly up at them, her pale blue eyes regarding each of her parents curiously, with all the innocence of a child. Mama, she asked aloud, why is Papa taking your clothes off? They couldn't rightly help themselves after that. They burst out laughing. 18 laughed softly. What do you think? Should we tell her? No, she'll have to learn about it sooner or later, Naruto sputtered. No, but yes. No, but yes, I mean no as in no, but yes as in yes, no as in yes. Sathatsu no then. A week passed, and then, in the blink of an eye, the tournament arrived. 194 individuals entered the adult section of the World Martial Arts Tournament. There were 16 spots. Of those 16 places there, one was posthumously reserved for Naruto himself. The remaining places would quickly be snatched up by the rest of the Z fighters and others: Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Samui, 18, Zanga, Piccolo and Krillin, chief amongst them. Even Hercule managed to squeak in at the last. Of course, I was there too. The champion's belt belonged to no one. It was up for grabs with the Zeni. The junior division's lineup was no less thrilling. Hinata, Atsui, Akatane, and Zell would be entering on Naruto's end, despite vigorous protesting from the latter. Goku mightily encouraged Goten to do his best. For Broly, Bruzel, and Fascia. Vegeta remained smug for Trunks and BR, whilst a disconsolate Krillin quietly pleaded to the gods that Kisa would somehow win the day. I remember it fondly, if only for that brief, happy time. It would be the perfect place to test their limits, to go even further beyond. It was meant to be a day for frolicking and fighting, a day in which the weight of the world would be momentarily forgotten as the world's greatest fighters pitted themselves against one another in a contest of strength. But it was not to be. You see, on that day, something happened. And even so earth-shaking profound, that it shattered the very fabric of reality, taking the planet to the very precipice of destruction. You think I'm talking about Majin Buu, don't you? He had his own part to play in the chaos that followed, but no, I'm speaking of something much worse. Yes, it was on that fateful day, the last day I saw Uzumaki Naruto a human being, alive and well, that it all fell apart. That was the day I lost everything. That was the day everything changed. I've been waiting a long time for this. We are future, the time machine word and sputtered as it blurred into existence in the wasteland. Worn and pitted, battered and scarred from battle, it looked as though it had just come from a war zone. And it had. Acrid black smoke bled from its cracked hull in great, thick gouts, wobbling and weaving wildly as its pilot desperately struggled to set it down. When it finally landed on two of its four legs, the craft promptly crashed to the ground. A deep, rattling shake wound its way up from the device, shaking the very foundations of the rock upon which it had landed. For a precarious moment, all was still. And then, boom, hot, a young man's yelp echoed through the canyon as the time machine exploded violently, expelling him in a coffin of fire and smoke onto the floor, bathed in flames. He would have made quite the sight, flailing about on the ground as he did, frantically patting at his flaming posterior. By the time he'd regained some semblance of sense, his ride was little more than a smoking ruin. Boy, its occupant groaned, waving the smoke away from his face. Old girl's dead as a doorknob. Guess I won't be going home anytime soon. Hope Bulma figured out time travel by now. Well, at least I made it. Yash, he smacked his whiskered cheeks, grinning like a madman. Guess I still have some luck. After all, squinting against the harsh sunlight, he shaded his face with a hand, whistling quietly. So this is the past. Not much to look at, Databasa. Were one to look at him, they might think he bore a rather remarkable resemblance to Uzumaki Naruto. Resemblance, yes. A very keen resemblance. Bright blue eyes, a pair of whiskers doubling each cheeky, floppy blonde hair that couldn't seem to decide whether it wanted to hang flat over his forehead or stand spiky. Orange boots and black, baggy pants and a tattered scarlet shirt, his battered coat a shining beacon of dazzling if smudged white against the dismal backdrop of the arid wastes. These were the things that defined him. Perhaps the most noticeable feature of him was the giant weapons that lay strapped to his back, a pair of tools long since forgotten to the world. Not that they'd been any use against that thing, but perhaps they could be of some use here. His eyes glanced across them briefly, making sure they were still there, before looking to his wrist. Around his neck, a single metal bolt jingled from a black cord, bouncing against the firm plane of his Izzy now as its owner glanced down. All right, then, let's see now. Those eyes bulged as he glanced upon his watch. His mother had told him it would calibrate to the whatever era he landed in, and while she wasn't an expert of it by any means, he trusted her word with his life. And what he saw there was unpleasant, to say the least. Wait a minute, the date's wrong today. ISO I'm late, very late. I didn't think I'd be cutting it close. This was the day that everything changed. In hindsight, he would have preferred to have landed a few years in the past, but beggars couldn't be choosers after all. It was a miracle he'd made it at all after that last attack. His enemy wouldn't be satisfied with its defeat, he knew, just as he knew it had no way of following him to the past. Nevertheless, he was here, in this pivotal moment that plunged the world into darkness. He knew at once that he didn't have much time, yet in the same vein he felt almost giddy, excited by comparison. His ears twitched as that's a massive energy signature, gotta be him, good I still have time. Blue eyes flashed green. His hair, already a stark shade of blonde, became even more so, standing on edge. Violent blue sparks skittered around his body, his slanted eyes seeking the key's origin. Locking onto it, he roared up into the sky, trailing golden light in his wake. Uzumaki Bolt, the child of Naruto and Videl, fluffed. Naruto, he grinned brightly, his words lost in the searing rush of air around him. My old man. I've heard all about him from Mom, but I really hope he doesn't kill me. Why do you insist of this life of mediocrity? You again. Go away. You say that, but do you mean it, really? There's so much darkness within you. Why bother with the facade? You're stronger than all those fools combined and put together. And yet you tether yourself down with these foolish bonds. Won't it be easier just to sever them? You're just an illusion. And if not, then merely a voice in a head. You have no power here. Get out. Am I now? We'll see. Get out, Naruto scowled and banished the voice from his mind, leaving him with his innermost thoughts. Those visions again. They'd been pestering him for the last week now, snatches of memory that really weren't memory at all, sights and sounds that he couldn't quite recognize yet somehow knew all the same. They'd become increasingly vivid today of all days. That, and this lingering sense of unease, had haunted him since he'd first awoken this morning. Annoying. It was almost enough to sour his mood. Almost, but not quite. We're going to the tournament, because that silly, chipper, little voice, warmed Uzumaki Naruto in more ways than the visions could ever chill him. Bright orange curls bounced before his vision. Tournament, well, that one seems excited. Samui laughed, leaning on his arm. Of course she is, Zanya preened. She's my kid after all. 18 merely snorted, her eyes roaming the proving grounds. Yeah, she's definitely your daughter, all right. The alien twitched. How so? Well, she's silly, sweet, ditzy. What was that? Zanya transformed so fast it was almost instant for Naruto, her long hair burning a bright scarlet trail behind her as her teal skin flushed an unholy green. In the next she was face to face with the super android, her aura a fiery red blaze around them both, sparks igniting between their eyes. You got something you want to say? You heard me. 18 shot back, smiling. What? I was just pointing out her better attributes. It sounded like you were insulting me. Maybe I was, the blonde snarked. You want to make something of it. Of course, you can't do much with a power like that. Naruto, do something, Hazanga cried. He took one look at his wife's faces and decided against it. Nope. With an extra helping of nope. All kinds of nope. He wasn't getting anywhere near that. Yeah, I'm staying out of this. If you two want to fight, save it for the ring. Very cool. Samui agreed, giving him a brief squeeze. I said. Blonde barely beat back a smile as Zell simply continued her little tune, oblivious to it all, her soft voice lilting in falsetto as she swung a stick to and fro overhead, skipping merrily. Such was her voice that the blue-skinned girl drew startled looks from passerby and contestants alike, the soft, siren song of her melody captivating any who came near. The youngest she might be, but she was certainly the most energetic. The whole family had come out for the occasion, even Zanya, despite her increasingly obvious PRDZY. Which made him wonder if she was going to be fighting. Why on earth was she wearing that blue yukata? So, he tried, seeking to alleviate the tension. Who do you think's going to win the junior division? Statement. We will win. Atsui and Akatane, the girls resplendent in their own dark violet GI, both spoke in their unique monotone, the looks on their placid faces making it seem as though they could take on the whole world and win it all. Naruto imagined they could. They were his and Samui's kids after all. Honestly, they even gave him a little trouble when they fused into a kitsu. Nope, Zell hummed, twirling in her little white sundress. I'm gonna win, Mama. Hinata sighed forlornly down at 18 from her place on the blonde's slim shoulders. Fighting them is boring. When do we get to fight? Naruto preened at the sight of her. Ah, his little star, ever a daddy's girl, wearing a sleeveless orange and black GI like him. Cammy, bless her, it almost pained him to stick his eldest in the younger division with all the other kids. 18 chose that moment to end her standoff with Zangya, a rare frown marring the appealing features of her face. I find it funny that you haven't mentioned the actual tournament yet. She did not fail to notice the bead of sweat trickling down her husband's brow either. Got you. Hey, it's not like we need the Zenny after I stomped Cell. You've been slacking off, haven't you? Maybe a little, Naruto admitted, wincing. However, a hand swung around, swatting her on the rear with a decisive smack. Anyone else would have squealed like a struck pig. The super android simply sought his eyes in disbelief, unable to do anything other than gawp. The whiskered warrior felt his grin grow. I beat you, didn't I? He murmured, lips brushing the outer lobe of her ear. Both before and after his lover colored, her cheeks burning a bright, atomic crimson. Even she had to admit defeat there. But teasing her like that around the kids, that just wasn't fair. Thankfully, something diverted his attention. Before he could arse her even further, a very large, glowing something, getting very close now, very close. Indy dandacrap. Well, that's a big blast, was 18's first thought as the massive crimson sphere shot down towards them from the heavens, screaming wrath and fury. But it's red. Now, who do we know who? Incoming. Naruto's golden-clad hand shot up as the rest of them dove for cover, his palm closing around, then crushing the giant sphere as though it were a toy ball in his hand. The subsequent backlash blasted a 3-foot-deep crater under his booted feet and nearly drove him to a knee, his now teal eyes glaring angrily upward as the Super Saiyan glowered at his enemy. Oi, now, that wasn't nice. Who the hell do you think you are? His words trailed off into emptiness as he beheld their assailant, white coat jacket fluttering fiercely in the breeze. Wide teal eyes stared down at him, a 4-fingered hand missing the pinky still extended from the blast, arm trembling. But Naruto was not focused on that. His attention was locked on the aura, the eyes, the hair, furious sapphire sparks surging around the youth's body. He was looking at another Super Saiyan. What's wrong, old man? A sneering voice sniped. Is that all you've got? And it looked like him. Bolt felt the killer intent and braced himself for an assault as soon as those words left his mouth. Oh boy. He raised an arm in defense as his progenitor stood slowly, a snarl leaping from his pursed lips. Mom always said the only way to get his attention was to hit him where it hurt. And I've done that, man. I've gone and poked the hornet's nest this time, database, but first, I need to get him away from the others, and it's not like he'll listen otherwise. Fuck. But if he's this strong, we might stand a chance. I need to see it for myself. An upswing of ki was his only warning as his father jumped into the ascended Saiyan form. Despite the terror gripping at Boltzy, he felt himself becoming excited. How long had it been since he'd had a good fight? A true fight, not the slaughter that thing inflicted upon his family and friends. But this was more than the was fighting his own father. Uzumaki Naruto, the man he'd never gotten to know, the man who had sacrificed himself to slow the menace and bought him the years he needed to grow into the young man he was today, stood only a few yards away. Yes, excited indeed. Now step back. That was all Samui heard before the duo vanished into hyperspeed. Another Super Saiyan, she groaned, rubbing her head. Great. Well, at least it's a change from Gero. I was beginning to think he'd sent out another android. All right, status check, everyone in one piece. Varying groans and muttered curses greeted her. A ways behind her, 18 hadn't even been ruffled in the slightest. That was a little worrying. She'd thought she'd caught up to her fellow blonde in terms of power after the upgrades. Granted, she was keeping them veiled beneath an illusion, but it was still a little disheartening to think that she might be stronger. What makes you so sure he is one? Zangya muttered crossly, standing with some aid from her daughter. Golden aura. Bright eyes. Super strength. I think it's obvious. The only question is, who is he? 18 spoke suddenly, making herself known. And why does he look like Naruto? Clone. Samui offered. Not possible. The energy's too different. A son. Samui and Zangya both bristled. Not ours. A silence passed between the three women, their children still staring wide-eyed up at the fight raging overhead. 18 was the one to break it. Well, then the answer's obvious. You can't be. Placid blue eyes shifted to the right. There they are. Then she vanished. Tum. A cataclysmic shock shook the air moments later as the newcomer found himself violently ejected from the battle. 18 lowered her fist, looking quite pleased with herself as she watched his body dig a large trench into the earth, skidding along for miles across the island. You boys and your drawn-out fights. She hummed. Need some help? Naruto grunted, still eyeing the receding line of smoke in the distance. I told you he's mine. Hey, she turned, catching him in mid-flight. You can't expect me to let you have all the food. The attack came from nowhere. It wasn't even a blow, Samui thought. One moment 18 had been hovering before Naruto. The next, it was as if a giant, invisible hand ripped her out of the sky and flung her down into the plaza. Her motionless body struck 3 booths before lying still at last, prone and inert amidst the wreckage. She did not rise again. Now it was the newcomer who stood in her place, his bright eyes leering down. Stay out of this, sweet cheeks. The look-alike grumbled at her resting place. Not here to fight you. Samui balked at the ease with which he dispatched her. For a moment, just a moment, the look-alike's power had skyrocketed, eclipsing 8 fiends with ease. But now it was back to normal, and his eyes, they were different. Angry and rimmed purple, not the eyes of a Super Saiyan but the eyes of something else. And that something frightened her. Tell your stooges to stay out of this. Naruto's doppelganger snapped. I'm here to fight you, not weaklings. Like the Naruto roared in response. It was the first time she'd heard him that angry. Oh, you literally. With a roar he jumped to the next level, a wave of golden spikes cascading behind his back. He'd achieved true mastery of the form, none of that 5-minute powering up bullshit he'd been forced to endure before. That aside, however, it meant he could bring the full of its power to bear almost immediately. And they felt it. Not cool at all. Naruto. Samui grimaced as scarlet bred into her husband's aura, his already jagged tresses standing even higher on his head. You can't fight here, you'll wreck everything. In response, their attacker simply raised his aura even higher. It wasn't long before the very ground at their feet began to shake, tiles lifting themselves into the air, barely visible platforms heralding the power of both warriors. Moments later they turned to dust as the nameless warrior also ascended to the 3rd form. 2 Super Saiyan 3s. Her mind balked at the thought. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Ceasing. Pops, the newcomer barked. Surely that wasn't a touch of nervousness in his voice. Loudly, fists clenching as he batted aside an energy bolt. I know it, you're stronger than that, you have to be. It's not even funny. I'll laugh when you're dead. The 2 Super Saiyans barreled into the sky, trading blows at a blistering pace. Arms locked, grappling furiously, head jarring against one another with enough force to draw BLD. Stop going easy on me, show me you can beat me, the stranger goaded. Transform, become a Super Saiyan 4, how do you know about that? And then 18 was simply there. Nice trick, she growled, fingers bunching in the teen's long hair from behind, safely out of reach. Let me show you another one. Naruto, let go. To Samui's amazement, the whiskered warrior obeyed, and 18 all but spun away, yanking the howling Saiyan with her. H-Bolt shouted as she began to spin him in a solid circle. Let go of me fast. I mean it faster. I'll hurt you if I have to. Fastest, Todoke, that's F dizzy. Stop it, I'm gonna. Dragon throw miles away. Krillin frowned. Hey Marin. What is that? His slightly ditzy wife, their darling 6-year-old daughter Kisa, nestled firmly in her arms and ready for the tournament, glanced away. What is what? A shadow fell over his face from where he stood on the tournament grounds. Shading his eyes, he squinted up at the sudden blot on the sun and suddenly found his face splattered with projectile vomit. Marin squealed. Omegawa. Gero. With that Krillin owned counter went up by 1 that day. 3 warrior clashed, and the clouds split around them. More blows were traded than the human heart could beat in a lifetime, an eternity of blocks, blows, and counters. Samui was the only one who could see them at all now, and she was beginning to fear the worse. For all their strength and impeccable teamwork, the stranger was a match for Naruto and 18. Naruto was still holding the lion's share of his power back in order to coordinate with his fellow blonde, but anyone could see a glimmer of frustration shining through those eyes. He was losing his temper. Himself, in the battle. Finally, it was the newcomer who faltered, as Naruto and 18 closed on him, his scowling face crumpling around one of her bruising elbows. That was all it took for Naruto to gain the upper hand. A double-handed Rasengan violently whirring forth from his hands to smash the young Super Saiyan towards the ground. 18 pounced into next instant, a double hammer fist crushing the young man into the soil, Naruto holding him there. 18 remained all but livid, her jaw lay set in a furious scowl, her blue-white eyes nearly golden with fury. No one touches my family, Naruto did more than that. To her dismay, her husband wrapped both of his hands around the newcomer's throat and began to squeeze with deadly force. The youth gasped and fought with all his might, thrashing violently. But despite his incredible strength, he found himself swiftly outmatched and overwhelmed by the sheer savagery of the older Saiyan. When he tried to rise, the blonde simply stomped him in the stomach. Twice. 3 times. His ribs smashed, face bloody, the boy began to weaken. His face began to turn blue. Who are you? F off, Naruto squeezed harder. Answer me or die. His voice was ice, glacial and cruel. He's going to kill him. Samui realized all once, shading children from the scene unfolding before them with the help of Zanga. 18 looked almost pleased, making no move to interfere. But remarkably, the threat of impending death actually broke through the stubborn bulwark of the asphyxiating Saiyan. Bolt, the teenager gasped, eyes bulging. Happy? A snarl was the answer. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't end you. Because I wasn't trying to do any serious damage to your family, came the waspish reply. I needed to test you. You have a funny way of testing me, pup. Naruto growled, tightening his grip. Maybe I should kill you for that. They were in no danger. Bolt snapped, his vision fading. I just wanted to see if you were the real deal. Looks like you are. Unable to sustain the massive energy required for the form any longer, he dropped out of Super Saiyan 3, losing all hope of resistance. Yet still those eyes, his eyes, bored into him, pleading. Yuri not a murderer, Naruto don't do this, not a killer. Naruto jerked back as though he'd been all but shot. Not a murderer. What had come over him? Just who are you? The boy grinned, whiskered cheeks pinching as he flashed his pearly whites in a fierce smile. In their base forms, he could see the resemblance. The young man looked just like him, the only difference being his hair and 2 rather than 3 whiskers upon each cheek. He grinned, a flash of devilish amusement dancing through those bright blue orbs. Like I said, the name's Bolt. God, that's gonna bruise. The words were a dry wheeze. He snapped off a weary salute on the ground. Sothanks for not killing me, Dad, nice to finally meet. Database, can I get up, now? There was an awful silence. Then what / son? These were but 2 of the cries that went up at the unexpected revelation. The children were slightly more excitable. We have a big brother. Well, not quite, since I'm from the few troops. Bolt sputtered, turning red. I probably shouldn't have said that, either. Gah, this is way they shouldn't send her. I'm no good at keeping secrets. Naruto found himself heaving a sigh. Time travel. Why did it always have to be time travel? Alright, I can see where this is going. Why don't you go and sign us up? I'll be along in a bit. 18 shot him a hurt look. Just go, okay? They got. When he turned back to Bolt, the young man was all but pleading. I'm sorry, he wailed, please don't tell the others. I shouldn't have even told you, but, you know, multiverse theory and all. Grog, I'm getting off track here. Look, I really need your help. This may sound strange, but whatever you do, you can't leave this tournament. Absolutely not. No matter what the fate of the world depends on it, I can't leave. Why would I do that? Well, there are 2 immensely powerful beings here today. Mir and Tawa. His face contorted painfully, as though he were visiting a painful memory. In my time, they caught Goku unawares and killed him. I'd tell you more, but that's all I know. You sacrificed yourself to seal them, but then Buu was freed, followed by that man, and they destroyed everything. They're free in my era, and they've all but killed most of us off. I'm helpless against them. Buu I could handle, but those 3. Naruto yawned. That was it. That was the dangerous threat. One question. Is that man you were talking about named Madara? You know, Madara, annoying guy, just can't seem to stay dead, keeps popping up everywhere. That guy. No. I mean, there is a man named Madara in my time, but it's complicated. I guess you could say he's on our side. No worries, then thanks for the warning. I'll be on my guard then. What? No, you need to kid, I'm the strongest being alive right now, galaxies away. Bills sneezed in his sleep, flopped around, rolled over, and dozed once more. God Super Saiyan God, and trust me when I say I won't let anything happen to the Earth. This place is my home. My friends are here. My family is here. I won't let them die. No, you don't. Whatever he might have said died violently as some called out to them. Hey, Naruto. Blue eyes cut back toward the crow, singling out a lone individual making their way towards them. So you made it after all. He raised a hand in lazy greeting as Videl sprinted up to them, her twin braids bouncing from side to side as she ran, her body clad in varying hues of white and pink. So she hadn't cut her hair. After all, Bolt went stiff as a board. Naruto felt his ears twitch, his expression rioting from calm to chaotic. Wait a minute, me. And her. No way, when did that happen? I mean, I can see the appeal, but still he only barely managed to control his expression at the last minute, schooling his face into a old rictus of impassivity and stoicism. Well, look who it is. Before she could reach them, however, a large figure all but bounded over her. A familiar war cry filled the air. Uzumaki, his hand shot up to meet the giant's fist even as it met his, knuckle meeting knuckle and neither yielding. And despite the tension warring in his he felt himself smile. Broly, I see you haven't changed much. Technically untrue. The larger Saiyan had acquired a new style of dress in the years since Naruto had seen him last. Most interesting, he wore a dressed-down version of Saiyan armor styled after Vegeta's sans the gloves and with those hideous gold boots, the red fabric open and loose at the wrist to accommodate his transformations. The tail didn't escape his notice, either. Well, one more Saiyan who was proud of his heritage couldn't possibly hurt, right? Broly merely grunted in satisfaction, lowering his arm. Strong as ever, I see. Then he noticed Bolt. Who's this? He looks like you. Long story. Naruto shot a withering glance at his progeny, and to his credit, Bolt looked shameful. He'll be explaining it in detail later, won't you, boy? Bolt managed another nod, suddenly intensely interested in both his shoelaces and the floor all at once. He was trying very strong not to look at the rapidly approaching Videl, to no avail. There you are, she grinned. I knew you'd show up. You do know you have no chance of beating me, right? Naruto deadpanned. You don't know that I've had weeks of special training with Gohan. Naruto and Broly exchanged a speculative look. Special training, you say? The larger Saiyan rumbled. Naruto grinned trollishly beside him. And what, pray tell, did this training involve? Bolt groaned. My mother. That's my mother. They're joking about Atomic Red couldn't even begin to describe Videl's face. And not like that. Idiot, he's already got a girlfriend, so he finally did the deed. Naruto suddenly felt the unmanly urge to find Gohan and start espousing to him about the flames of youth. Guy must have rubbed off on him a little. That was a disturbing thought actually now that he thought about it. If he started wearing green spandex, he swore he'd lobotomize himself. So, ignoring her curious remark, he turned his attention back to the brute before him. There a reason you up and swung at me before? I knew you'd block that. Broly grunted, grinning, dark eyes alight with excitement. I just wanted to test your strength before our match. Our match? Naruto felt his own smile inch upward. You think we'll be fighting early? Oh, we will fight. And I will prove, once and for all, that I'm stronger than you, rival. Fine by me, he shot back, striding ahead of his long-lived adversary. I'll kick your butt any day of the week. Not if I do it first, Naruto laughed, rubbing her head. Oh, you're sweet. You don't stand an Ice Cube's chance in hell, but you're sweet. Tell you what. If we do fight, I won't transform. Sound fair? Her grin was infectious. You might regret that. Only if you make me. Bolt followed, feeling a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps there was hope for them after all, despite his screw-up. Maybe, just maybe, things would turn out all right in this era after all. There they are, for what felt like the third time that day, the ancient ninja nearly gave himself whiplash spinning around. Goku, Naruto, how ya been? They clasped hands, shaking firmly. Good, I guess. Ready for the tournament. He had now one of money, Naruto did, but hey, he had a reputation to maintain. I dunno, it might be too easy. Just how strong have you become when I wasn't looking, Goku? Naruto wondered. He gave no voice to it, however. Oi, you seriously love to fight, don't you? All he got was a grin. Sure do. Speaking of love, Naruto waggled his eyebrows at Gohan. Poor boy looked like he wanted to shrink into his gi. Rather unlikely given how tight it was. By contrast, Lime looked positively radiant on his arm. The blonde beamed happily at the budding romance. He would have been content to watch that all today, had not another member of the Sun family tugged on his sleeve. Where's Hinata? Goten asked. Oh. Might be another crush here too. Oh, they went on ahead. Sure enough, the others were up ahead with their families. And one very important guest. Well, at least in his mind. Wasup Veggie. The proud prince colored at the mere mention of that insufferable nickname. Don't be so informal with me, android. I'll turn you into scrap. A few years ago he might have lost his head for that. Now Naruto simply sighed and pounded him on the back with a heavy hand, sending the shorter man stumbling a step forward. Hey, I'm not mostly organic by this point. A hand mean Zell giggled softly, waving her now signed form in the air. Can we start fighting now? All of 6 years old and on the verge of hitting something to vent her frustrations, groaned. She'd been stuffed into a blue Saiyan suit reminiscent of the one Vegeta had worn during their battles with Cell, her bright purple hair bound back in a braid. Wound tight, just like her personality. Oi, why is this idiot so eager to lose? Boink, that's my daughter you're talking about, Zangya growled, lowering her now steaming fist. Beer gave her a flat look. What was that for? Trunks quietly face-bombed. Sis Brussel and Fascia said nothing on the matter. They simply allowed a smug launch to lead them straight to the registration. Akatane and Atsui followed shortly thereafter with Hinata, the latter despondent that they had to fight the children while their parents had free rein in the adult competition. Goten was left entirely in the dark about it all. And what just happened? Guys, Krillin muttered, look who just showed up. Oh, speak of the devil, the moment Mark Satan saw Naruto in that crowd, he made a beeline for the man who'd ruined him. There you are, I thought you weren't gonna show up, coward. Everyone, even the children recognized the bluff before it had left the former champion's lips. Any single one of them could have easily knocked the flamboyant grandstander out with a simple flick of their finger. Finally the silence was broken by a singular word, uttered by the legendary Saiyan. Scum. What was that, punk? I'm sorry, Broly, did he say something? I thought that was the win just now. Naruto snarked. Just you wait, you fakers, I'll show you, I will. Naruto cocked his head aside, weathering Hercule's angry rant with a quiet stoicism born of years of changing diapers. Eventually those words dissolved into an endless animal bleat. He imagined the former champion as little more than a snarling dog, all bark. No bite. When his tirade finally ended, when he'd huffed and puffed himself dry, when his throat was hoarse from shouting and he could scream no more, Naruto laughed. It was a deep, throaty sound. Then he smiled. It was not a pleasant thing, that smile, Videl thought. Do you know what they say about dogs who bark the loudest? The sudden question caught the champ flatfoot. I'll tell you, they're the weakest. Why you? Save it for the ring, champ. The last word dripped with derision as he leaned forward. Then we'll see who the fake is. To her credit, Videl tried to defuse the situation. Naruto gave her points for trying at the least. He knew it was doomed to failure, but still, points were given. Come on, daddy, don't be like that. Hercule purpled with rage. Videl. You know him. The female fighter raised her hands in defense. Dad, just calm down, it's not what it looks like. I told you you couldn't date a guy unless he's stronger than me. Videl felt a slow flush crawl up her neck, spreading to her cheeks and other places. Daddy, what are you? Naruto scoffed quietly. Well, on that note, I'll leave you to it. See you in the ring as fate would have it, he'd see him the very next round. We never saw them coming. Could we? You don't prepare for a force like that. You can't. You can't fight it. It's like a hurricane, crushing everything in its path. You don't stand up to it, you just get the hell out of the way. Excerpt from the future. Weight of my pride, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Hundreds, many hundreds, if one were to count all the heads in the stands, had gathered here for the timeless pastime that they'd come to know for generations. But no mere base entertainment was this, no drivel and drawl of times long since forgotten. This was for honor and glory, bragging rights, and enough zeni to purchase a small continent. That's right, today, all the world had gathered to partake in the ancient art of watching men and women beat the living snot out of each other. Roars of applause resounded far and wide as the last of the spectators filed into the stands, packed like sardines as they waited for the spectacle of the century to get underway. Bolt might have even empathized with the lot of them, had he not been so terribly distracted himself. As it were, he observed the proceedings with something akin to awe. It was a merry band that had gathered here today, all the Z fighters and their families included. Those who wouldn't be fighting had shuffled off to the stands, most sparing him only a cursory glance. Intrigued, but silent. Goku and the others hadn't pestered him beyond the initial questions, which he had deflected. Indeed, by all accounts, things were progressing well, so why am I so anxious? He thought, clenching his fists. Here he was, standing next to the greatest fighters in the universe, many of whom likely matched if not exceeded his own power level many times over. There was Son Goku to his right, chatting leisurely with Gohan and Lime as Goten perched happily on the latter's shoulders. Vegeta, prince of all Saiyans, could be seen speaking firm to his own progeny, doubtlessly drilling them in preparation for their own upcoming match. There was Piccolo aback in the corner, reclining quietly against the wall as Krillin chatted him up, simultaneously getting in a light workout of his own. Videl Mother, his mind instinctively reminded him, was also stretching only a few paces away, uncaring of someone who she doubtlessly saw as a latecomer. Of course she was. Naruto had flatly forbade his future son from making the merest of mentions involving the future until the tournament was well underway. Still, he couldn't help but stare. The Videl he knew was a strong woman, kind, but jaded by the destruction forced upon her by future events. She'd sacrificed everything, likely even her own life, to get him here. To change things. But this woman, this girl, was old enough to be a sister to him. Try as he might, couldn't see his mother in her. It really put matters into perspective when you thought about if this wasn't his world. It was the past, or an alternate universe altogether, if you believed in multiverse theory. Or was this merely a parallel universe, and he wasn't changing his own at all? You need something? Videl asked suddenly, catching him staring. Bolt flushed, hurriedly averting his gaze. No, just checking out the competition. Think you stand a chance? Her reply was bright, cheery even. Bolt bit his tongue, biting back the instinctive want-need to retort. I dunno. He chose the words warily, carefully. Plenty of strong foes here. You don't know the half of it. She held up a hand, beaming. I'm Videl. Nice to meet you. Bolt. The recalcitrant blonde paused for all of an instant before reluctantly accepting the offered hand. Even then he could shake the strange feeling of duality as he grasped the girl's palm in his own. Was this how Trunks had felt, meeting his mother? So surreal it took everything he had not to keep to his namesake and flee outright. His heart pounded madly even as his brain desperately sought to escape. Bolt, huh? She seemed to consider it as she released his hand, nodding. A good name. I like it. You should. You chose it. These words dangled on the tip of his tongue, but lucidly he snatched them back before they could slip out. Offering a sheepish chuckle instead, he scratched his head and fell back on the good old tried and true play-dumb routine his siblings had taught him, one of the few things he'd learned from them before stamping those thoughts out. He forced himself to speak with a level of enthusiasm he couldn't quite feel. His tongue felt like lead in his mouth even as he spoke. So should I be worried about facing you? You should be, came the enthused reply. I'm even stronger than my dad. Now at that, Bolt finally failed to restrain his disdain. Folding his arms, the young ninja scoffed. Even Yamcha is stronger than that idiot? He wasn't expecting the laughter. It burst out of his mother abruptly, an unexpected giggle that nearly floored him. The future had stolen that light from her eyes. How strange it was to see it here, in the past, burning like a sun in those blue, glassy orbs. For the half-breed, it was both eerie and comforting at the same time. Feeling introspective, the young hybrid took a moment to reflect. Not that I stand any chance against him if he transforms, his mother was finishing as he came back to himself, but I'm sure I can make him work for it, otherwise, greet. Huh, her bright eyes regarded him with renewed scrutiny, suddenly curious. Now that I think about it, you kinda look like him, too. Tucking her legs into her settee she rose, abandoning her regiment. You related to Naruto, or something? Like a brother. Didn't think he had any. Or something. He finished lamely. Fine. The earthling raised her hands, deferring to his silence. Be mysterious about it. I'll get him to tell me eventually. With a flick of her wrist, she bid him goodbye and returned to her training. I'll catch you later, maybe I'll even figure out who you really are. Her tone was light, but the words chilled him. Learn his identity. Bolt certainly hoped not. Nevertheless, watching her resume her warm-up, he felt a knot of determination curl in his easy mother. He thought, resolving himself, I won't let you down. I will change the future no matter what. With father and the others we have a chance we can change things unbidden. His eyes flicked back to the rest of the noble warriors. Well, most of them. The devastatingly powerful Broly hung back from the rest, a distant shadow apart from the group through naught but choice alone. Though young Brusil and Fascia remained at their father's side, those dark eyes were fixed intently on one being above all else. Uzumaki Naruto. His father, a man Bolt never had the chance to meet, was standing less than a handful of feet away from him. Honestly, the young man didn't know what to think of him, and his recent experiences weren't helping. By his mother's own account, Naruto had been smug, snarky, and from all he'd seen thus far, too cocky for his own good. He wasn't a hero per se, but even so, this didn't necessarily make him a villain either. Still, there was something about him that drew you in. Almost like gravity. What was it? When they'd first met, he hadn't felt any such thing. In fact, he'd gotten his arse handed to him on a silver platter. But now there was none of that savage, arrogant cockiness. The man Bolt was looking at now seemed like someone who'd sooner sit back and devour a bowl of ramen than engage in anything resembling combat. His base state seemed to lack the typical Saiyan arrogance he possessed when transformed. Or so it seemed. Yet there was something else, something more. That was it. Then Bolt realized kindness. When he saw the way he looked at his family, his children gathered around him in a tight knot, something wrenched inside of Bolt. Seeing 18 and the rest observing, watching the events below with bemusement, waiting impatiently for the matches to begin. Hinata, a beacon of happy light, Atsui and Akatane, solemn and stoic as ever, and Zell, so full of energite. Was strange really, seeing his sisters like this. But not so strange as coming face to face with the man himself and seeing just how outright ridiculous he could be. Father, he wanted to believe his progenitor's boasts, that and the others would be able to face the coming threat now that they'd been warned, both just didn't know. Buu was dangerous, to be certain, but the others, they were the true threat. He only prayed that he would be able to make his old man see sense. He knew there was good in him if only he would listen, but it seemed the more he learned, the more he realized that his dad was just as willful as he, if not more so. It figures as if he'd sensed that very thought. The whiskered warrior turned his head. Met his gaze. Eyes so much like his own bored into him, rooting the young man where he stood. He felt as though he were looking into a deep, dark abyss, unfathomable and terrible. And then he smiled. Bolt saw the look and knew it well, realized what was about to happen, and immediately cursed his father for it. That smooth BSRD. What are you doing over there, boy? Naruto called, smirking as he beckoned. Get over here, Bolt bristled. There's no need. Get too late. Despite his protests, he found himself drawn into the group in relatively short order, seized at the arms by each of his sisters and forcibly hauled into the fold. Strong little she-devils, they were. Try as he might, he couldn't bring himself to escape their grasp without exerting his true strength, and that, of course, would give him away. So alas, in the end, Poor Bolt found himself forced into a very awkward reunion with his family, as it were. Troublesome and there he is, his father crowed, slapping his back as though he'd always been there. The man of the hour, come on now, why the long face, kid? Cheer up, eat, drink, make merry, but where are my manners? Introductions, laughing heartily, the larger man swung, indicating the others. I'm sure you've all met. Bolt colored as their eyes fell on him. It's, a pleasure to see you again, he muttered, glancing at the girls. Is that so? Funny, didn't seem like it earlier. 18 eyed him with equal parts skepticism and wariness, momentarily making the teen flinch away from her icy blue eyes. He remembered all too well the blows she'd dished out during their little scrap. Those injuries still had him aching in places he'd rather not mention. Samui looked vaguely bemused by his discomfort, and Zanya, well, Zanya was being Zanya. All right, so who's the mystery man, she demanded to know, her pale face dimpling in a scowl. I think you've kept us in suspense long enough, Naru. Wait, Bolt butted in, realizing the attention they were drawing. Can we not do this here? Why not? His father frowned. It's difficult to explain. Well, anything you want to say to me, you can say here. Right? 18 agreed, her voice cutting. Answers, kid. No. He's from the future, the whiskered warrior supplied genially, ignoring Bolt's flabbergasted look. Gloom and doom and all that. Kinda like Trunks, but a ninja instead of a swordsman. He finished, eyeing the set of knives belted to his son's thighs and shoulders. Was that a spark of pride in those blue eyes, just now, or was it his imagination? His key's not quite up to mine, but it's not bad at all. Another heavy slap on the back followed this bold declaration, its enthusiasm nearly bowling the poor youth over. Wait, the future? 18's voice dropped to a hiss. You're kidding, right? Across the room, Piccolo perked up. I don't like the sound of this indeed. The Super Namekian had heard much of their conversation, but at the mention of the future he felt a subtle tinge of dread color his perceptions. The last time they'd had a visitor from the future, they'd had to contend with Cell. What new horrors might this man be fleeing, or worse, bring with him from times untold? He'd be sure to monitor the situation. A man from the future, claiming to Naruto's son. Too convenient. These suspicions thus aroused, he determined to keep a close eye on this Bolt, just in case. None of the others appeared to have heard, but he was determined to change that. Gohan, the son of Goku, started slightly at the unexpected telepathic contact, his shoulders stiffening. Mr. Piccolo, keep an eye on the new guy. His mentor's rough voice trickled into his mind. I don't trust him. Who is he? I'm not sure. Wait. Samui finally spoke into the clamor, tilting her head towards Bolt. We know he's your kid, but who the hell is his mother? Those crystal blue eyes cut back to Naruto. No way in hell would I raise a kid like that, and he doesn't look a thing like Zanya. Which leaves 18 balked as all eyes turned to her. Don't look at me, a shadow of doubt crawled across her face. You know it's impossible for me to. After an awkward silence fell over the group, Bolt included. He didn't know the manner of her upgrades, nor that they effectively prevented 18 from having any children. He only knew that the conversation had suddenly strayed into terribly uncomfortable territory and he needed to get it back on track, pronto. Look, this is all very enlightening, but we need to focus like I told Naruto, he continued, his face growing grave. You can't leave this tournament. Don't lower your guard, even for an instant. I don't know where Mira and Tawa are hiding, but we can't afford to. Well, Naruto interrupted. I'm pretty sure it's, don't you dare. The Super Saiyan's jaw snapped shut as his progeny clapped a hand over his mouth. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. I've already altered events so much. If things continue as they are, I might not even exist. All right, father. Naruto nodded his head against his son's hand. Wait a second, 18 exploded. If you know he's your father and your mother isn't one of us, then that means 21 already, and there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the sharp sound of applause took their attention away from the spectacle. Vegeta observed the proceedings with thinly veiled interest. He, too, was eager to see the afro-headed fool taken down a peg after his shameful boasting. Goku leaned across the rail, grinning silently. He wasn't really all that interested in the upcoming bout. Rather, he had his eyes set on the matches that would come afterward. Are you ready? Gohan felt his ear twitch slightly at those words. Here we go. Straining to see over his father's shoulder, the Demisaiyan peered down at the ring, watching the fighters take their marks. Another strain to see past him, but to no avail. The Earthling scowled slightly as she found the view below blockaded by a wall of Saiyan muscle. Moving them like this or asking nicely simply wasn't an option. Everyone wanted to see the moment of truth for themselves. Gohan, I can't see, she cried. Oh, sorry, but there's no room. Lime scowled, her lips pursing into a thin frown. For crying, Goku and Vegeta's eyes bulged slightly as a burning red aura engulfed the Earthling, allowing her to nudge him aside, if only slightly. When did she learn that? Goku chuckled. Ihigi Gohan, your girlfriend's really persistent? What? She is not my quiet, boing, Vegeta snapped. It's starting, by popular demand this year. The announcer continued boisterously, waving his mic wildly about into the air. We're hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament's junior division, but, as the eyes have it, the adults get first dibs. We've got a smoking hot roster, as I'm sure you're all aware, full of the world's finest. Guess that's my cue. Naruto muttered, taking his leave. Be right back. Try not to kill him, Bolt called. All he received was a snort before flickering away. For our very first match, right out of the gate, it's a battle of champions. You know him as the hero who, 7 years ago, defeated the monstrous cell crusher of continents, one time. Oi, Uzumaki Naruto. The applause was nothing short of deafening, and rightly so. Naruto took a moment to bask in it before stepping into the arena. Granted, this was a major breach of character for him, but this time, just this once, he had every intention to savor this fight. He still hadn't forgiven Hercule for, and the current champion, none other than Hercule Satan. A chorus of boos intermingled with cheers from die-hard fans rippled through the arena. Hercule's reputation had not emerged unscathed from the scandal of 7 years ago, but even so, he had still managed to cling to his belt, if only out of sheer tenacity. Until recently, the Z fighters had far greater concerns than world tournaments. And to the imposter had hung onto his belt. Until now. Oh, this is gonna be good, Krillin. Gohan shot his friend a sour look. That's hardly fair. What? I can't root for our team, for once. Cupping his hands, he called out, kick his butt. Naruto. Hercule was having similar, though less pleasant thoughts. He blanched as he faced off against the blonde. Didn't this guy look familiar? His hair was different, certainly, and the GI wasn't the same, but no, that couldn't be right. It couldn't possibly be no. Noit was him, that guy from 7 years ago. Not you, anyone but you, Naruto snorted, settling into a stance. Sorry, I'll make this as painless as possible. WBYU. I don't need your pity. You're going out of the rings. He struck a pose, frantically trying to work up the crowd. Wait, yeah, he roared, this ramen BT is going dun, and I twitched. What did you say? Itin swore. City Videl blinked. What? Your dad just pressed the ramen button, champ, she muttered. Naruto's howl answered, his ki rising explosively. You shouldn't have did that. You don't have any pride. Pride? What does pride have to go with the CK? That was all the champ had time to exclaim before all hell broke loose. RH, the resulting explosive wave threw Hercule away like a rag doll, hurling him across the arena floor as though he'd been smote by the hand of an angry god. By some inordinate manner of luck, he managed to land a handhold hand. He clung to the edge of the ring for dear life, fingers digging desperately into the stone. But then, just when he was certain he was about to lose his grasp, something stopped him. Like a giant, invisible hand, holding him aloft, he did not fall. I have fought, sacrificed, bled, sweat, and clawed for everything I have, came the rolling voice of the enraged Saiyan, booming like an avalanche. And you, what have you accomplished? Nothing. You think I don't have pride? In me. My family. My world. My ramen. Naruto had reached out and seized him in a telekinetic grip, refusing to allow Videl's father the mercy of falling out of bounds. That same hand twitched forward, sending him crashing to the blonde's feet. When Hercule dared to look up, he found a pair of angry, blazing blue eyes leering down at him. You have no idea of the weight of my pride. What followed was, perhaps, the most sound beating mark Satan had ever received in all his years. You could have great power if you left them, you know. Your family. They're just holding you back. Speaking of holding back, I think it's high time you died. Wait, what are you to be? Naruto and Babidi. Black and white ring ut. The announcer's cry reverberated across the stadium with the force of a thunderclap, shattering the stunned silence like so much glass. All eyes swung to the twitching form of one Mark Satan still laying prone at the other end of the arena, his head sporting an ugly red welt, and turned back to the stern figure who'd put him there with a single punch. There hadn't been anything special about it. One moment the champion came rushing in, barreling forward headlong, ready to wring his neck, and the next, well, we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Naruto advances. The crowd held its breath a moment more. Then all hell broke loose. Some denounced Naruto as a fraud, a fake, a cheater. Others a sizable, larger group than his detractors hooted their appreciation. A few dared call for his disqualification. One dared to hurl a bag of popcorn at him, the kernels of which found themselves flung right back in his face as though swept up by an invisible wind. Naruto's girls were positively thrilled. They and other children chattered happily amongst themselves, each eager for their own turn in the ring. Videl barely heard or saw any of it. What the hell was that? The daughter of Satan gawped, eyes round as saucers. The railing bent beneath her grasp as she leaned forward, looking all of a moment from flinging herself off the balcony to rescue him. It was only Lime's restraining hand on her shoulder that prevented her from doing so, and even then she rounded on him, startled. Don't. She pleaded with her. It's over now. How did he do that? She demanded to know. I didn't even see him move. Lime tactfully didn't mention that she had, but only just. She was still a human after all. Even Gohan's training and the Kaioken could only do so much. Of course you didn't. Broly murmured of Videl. You're inferior. The long-haired lass bristled. What's that supposed to mean? Krillin swore quietly. CRP. Broly, Gohan warned, don't? Too late. It means what you think it means. The legendary Super Saiyan smiled, turned to Videl and offered a low rumble that only distantly resembled laughter. It was not a pleasant smile. You are weak. Your father was and is weak. My rival is neither of those things. What did you expect from him, girl? Pity. That your father would be coddled. That is not the Saiyan way. He was lacking and received his just due. Videl opened her mouth to refute such an argument, to deny what he'd meant by that, and snapped it shut when she saw the gleam in the large man's eyes. Something in her quailed at the dark anger lurking there. Why are you here at all? The berserker challenged, his curiosity momentarily piqued. You aren't strong. His mouth curled in disdain at the mere mention of her strength. If anything, you're barely stronger than your fool of a sire. Yet you're still here. But you can't hope to defeat me or any of us. Even the bald buffoon is stronger than you. Ouch, gonna need a senzu for that one. It wasn't a compliment, space duck. Birowai growled. Daddy, is he talking about you? Kisa asked her father. Just ignore the crazy man, sweetheart. Krillin sighed, musing her hair. Just ignore him, well? Broly demanded. What do you have to say for yourself, girl? At these words, the proud earthling faltered. Broly. Enough. Gohan's voice took on an uncharacteristic edge as he stepped between the two of them. What's done is done. Leave her alone. Naruto won his match. Save your anger for the ring. You're right. He won. The former Ilvi grunted, his dark eyes never leaving Videl. And she will lose. Then he will face me in the ring. Before the half Saiyan could get a word in edgewise, the pureblood turned his back and stormed off down the hall. That's all that matters. Goku winced, watching him go. Maybe he's right, but did he have to hit that guy so strong? Are we really taking pity on Hercule now? 18 scoffed. Hell, Krillin could have taken him. Hey, I agree with the toaster. Vegeta offered a narrow smile. The fool got what he asked for. Careful, Prince, don't want that toaster to bite you. Not if it's anything like you bite him, Samui whistled. DMN. Naruto, meanwhile, had long since lowered his smoking fist, quietly reveling at the chaos that ensued. A small, childish part of him wanted to leave Hercule where he lay outside the ring and walk away, consequences be damned. He was an idiot and deserved his lot. And he dared to insult ramen. Ramen was sacred. By rights, that deserved an ass-kicking right there. Anything extra was just gravy. The voice wanted him to take it a step further. Kill him, no. It crooned somewhere in the back of his mind, cruel, dread whispers like ice brushing the back of his spine, urging him to act. Kill him, break that fool's neck and be rid of him and his idiocy forever. What do you owe him, anyway? Temptation danced through his heart, one he swiftly quashed. I'm better than that. Are you? The nasally voice posited. Are you really? Yes. I am. Now get out of my head. Ah, still you play the hero, get? Fool. It waned, mocking him. You'll only truly be rid of me once you accept what you really are. Ignoring that sinister promise, he strode across the and hopped out of bounds to land beside the prone ex-champion. The world fell silent, everyone in the stands, and more than a few in the fighter's balcony wondering what he might do next. No one expected him to reach down, clasp the once former champion's hand in his own, haul him to his feet, and hoist his fist high. Hercule certainly wasn't expecting it at any rate. Neither were his fans. Gradually, shouts of encouragement and approval swallowed up the jeers from the former champion's side, building into a roar of approval, enough to jar the afro-haired fighter out of his stupor. Gua, he managed, struggling upright. What happened? Did I win? Oh. Why, you little Chia, I think we should call it a day now, don't you? Naruto interrupted harshly but quietly, still smiling, still waving to the crowd with his free hand. You called me an imposter. A fake. A fraud. I'll tell you one more time, none of that was fake. It was as real as the air we breathe. And you, well, you lost to it. Now look. Hercule grit his teeth against the hated word, tamping down an unexpected surge of pride as the blonde continued to speak. We can either part on good terms, or this gets ugly. You can learn from this, become stronger, and challenge me again. Or I can make mincemeat out of you, right here and now. Your choice. Personally, I'd go with option A. In the end, the would-be hero had only one choice. Fine. But I'm going to beat you someday. He blustered. You'd better believe it. That's my line, the blonde remarked, smiling slightly as he released his fellow champion. Oi, referee, he nudged the startled spectator as he waltzed past. Are you just going to stand there, or are you gonna announce the next match? Oh, right, hastily snatching his fallen microphone from the floor, the announcer recovered his voice. Let's, see here the next match, Ishmo. There we are. Will Son Gohan and Krillin please report to the arena? Please. Even from his perch on the stairs one could hear the bald man groan. Are you kidding me? Gee, sorry Krillin, just don't hit me too strong, will ya? Naruto couldn't help but snicker as he ascended to the balcony. To joke or not to joke? That was the question. In the end, it simply slipped out. Just remember Popo's training, he called, bite me. Hey, it could be worse. No sooner had he spoken the words, no sooner had he set foot on the balcony than he found himself mobbed by a wave of small bodies. In hindsight, he didn't exactly try to dodge his attackers, considering. The hybrid yelped a pitiful ack as his daughters all but tackled him headlong, bowling him over onto his back. For once in their young lives it seemed Hinata, Atsui, Akatane and Zell were truly of the same mind, in that they each all but demanded to know precisely how he had launched Hercule from the ring. That last move was awesome, Daddy. You didn't even touch him. How did you do that? Teach me. No, me first. Me. Then wow, Naruto cried. Girls, I appreciate the hugs, but this hurts. Somebody help. Think we should help him? 18 asked as their children continued to chatter at the increasingly frazzled husband. Sam, we giggled. Meh. Sungya shrugged. Let the kids have their fun. Yee, Goku chuckled nervously. They certainly are feisty. It's not our fault you can't control your own offspring. Vegeta seconded. Naruto wailed. Traitors, the lot of you. You were holding back against Hercule, weren't you? Bolt was waiting with a pensive look when Naruto finally emerged from the gaggle of girls a few minutes later, gasping for breath. A mildly bruised Krillin was being fussed over by his own daughter, nursing a black eye from his own brief bout. Goku's son hadn't grown complacent during the last 7 years of peace, not in the least. If anything, his power appeared to have tripled. Both blondes exchanged a quick, pensive look as Goku himself was called to face Videl in the ring. Neither were under any illusion as to who would be the victor of that bout. It was the matches that came after that concerned the time traveler. Vegeta and Goku could be counted on to control themselves, but Broly's bout was fast approaching, and his temper had worsened as the day dragged on, impatient to fight. No one had seen him since his first outburst against Videl. That wasn't so worrying by itself, but the idea that he might be wandering around unsupervised was a sure recipe for disaster. 18 had gone to search for him, but then she had vanished too. It was worrying to say the least. Of course I did. Naruto answered at last as they strode outside to find the man. Anything else would have turned the poor man to paste. Speaking of paste, any sign of your friends, yet? They're not my friends, his son grimaced at the memory. And they'll show just like Buu. I'm certain of it. Merely the thought of that catastrophe made him shudder. When he'd traveled to the past he'd expected to find the same gentle, kind-hearted hero that his mother had described. Instead he'd found a fighter deeply flawed, a man who seemed to struggle with his own morality on a day-to-day basis. His father was a wild man. He couldn't be told what to do or how to do it, and in that aspect they were alike. He'd expected black or white. But he'd found gray. Bolt didn't know what to do with gray. Are you even listening to me? What? Bolt blinked beneath Naruto's stare, realizing he'd drifted off, absently fiddling with the bit of metal at the end of his necklace. The elder blonde was frowning at him most intently, a look of minor annoyance etched into his whiskered visage. I said, what did their ki feel like? Bolt blinked. I don't see how describe it to me. Dark. Geez, his father sighed. That doesn't help, kiddo. Guess we'll just have to deal with them once they show their ugly mugs. He shrugged half-heartedly. Piece of cake. Oh, he cried, suddenly. There's Broly by the gate. 18 found him after all. Oh, hey, big guy, where the hell have you been? Before he could hold it back, Bolt's anger slipped the leash. There was something about his father's confino, his arrogance, that pushed him over the edge. I didn't exactly have time to study them, all right, the young man exploded, rounding on him. I've been too busy fighting for my life to do that living surviving, and you, what about you? Is this all just a game to you? He jammed a ki-filled hand against the shinobi's hand, shoving him back a step. Do you have any idea what's at stake here? The fate of our world? No. The entire universe hinges on the outcome of today's battle. If we lose, everyone loses, do you understand? Everyone, so get off your high horse and man the F up. Pops, for a long moment, Naruto was silent. When he laid a hand on his shoulder, the boy nearly jumped out of his skin. As it was, he still flinched when those sapphire eyes met his. I'm sorry. Naruto spoke slowly, softly. It must have been strong for you, living in a world like that. The was. And I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. No, the imperfect hybrid argued, you had every right. But is there anything you remember about their ki? Anything at all? The only one I truly remember was Babidi, Bolt confessed at last, struggling to meet those blazing blue orbs. And only then, because Mother described him at great length to me. She said his ki felt like, well, like grease, if that makes any sense at all. Oily and black. Tainted. That's it. He died before I was born. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. No, I think you've told me more than enough. The revived shinobi pursed his lips in thought. What did he sound like? High-pitched, nasally voice. Always prattling on about evil and such. Yes, how did you DMN? Maybe we'll get lucky and wipe out one of our problems beforehand. Bolt was certain his look must have been telling, for his progenitor hastened to explain himself. Well, for the past few days now, his father reluctantly admitted, I've been hearing voices in the back of my head. If it's anything like you just said, there's got to be a telepathic link there, somewhere. I'm fairly certain I can track it, and by definition him. Might take me a few minutes, though. We find him, wipe him out, and no Buu. Bam! He slapped two hands together, creating a loud pop. Problem solved. What? No, the half Saiyan jumped, startled. Putting aside the fact that you're needed here, you can't. It's too risky if the wizard were to gain control of you. Naruto caught the look and arched an eyebrow. Do I look like an idiot to you? My family is all that matters to me. I'd never go dark. And besides, he beamed, we've already warned Goku and the others, remember? So there's no chance of him being ambushed in this timeline. Yes, but if you're that worried, just come with us, it'll be easy. I can't believe I'm letting you talk me into this. The scarred blonde chuckled. Come on, it'll be fun, your old man has a few tricks up his sleeve. Oi, Broly 18-inch, he called, capturing their attention. Wanna step out for a bit? I don't mind, but why? At the sound of Naruto's voice, the brute turned away from 18, grimacing. What are you up to, rival? Just a bit of fun. Naruto supplied readily. Think of it as a warm-up for our match. This he was quick to add, noting the larger Saiyan grin. Don't tell Goku or Vegeta, he whispered conspiratorially, winking. They'd be liable to tag along and drag this out if they get wind of it. I, on the other hand, want to get this SHT over with. Especially if there's a chance of us having company. It'll be a good fight. What do you say? Agreed. Grinning, the blonde pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Hold tight. Naruto was gone. That was problematic in and of itself. Babidi first realized something was amiss when he found he could no longer track the blonde through his crystal ball. He said something about tracking him, placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished in the blink of an eye. Now he couldn't see him at all. As if some powerful, eldritch force had reached in and prevented him from doing so, somehow. Still, he closed the mental link solely as a precaution, just to be certain. There was no chance of that brute finding him anyway, he told himself, but against someone that powerful, well, it never hurt to hedge one's bets. Thankfully he'd taken extra precautions, even keeping Yekan and the others close by. And Dabura waited deeper in the bowels of the ship. If in the event that they were discovered, they wouldn't be caught unawares. And his most powerful warrior had yet to arrive. He'd been tempting the man for weeks, slowly strengthening his hold over him. The so-called Super Saiyan wasn't anywhere near as pure of heart as he and the others liked to believe. There was a darkness in him that he sought to deny, an animal clawing to get out. It was part of the reason he hadn't bothered sending Spopovich or Yamu to the tourney in the first place. It was simply too dangerous. The risks that they would be overcome and flee or worse be captured were simply too high. Dabura might not be able to handle so many. Yekan and Pui certainly couldn't. Soon he wouldn't need those two either. Oh, Naruto resisted admirably, of course, but he was crumbling. Unlike that giant. That one had a will of pure iron, and nothing he tried, no promises of power or prestige could hope to bend it. That one had accepted his identity long ago and resolved to keep it. Not so for the blonde one. Oh no, he struggled with his nature. Yes, he would be his, soon. Babidi could feel it. And once he did, he'd have a fighter unlike any other. And once he had Majin Buu, he'd possess a warrior beyond compare. He had to be careful, of course. There would be no telling what might happen if Buu was revived with insufficient energy. Who knew what might emerge from the cocoon, then? No, he would have to devise a way to lure him in, alone, and his only warning came in the form of a sharp noise from behind. Then his world went sideways, hurling him to the floor. What? The entire ship seemed to heave due to being caught in the throes of a great quake. As if the hand of an angry god had reached down, seized hold of the wizard's world and shook it apart, everyone and everything went flying in every conceivable direction, men, minions, and magic alike. A flash of light obliterated the ceiling in short measure, spilling broken steel and sunbeams into the darkened room. And amidst the light, he saw 4 warriors. One most recognizable of all. Babidi shrank back with a hiss, suddenly feeling very much like the fool he was. Eyes like bloody red daggers snapped to him. Saw him. There's the little F, Naruto roared, take him out. Don't just stand there, you idiots, the wizard shrieked, get them. Thus the battle was joined. Yekan howled in anger and lunged upward, only to be met by 18's fist. An explosive wave flattened the hulking monstrosity to the floor, who then shrank back into the dark, leaving the android to follow. Broly fell upon Spopovich and Yamu with a mad cackle, a hammer blow from one of those massive arms, driving them into the wall. Pui's brief charge found itself aborted as Bolt intercepted him, sword SWNG. Miraculously, the alien managed to evade the first blow, even the second, by the narrowest of margins. He did not escape the third. Pui Pui's headless corpse crashed to his MSDR's feet a moment later, followed by a dull explosion somewhere in the bowels of the ship and a guttural roar, no doubt heralding the end of Yakon. The wizard shrieked and skittered backwards away from the body like a drunken crab, eyes a-bulging. Considering the already grotesque status of his face, that was something to be said. How had this happened? How had they found him so easily? He opened his mouth to bark an order to Spopovich and Yamu, only to find that the larger warrior had already dispatched them. Their now prone bodies lay sprawled across the floor a ways behind him, their necks snapped like such simple sticks. No, this was all wrong. His minions were all dying too quickly, they were coming for him, and Buu still had so little energy. A red fist smashed across the Naruto's face before he could reach the sorcerer, hurling him across the room to smash into a wall. Across the hall, the energy meter shrieked in approval. Babidi barely heard. It was far too focused on the white cape now standing between him and certain death. He'd never been happier to see its owner, Dabura, frothing at the mouth. The wizard all but leaped to his feet. "Where have you been?" Yellow eyes cut across at the intruders, narrow and angry. "Leave them to me. I've got him." Bolt lunged at the Demon King, but instead of defending, Dabura did the inconceivable. He spat. The young man flinched and jerked back, pawing at his arm. "Yuck," he cried, "what the hell? Who spits on their opponent? Disgusting." "Oi," Naruto snapped, "your arm. What are you got?" A strange gray sheen began to spread across his limb, flesh converting itself into hardened slate as he looked on. Get off of me," crying out he flared his aura, but that only hastened the change, and within mere moments, the young Saiyan was fully transmuted into stone, encased in rock from head to toe. A statue frozen in time, frozen in horror, staring into nothingness, forever immovable. His father, having rushed forth to his side, now stopped, aghast at what he saw there. But not for long. Naruto turned slowly, eyes burning. "Change him back," Dabura cackled. Make mean clenched knuckles in a blazing azure aura slammed up under Dabura's chin, hurling the demon up and through the gaping tear in the ceiling at a meteoric pace. Naruto shot after him, spitting curses strong enough to blacken the darkest heart. His burly comrade ascended after him, and Babidi warily followed behind, careful to stay out of ki blast range. He was immensely grateful he did so, for not a moment later a streak of scarlet energy hurtled across the sky, obliterating a nearby bank of clouds, eliciting a yelp. "Watch where you're shooting, fool." If Dabura heard him, he gave no indication. The riot of sapphire and scarlet only grew angrier across the rapidly darkening afternoon sky. Thunderclaps shook heaven and earth as dark clouds rolled in, silent shockwaves lifting the soil around the ship to fling broken bodies away like rag dolls. All the while Babidi watched, dread building in his heart. Dabura had to win. He must. If he didn't, they had no illusions about escaping. No, with so many eyes on him. But perhaps, if they were distracted, he could ply his magic. Don't even think about it. Babidi froze as a slender shadow fell over him. It was the woman from before, the wizard realized with a start, daring to turn his head, the appealing blonde that had accompanied Naruto here. Having just emerged from the ship below, she appeared none too pleased to have found him here. Ice blue eyes locked onto his, waiting for the slightest movement, the faintest sign of aggression. He couldn't detect so much as an ounce of energy from her, but he daren't attack all the same. This woman had trounced Yakon. He wouldn't stand a chance. Strength of body had never been his strong suit. But it wasn't the only avenue to escape. "Your concern is touching, but do you mean it?" he purred, turning to face the android completely. 18 arched an eyebrow. "What? You claim to love him, but we both know that's a lie. He tried to kill you not so long ago, remember?" The wizard continued to croon, smiling darkly. "And you hate him for it. Who's to say it won't happen again? He didn't love you first. No, he doesn't love you. He'll never love you. Not anymore. Not with that body. You can't even have children anymore, all thanks to him. Eventually you'll be forgotten altogether, with nothing but your misery for company. I can change that, you know. I can give you power. Power, such that he'd never forget you. Power the likes of which you've never seen." The android was silent for a very long time. Then, incredibly, she smiled. Is that it? Doubt all you like, but then whatever else he might have said was lost as a thin, blinding beam of light issued forth from her extended finger and into his face. All thoughts ceased to be over the sound of his own screaming, over the white-hot fire dominating the entirety of his skull. Pain everywhere, pain in his face, his eye, his ache. Babidi howled, clawing at his visage. "WW, what have you done to me?" "I just cauterized your right eye," the super android informed him coldly, her voice rising over his agonized whimpers. "It's a fascinating procedure, really. Try anything else and I won't be as nice. And, since we're telling life stories here, let me stop you there." Smug in her satisfaction, she thumbed up his chin, forcing the wounded wizard to look her in the eye. "I do love him. I always will. It doesn't matter what kind of body I have, he's still the father of my daughter, and for being that I love him all the more. Nothing you say will ever change that." Hissing in pain and defeat, the wizard could only turn his attention back to the battle and pray for a change. Naruto and Dabura grappled one another now, hand to hand. Shinobi and demon, neither willing to yield. "You're stronger than you look," Dabura growled. Strong enough to kill you, they shot apart, collided once more, throwing blows in equal measure. Until one finally mistimed a block and savage kick struck him from the sky. Naruto struck the ground like a falling comet, carving a great, mile-long smoldering trench into the dirt as he tumbled end over end. He recovered quickly, vaulting to his feet, but the damage had been done. The energy reader in Babid's hand went berserk, beeping furiously as though it were possessed. Even with only one eye intact, he could see that the reading was substantial. "Yes, Dabura," the sorcerer crowed, "now we're seeing some energy. Keep at it. Not for long," 18 declared smugly. While when next he looked, the Saiyan was gone. "Where'd he, Rasengan?" Dabura snarled in pain as the spiraling sphere slammed into his back, grinding against his spine. Naruto saw him turn his head. He didn't see the spit until it made contact against his wrist. He squawked in surprise and seized his limb by the elbow, ripping it away in a flash of blood and bone. Unprepared for the sudden lull in combat, Dabura hung back, awaiting the blonde's next move. A beat of silence followed. Dabura cackled. "What's wrong, scum? I thought you were stronger than that." Naruto stood woodenly, jaw clenching tightly, grinning around a thin line of blood. He smiled, rolling his remaining arm loosely in its socket. "Thanks for the warm-up. But, compared to Celery, nothing." Blue eyes flashed into narrow slits, flaxen hair standing on end. "I gave you my hand because I was just curious. Does your petrification work? I wondered. And now I know. If you perish, it'll be reversed. So now you die." "Nonsense," the demon lord exclaimed, scowling. "I've seen the extent of your power. You can't hope to match me, yeah, but I'm not gonna be in this form much longer." A sharp pop announced the return of his limb, regrown with all the speed and ease of a Namek, bone, muscle and skin, all. "Let's see, about 50% should be enough to waste you." Knuckling up, he began to gather his ki, flecks of white gold flashing through his already bright hair. "And you're bluffing. If you had that much power you would have a, what the hell? Where was this power coming from?" 18 unfolded her arms, "Only 50. He's still not taking this seriously. If he'd used the fourth form from the beginning, we would have been back at the tournament by now." Babid swore. No, this isn't happening." He wasn't the only one in denial. A few short yards away, Broly knuckled his hands, a flicker of envy stirring in his eyes as he felt a wall of energy crush down around his shoulders. It didn't seem possible, but even in this form, his power greatly eclipsed his maximum. "Damn it, how does he keep surpassing me?" Lighting scrawled across his body, jagged sparks of cerulean lending his burgeoning aura an almost sinister hue. With a final triumphant roar, the whiskered warrior became an ascended Saiyan that is a Super Saiyan 2, the sprawling force of his aura blasting the Majin-controlled warrior away with ease. Dabura's face purpled, a bead of sweat dripping down his riot-colored face as he struggled to hold himself aloft against the massive storm brewing only yards away. Naruto dropped into a stance. "Here I come. Prepare yourself, demon boy." Dabura blustered, "Don't think this changes anything. I will destroy you." "No. You won't." A single finger stabbed down. 3 words were uttered, sealing the demon's fate. Orima. Rasengan. While that was all the great demon lord had time to say before the massive sapphire sphere plummeted down out of the sky and smashed his body to bloody red atoms. In the same movement, Naruto spun about and flung a hand upright, obliterating a great swathe of sky before the now fleeing Babidi. The wizard shrieked and backpedaled, patting at his smoldering cape amidst the smoke. So close he'd nearly escaped. To his great dismay, he found that the one known as Bolt was already moving again, freed from his stone confines by the death of Dabura. Like father like son, the swordsman wasted no time in swooping down after him. There he is, get the little b. Frantically Babidi flung his hands up, Papaparappa Naruto's palm closed around his mouth, strangling the spell on his lips and crunching against his larynx. Gotcha beach. You could have great power if you left them, you know. Babidi desperately sank all his remaining mental might into one final spell, straining to control the titan that was slowly crushing his throat. Your family. They're just holding you back. You'll never be happy with them. With me, you would be free to fight and kill whomever you pleased. Speaking of lies, I think it's high time I let you go. Really? Naruto sneered. Oh. Wait, we should talk aboik. A single squeeze was all it took to snap the wizard's neck. Naruto dropped the deceased sorcerer and left him fall, his shriveled corpse. Somebody blast the ship while we're at it. Broly flicked a contemptuous hand in the vessel's direction, his fingers hurling a pair of twin green spheres towards the half-buried ship. Together they crashed through the ground and into the vessel below, igniting in a thunderous explosion. The ensuing blast was nothing short of legendary. A great column of green fire erupted up and out of the crater, consuming the wizard's body and Buu's cocoon with it. The 4 Z-fighters watched the burning emerald plume ascend up into the heavens until it finally extinguished itself at long last altogether in a final flay, leaving behind a charred and ruined crater in its wake. Well, Naruto sighed, turning from the ruin and dusting off his hands. That was anticlimactic. He turned to find 3 pairs of eyes staring back at him. Or rather behind him. Bolt swallowed. A what? 18 pointed. Behind you. Naruto spun with a start, his eyes instinctively seeking something Saiyan where there was nothing. It wasn't until he realized where Broly was looking, where they were all looking, that he thought to raise his gaze to the sky above. At first, he didn't see anything, his vision still adjusting to the relative darkness that had once been a bright afternoon day. But those clouds hadn't vanished after the battle. If anything, they'd grown even darker, lending a sinister ebon hue to the scarred battlefield. Then, finally he saw it. Pink smoke. How in the hell did that happen? I don't know, Bolt snapped back. I was out for most of it. The hell did you guys do? Well, I killed Dabura and butchered Babidi. Naruto started, frowning. And then Broly blew up the ship. That'd do it. As he looked on, that strange, eerie mist gradually began to coalesce, assuming shape and form, becoming more and more solid with each passing moment. Within a handful of seconds it had assumed a humanoid body, slim in appearance, yet still strangely menacing. Everyone tensed, ready to face the most terrible abomination the galaxy had never known, bracing themselves for the battle of their lives, for some horrid creature out of their worst nightmare, a brutal, heartless beast brought to life, and instead got something entirely different. When his smoke finally became flesh, Naruto realized it wasn't flesh at all, but a strange, pink, porous substance that served for skin. And he wasn't a he at all. She was a slim, tiny little thing, barely coming up to his shoulder. Her head was framed by strange, tentacle-like appendages that may or may not have been hair, with a singed, rounded lock that might have been an antennae standing straight up against her head. Bright, hot pink eyes stared out at him from dark sclera, blank and confused. Her he was covered by a strange yellow-black vest, around which a ridiculous purple cape was bound. Her arms ended in yellow gloves to match her boots. The only menacing aspect of her at all was the buckled belt she wore against simple white trousers, bearing the classic M insignia. All in all, not terrifying. At all. The entity looked at them, touching a finger to her chin. Cocked her head, baffled. Blinked. Bew. Okay, that's kinda cute. Focus. Naruto relaxed, albeit slightly. Is that Majin Buu? And I mean yes, Bolt faltered, flushing deeply. That's certainly a Buu, but it's not the Majin Buu I remember from my timeline. At the whiskered warrior's baffled glance, he hastily amended his sentence. That Buu was a fat idiot, this one is swell. I think I'd remember an adorable bubblegum woman wearing a cape and gloves. Arg, I don't understand. He gazed forlornly at his hands, curling them into fists. It doesn't make any sense, a woman? Broly scowled, folding his massive arms before his ear. You mean to tell me all this fuss was over a woman? She's pathetic. My children could crush her. Don't be deceived, the time traveler argued. No matter what Buu looks like, no matter what you sense, it's still monstrously strong. Even I could barely hold my own against it, that thing. Ha kid, 18 groaned. This is what happens when you mess with time. I'm being serious here, so am I, Naruto swore. Look, we can't just attack her without cause. Buu wants to play. Bolt started and nearly drew his blade. Ahoho, Broly cried, grinning. She speaks. A slim, gloved finger move itself at Naruto, pointing eagerly. Strong guy, let's play her. Everyone stopped to look at the strange entity, a tumultuous series of scenarios working their way through their heads. Bolt wanted nothing more than to eradicate this strange, alien creature for good and move on to more pressing matters. Broly didn't even see this pink creature as resembling a true threat whatsoever. If anything, he was mildly bemused by her childlike presence. 18 feigned cold aloofness on the matter, but remained quietly amused by her husband's cumulative discomfort. But what she perceived as discomfort was anything but, for the whiskered Saiyan merely felt a quiet pity for the being woman standing before him. In the end, only 5 words came to Naruto's mind. He offered a mute shrug and squared up. F this SHT. I'm game. Buu grinned impishly. Yay, my word, he's gone mad. What got into him? Ari, stop biting, mean Beerus and Naruto. Wrath of the gods, Buu play now. Naruto squawked in surprise and threw up his arms at the last instant, narrowly crossing his limbs to block the oncoming attack. The blow slammed into his crossed wrists like a bolt from the heavens and launched him across the desert, his back slamming down against the rocky soil. Buu shot after him with a happy giggle, striking at him with a speed that belied her slight size. Gloved fists gleefully rained down on the tumbling ninja despite his best efforts to ward her off, nimble blows striking through his defenses as though they were practically non-existent. In short, he got absolutely shredded. The sheer force of the impacts reverberated across the ruined plains in vicious thunderclap, shattering stone and earth alike in equal measure. The entire time it was all he could do merely to hold her off. Either she did not know the meaning of holding back, or her blows were meant to kill. Judging by her benign smile, he was guessing the former. By the time he finally managed to toss her off him with an explosive wave, he could feel the first of many new bruises beginning to form. Why had he decided to take her on in his first form, again? Okay, that hurt. Levering his now numb limbs against the ground, the Super Saiyan hissed softly and pushed himself upright, flexing his fingers. Still think she's harmless? Bolt called from his nearby perch on one of the few intact cliffs. That blow alone would have floored me as a Super Saiyan 3. How the hell are you still standing? I thought you said she was weaker than you. Naruto shot back, smiling. I keep telling you she's just playing. No, she isn't, his future son argued, shouting to make himself heard over Buu's humming. Can we please attack her together and move on to more important things? Or do I have to do it myself? Naruto's smile vanished. Boy, he warned, don't make me come over there and be a parent. First time for everything, old timer. The young man shot back. Oh ho ho, strong man fall down. A soft breeze alerted him to the arrival of the Majin in question, who he secretly suspected wasn't a Majin at all. He'd left no shortage of openings for her to exploit, any of which could have crippled him. But she hadn't taken them. Not once. So when she alighted beside him and didn't press the attack, he took that as further proof validation of his theory. She was, well, simple. Easily turned to either good or evil. Who knew what the Buu and Bolt's timeline had been like? This one was, for whatever reasons, different from her future counterpart. Far different indeed. Why strong man stop? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Because you knocked me down, Buu? Oh. Magenta eyes blinked, as though only just seeing his wounds. "Buu, sorry." Before he could think to stop her, the caped woman knelt down beside him, extending her hands. "Buu, fix. It's all right, Albuha." Naruto stopped short as a gentle green glow issued forth from those gloved hands, bathing him in emerald relief. What was this? Magic. He could think of nothing else to describe it. It certainly didn't feel like an attack. No, not at all. If anything, it reminded him of the time Dend had healed him. Whatever it was, it certainly felt similar and proved far more potent. With a matter of moments, his wounds were all but gone, vanished into thin air. The only sign of his injuries were the tears in his orange GI. "Well, I'll be damned," startled, the shinobi sprang to his feet, throwing a cursory punch. "I didn't know you could heal. I think actually got a boost from that. Strong man play, now." "All right." Naruto relented. "But first, I've got something to show you. Would you mind waiting a second?" 18 and Broly shared a wary look. "He wouldn't." "I think he would." Buu grinned. "Buu do," with a small sigh, he dropped back into his base state. Buu didn't take kindly to that. No, she did not. "Why you go down?" she whined, lips coming together in an annoyed pout. "Strong man not play no more." "Oh, we'll play." Naruto offered a small smile, wincing slightly as he stood. "But first, I thought I'd take a minute to teach you a thing or two about us Saiyans. You know, the basics." "Buu no want talk," Bubblegum Beauty growled, fists clenching at her sides. "Buu want to play, you're going to love this," he reassured her, planting his feet in the dirt. "Trust me." First, Thuum, this power that once been so foreign to him came readily now. He had but to close his eyes and picture it in his mind's eye. When next his eyes opened, they burned a gentle teal, his already spiky hair standing stiff and irked against the back of his head. Rich yellow light flowed calmly into existence around him, staining his once sapphire aura a shade of molten gold. Power welled up in him, relaxed and flat as a gentle ocean, yet ready and waiting all the same, eager to be unleashed at the slightest provocation, leashed only by iron will. "This is a Super Saiyan," the whiskered warrior explained. "Super Saiyajin," the Meijin lisped. "What's that?" Meh, he shrugged. "Close enough." Now the form of an ascended Saiyan was never something he'd ever truly mastered. Indeed, there had been no need. He'd barreled right past it to reach greater heights. As such, it proved slightly more elusive to summon to the fore. No long able to entirely contain the power lurking within, blue-white sparks tingled with gold skittered about his body as he exhaled, a small storm come to life. "This is what is known as a Super Saiyan that has ascended past a Super Saiyan," his voice emerged as a growl. "Or you could just call it Super Saiyan 2. Do you remember this form, Buu? I was using it when we first met." The pink girl nodded eagerly. "Buu still stronger," she declared confidently, planting both hands on her hips. "For now." Naruto conceded, his grin growing. And this yet a fierce storm kicked up, driving Buu back a step. To go beyond that of an ascended Saiyan, one had to dig deeper still. It was like tapping a new well of power. One had but to find it and the water would pour forth. A burning, angry warmth flooded his forehead and ears as the change took hold, and he ascended even higher still, followed by the ever-curious weight against his back as his jagged hair burgeoned to absurd proportions. The storm around him now became a raging typhoon, sparks skittering across his clenched body and fists like sinister blue snakes. The entire world threatened to shake itself apart, only to fall still as the ninja stood. "This is Super Saiyan 3. Incredibly, the Meijin only grinned. "You strong like Buu now," she cried, delighted, bouncing on her heels. "Strong man ready to play again." "Sunbusu." Naruto answered, wincing at the sound of his savaged vocal cords off the raw, raging promise of violence seething within. His voice sounded downright menacing even to his own ear. She could only imagine how he appeared to those looking on from without. He straightened slowly, cracking his neck from left to right with an effort, wincing as the tense muscles reluctantly loosened. "Only 2 others beside myself, 3 if you count the boy over there, have ever reached this form. It takes your body to unbelievable levels, but there's another beyond it. Would you like to see that, Buu?" Not think you get much stronger, you'll see. Naruto grinned. If you're going to power up, now's the time. Buu show you, despite all longing to the contrary, the last shinobi found himself smiling. How strong was she really? Could she give him a proper fight? Naruto's pride was something he didn't enjoy. It made him hunger for a true battle when he had no interest in such things. Pride was dangerous. He'd seen what it had made Vegeta do against Cell, and he'd no intention of making that mistake. He just wanted to get the measure of her, he told himself, to see if she was really as pure and innocent as she seemed. It had nothing to do with wanting a fight, he told himself. Nope, not at all. And Fishen knuckling up, he clenched both arms at his sides and flared his aura anew. Jade eyes stained themselves gold, poisoned honey overtaking the deep, verdant green of his irises. He had to push strong to find this one. This power was unnatural, near the peak of his power, one he had never truly been meant to wield, yet captured all the same. It brought him to the very fringes of his being, all emotion hardened. Sharpened. Focused into a single lance to pierce the darkness and draw out the fullness of his being. Buu immediately mimicked the motion, crossing both arms before her face and gathering her ki. A roaring pinkish-violet aura sprang to life around her. As such, her opponent's whisper went entirely unheard. The resultant hurricane knocked all but Buu right on their rears. Naruto's rising shout gathered into a rolling avalanche of noise and wrath as tufts of crimson fur birthed themselves across the length of his arms and the once golden sheen of his hair fleeing before a dark, onyx hue. His tail lashed about behind him like an angry, wild thing, furtively coiling in on itself as he called forth every ounce of power he could without losing control. If the world had trembled before, not it outright quaked, threatening to crumble beneath the sheer weight of that angry, rising force swelling around him. A blinding red light suffused his body, burning brighter than any sun. Eyes the color of poisoned honey glared into pink ones. Even further beyond, when next he cried out, the entire universe felt it. Acacian Temple, halfway across the known universe, was sneezed. Dear me, pausing in his afternoon meal to dab at his nose with a tissue, Beerus's elegant attendant summoned his staff. Sniffing, he quietly peered into the depths of its orb, seeking the cause of the disturbance. More curiosity than anything else eventually drew his attention to the small planet known Earth, to the cataclysmic forces being exerted there. A lesser being might have balked. Mortals had indeed come far since his lordship's little catnap, remarkably so for such a short-lived race. The mere sight of it made him smile. Oh, that's just adorable. For a brief moment, he actually considered waking him early only to reconsider it at the last. Beerus-sama wasn't due to wake up for a few more months at least, if memory served. Impressive thought this ki might be to most, it was still just mortal ki and thereby puny by divine standards. Whomever this was, they wouldn't present much of a challenge. Not yet, at least. And a power like this. They still had a long way to go indeed. But perhaps in the near future. Chuckling at the thought, he returned to his lunch. Now then, what should I try next? Meanwhile, on the sacred world of the Kais, what in the name of me? Shin's eyes snapped open as what could only be described as a torrent of ice flooded his mind. Even here, leagues away from its source, he felt it as though it were right beside him. A veritable wellspring of power nigh but stretching across the very universe itself to make its presence known to him. He couldn't think. An icy, frigid hand of dread had closed around his throat, strangling all sense from him. No, this simply was and this couldn't be possible. It just couldn't. When the sinister sensation finally loosened its grasp on him, he all but collapsed, crashing to the grassy ground in a heap. No mortal ki could possibly reach this far. Could it? And there, beneath it all, a presence he'd not felt in an age. He knew it anywhere. How had he not sensed this before? Kibito, sire. We're going to Earth now, yes, at once. Back on Earth, HH/HYH, how are they both this powerful? Bolt squawked. 18 barely heard him over the rising storm. She was one of the most powerful among them, and even then it took nearly all she had not to be blown away by the sheer force of their rising ki. The already darkened skies had grown pitch black by now, blotting out the sun until the pale discus was nowhere to be seen amongst the looming cloud bank. Bolts of pale lightning crackled and slithered through their charged depths, great peals of thunder chasing hot on their heels, shaking the very sky itself. And still, the twin titans continued to raise their ki. Saffron vied with magenta, twin auras snapping and snarling at one like cats and dogs as their respective owners pushed themselves to the very brink of their limits, and then, beyond them, the heavens trembled. The earth quaked. The very air itself felt charged, ready to release its bounty at a moment's notice. And then it did. The rain hit sudden, and it hit strong, great, thick droplets tearing themselves free from the clouds to fall upon the desert and all within, drenching all within moments. The observing Scions and android paid it no mind at all. Their eyes glued to those below, drawn each of them had been outclassed long ago. Then Naruto grinned. Not bad, Buu now for good measure. Kaioken Broly started. What? Times? No, he can't. 5. The shinobi's shout peaked into a strangled scream as his skin took on a robust red hue, scarlet sparks scrawling around him amidst the rain. For a fleeting moment his aura nearly guttered out only to roar back to life, stronger than ever before. Naruto grinned, exposing sharpened canines in the raging downpour. Bolt's brow shot right up to his hairline. When did he? 18 smiled warmly. That's more like it. The legendary Super Saiyan disagreed. No, it's impossible. The gap between us can't be this wide, he cried, shielding his face with an arm. It can't. It seemed for every step he took, his rival was 10 paces ahead of him. Now what was this Kaioken technique? He'd gone even further. Would he never be able to close this gap? What would it take for him to gain a power like this? When at last the storm finally abated, the shinobi stood, straightening with a gravelly grunt. Sorry that took so much longer than the others. Naruto rumbled. I haven't had much occasion to practice this one at full power. This is what I call Super Saiyan 4. A scarlet spark snarled between them, gouging a nearby boulder into nothingness. I'm the only one to achieve it. As to the Kaioken, broad shoulders shrugged, it's something I can't really maintain safely for long without tearing my body apart, and even then, about 5 times is probably the limit. But you wanted me at my best, so here I am. Buu giggled. Buu no scared, big red hair make you look big funny, say that after you knock me down. If you can, that is. The last shinobi challenged, sliding into a stance. One foot edged forward and another drew back, a hand shooting forward, fingers crooking into a claw. When the Majin made no move to attack, his grin grew slightly. What's wrong? He called, beckoning. Scared? Or do you want to power up some more? Fifi, the bubblegum girl, bristled, steam gusting out the vents in her head and arms with a whistling shriek. Buu no scared. Then come, the Super Saiyan's arm rose effortlessly, brushing her sloppy punch aside as though it were a flimsy falling feather. His legs scissored up half a heartbeat later, punting the pink girl away into the distance. In the time that it took the Majin to right herself, she found that the strong man was nowhere to be seen. There was anything else, for that matter. All that lay before he was the deep blue ocean. A small, very small part of her realized he'd just launched her halfway across the planet with a single kick. A sane opponent might have been a little worried, there. Not Majin Buu. She thought that this was great fun. Hey there. Nice weather we're having, in it. Buu glanced up, blissfully baffled. Naruto hovered only a few yards above, arms folded across the broad plane of his expression decidedly stoic. Well, he called down to her, what are you waiting for? Never one to ignore a challenge, she lunged. Naruto's fist shot out, meeting her clenched knuckles with his own time and time again. Thumb to him. The shocks of each repeated blow send chills tingling up the length of her arm. Buu struck again, twisting into a spiraling kick only to find her leg blocked yet again, this time by her opponent's black-clad knee. Instead of striking again with her fists as he'd expected, however, the Majin snapped her head forward in a sharp, whipping motion, wielding appendage atop her head like a makeshift WP. Before Naruto's very eyes the tentacle lengthened, shooting out to encircle his neck in a tight hold. The Saiyan choked in surprise, unprepared for this new tactic. Twisting her head again, she reeled him right into a Rasengan. The sheer force of the spiraling sphere smashed a ragged hole in her stomach, causing her to loose her grip and fall away. Imagine his surprise when she straightened up and popped the orifice right out. Literally. She simply stretched her stomach and the massive tear simply vanished right before his very eyes. Any guilt he might have felt at harming evaporated at her grin. "You like you," she cried. "Delighted, you super strong, I'm flattered." Naruto retorted. "Now I want you to hit me." "Buu, do you might have misheard me?" His pale face flashed a grin. "Not half as strong like Cell did, not some arbitrary percentage. I want you to hit me. As strong as canned." Her leading arm finally found his face not a moment later. It promptly flew free from her body, leaving the bubblegum woman staring at little more than a severed elbow, the gloved fist now trapped against his skull and well within her foe's open hand. For a frightful eternity she simply stood there, disbelief frozen on her face, eyes half-lidded in confusion. There was no reaction from the blonde. None at all. She waited for him to disappear, to move, to do something, anything at all, and impossibly, he frowned. "What is that?" Disappointing. A hand like an iron locked around her right arm before she could strike, then the other folding the supple flesh of her body together with cruel ease. Naruto continued to squeeze until Buu found herself physically squirming in his grasp, simultaneously seething and desperately trying to find an escape out where none was to be found. She continued to rage silently as she dropped to a knee, choking back a cry of pain as she felt her body begin to regenerate. "Let Buu go." His leg rose, booted foot drawn back. "As you wish." Clenched knuckles dented Buu's slim stomach and sent her skipping across the surface of the water like a wild kunai, each bounce shredding more cloth and skin than the last. Flailing, she tried to slow herself with her ki, but another visible blow only strengthened the force of her own inertia and ripped her away. A third strike, and the Majin found herself right back where they'd first started, judging by the startled gasps that fell on her ears. Were they ears? She thought they were. An invisible ki ripped her out of the sky before she could finish mending her wounds. "Where you go?" Above, a red comet of a blow collided with her face a moment later, slamming the started Majin down through a boulder as though it were made of rotten wood. By the time she reached the next, her skull threatened to split in twine from within. She almost wished it would, just so the pain would stop. But no, he couldn't be that strong. Buu was strongest. Buu was best. Her childlike mind simply couldn't comprehend the notion that she might not be the strongest. It never even occurred to her just how woefully outmatched she was, nor how much this strong guy had been holding back. Her confidence crumbled even further, however, when the blonde alighted next to her, the Kaioken sputtering out around him. "All right," he decided, offering her his hand. "I think that's it for playtime. You lost." Lost? Something snapped. Her temper, briefly tamped down by the promise of a good fight, exploded in a cloud of wrathful anger. "Be you not supposed to lose?" Naruto frowned. "Hey now, it's nothing to get upset about." B's upset. Leaping to her feet, the diminutive Majin shoved him away, antennae bristling with a strange bioluminescence. "Make you candy?" Naruto's hand snapped up, cloaked in energy, batting away the beam that followed. Diverted harmlessly into the sky, he didn't give it a second thought. He was far too focused on the strange white smoke leaking from the girl's porous forehead. Her once strange energy had taken on a ghastly hue, leaving her cradling her skull, whimpering softly. Unbidden, Naruto found himself retreating a step. What the hell's up with her ki? He soon had an answer. Nyarg, with an ear-piercing shriek, Majin Buu's head snapped up entirely of its own volition and violently expelled a cloud of scalding steam into the sky. Naruto followed the entire spectacle with a wary, watchful eye, on guard for any unorthodox attack. Buu had already proven that she could stretch parts of her anatomy at will. Who knew what this could be? Some new form of attack, perhaps, now that she'd lost her temper. He wasn't about to relax his guard to find out. To his surprise, it wasn't a cloud at all. Something worse. Much worse. As he looked on, the cloud started to take shape and form. Then, much as it had before with Buu's, the strange smoke gathered in the sky, taking shape and form. It wasn't an attack as he'd first suspected. Not even a person, he realized, watching the limbs and head take shape from the noxious cloud of steam. Not a person at all. Another Buu. This one was all skin and bones, a shriveled, pale, gray thing. He couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Tall, almost anorexic to the point where he could see the girl's ribs, she was in every way a dark copy of the Buu he'd been battling. She hung there in the air for a long moment, inhaling deeply, a deceptively blank look adorning her pallid face. Almost absurdly skinny, she sported the same cape and clothes as her counterpart, the sole exception being that said cape was a dark, cobalt blue. White eyes the color of rancid milk swept over them all, but these eyes were cold and cruel, being without pity, without remorse, without fear. Bad Butte, the smaller girl groaned out. What, do I have to fight you now? No, this one is mine. What in the have you lost your mind? Wrong, I've found it. Naruto nearly jumped as Brawler, tired of being sidelined, appeared at his elbow and all but shunted him aside with a massive forearm. His once dark hair stood firm and irked in angry golden spikes as the Super Saiyan stalked forward, white eyes glaring furiously at the new challenger. His very body seemed to tremble with each step, a sure sign he was about to transform and possibly lose control all over again. Despite Naruto's fierce protests, the larger Saiyan walked right up to the spindly Buu and, to his great dismay, slugged her right in the face. The newcomer paused, looked him up and down, frowned. Go away, her voice emerged as little more than a raspy hiss broken from lack of use. Not interested in weaklings. Weakling. The pureblood thundered as she walked away. I'll show you, snarling. He lunged forward. Evil Buu didn't even give the legendary Super Saiyan a second glance, much less a chance to transform. The gray girl simply growled and backhanded him. Everyone looked on in stark disbelief as Broly's body smacked into the dirt with a sickening crack, carving out a great trench in the broken earth before he finally careened to a halt. Even from here one could see his neck lolling at an awkward angle, either horribly damaged or outright broken. Bolt was already shooting forward by the time Broly ground to a stop, reaching for his blade, and Naruto snapped, throwing out a hand. Stay back with 18, you're no match for this. His son's charge stalled as swiftly as it had begun, indecision flickering across that still youthful face. But she'll kill you, idiot, denied her prey. The ghastly apparition spared him a rueful glance, still clad in shimmering dark ki. Then she turned her sights on her pink counterpart. Her voice was a snarl, rusty and sharp in declaration. You not Buu. Me Buu, me kill you. You not Buu. Buu shot back, leaping to her feet. Me Buu. No, her dark half snarled, shoving her face against hers. Me, mean Buu shoved right back to me. In the end, Dark Buu was the one to grow weary of arguing and throw the first punch, slugging her weaker half across the chin and hurling her away. Naruto's followed the scene with a frown, golden flicked toward the pale copy, narrowing. No, you don't, he muttered. He didn't want to wait and see what would happen if this pale creature won this now external war of wills. Unlike most Saiyans, he simply wasn't willing to take that chance. So instead of standing by and letting the fates have their say, he leveled a dark glare at the bony Magent's exposed back and raised a hand, summoning a tiny compressed raisin shuriken to the tip of an index finger. At the precise moment when she was most focused on her prey, he launched it forth in a whirling spiral of shrieking energy and chakra. At the precise moment of impact, the sphere expanded to its true size, engulfing most of its target's lower torso. The Evil Buu never stood a chance. Thousands of minute blades born of chakra and ki ripped it in apart, scattering it to the wind. Those pieces that flew free were torn apart by still more blades, until little more than a mangled, one-armed torso remained. What was left fought frantically to regenerate, desperately struggling to repair the massive damage that had been done it. To no avail. The sheer size and scope of the attack was not something that could be erased in moments, even minutes at that. Only one thought dominated its mind. Escape. It needed time to mend its body, minutes that the creature simply didn't have, not with Uzumaki Naruto bearing down on it. Don't think so, he growled, flattening it with his boot. You're not going anywhere. He wasn't even remotely prepared for what came next. Because the good Buu acted on the sudden attack. Now, he'd expected that much. It was simply in her nature. Still, this startled him. Buu make you chocolate. Once more the pink, spiraling pink beam issued forth from her tentaculite appendage, arcing toward the prone copy at blinding speed. Except this time, it struck its intended target dead on. Naruto quickly withdrew in the nick of time, but the vile doppelganger wasn't so fortunate. She shrieked as the brightly colored beam struck it head-on, enveloping it in an eerie, sickly color. Before their very eyes her body shrank, morphing into a Buu-shaped piece of chocolate, transfigured into edible goodness, its features contorted in fearful agony. The original scurried over and snatched it up, grinning like a happy child who'd just been told they could have dessert for breakfast. Holding aloft her prize, she giggled in triumph, pink eyes wide with glee. Now me eat bad Buu. Before anyone could think to stop her, she tossed the tasty morsel into her mouth and began chewing. Naruto blanched. Oi, maybe that's not a good too late? Yummy, she swallowed the candy in a single gulp. Are you that's good for you? Naruto questioned, feeling a sudden stab of guilt. She had just eaten her dark half-personified who knew what the side effects might be. Buu seemed to consider that. Buu doesn't feel any different, it came out as a question of all things. Oh, he deflated slightly relieved. Well good. Why you help Buu? The bubblegum girl inquired, drifting closer. Why, a bit of his old childhood self resurfaced at her question. Dunno. Seemed the right thing to do. And it had. When forced to choose between a Buu that was a remorseless killing or a naive little girl, he would all but gladly choose the latter, every time. Besides, there was a certain charm to this one, an immutable innocence and stubborn drive. One that readily reminded him of his younger days. Sure, she had a temper, but who didn't? He himself had a bit of an anger problem at times. Buu like you, she declared. Will you be Buu's friend? Naruto nearly melted beneath those wide, puppy dog eyes. Despite his anxiety, the shinobi actually felt himself chuckle. I don't see why not. That was all he managed before Buu's face contorted in sudden agony. Ow, she cried, clutching her head. It hurts, she wailed, falling to her knees. Why does Buu's head hurt again? Make it stop. Hurts. Desperate, pain-branched eyes turned upon the remaining Z fighters, as though they could somehow alleviate her of the crushing migraine that threatened to consume her. Hurts. Make it stop. Her eyes sought Naruto's, frantically. Please. Naruto reached forward, scalding steam shrieked itself free from the pores on her body, scorching his hand and rapidly obscuring the writhing Meijin from view. Yelping, the Super Saiyan withdrew, clutching his hand. Got a smoke that could actually burn him. Oh, this wasn't good. The black M of her belt glared out at him in condemnation, burning an eerie red as he peered into the strange pink plume. Ibu, can you hear me? When the smoke finally cleared, the Meijin stood transformed. She looked much the same as before, but the vest and gloves had all but vanished, taking the cape with them. Not only had she grown several inches, standing almost taller than Broly himself, and gained a fair bit of muscle, but she seemed to have all but abandoned her childish get-up altogether. A pair of black wristbands and an equally wide black band across her CT concealed her modesty, as did a pair of ruffled white pants and dark boots. Nothing more, nothing less. Restless eyes roamed across each of the assembled fighters, before finally locking upon Naruto with frightening intensity. Naruto's sweat dropped. What just happened? Bolt echoed, watching from afar with wide, trembling eyes. She fought with herself, I guess, and her power went through the roof. Now look at her. She's different. She's changed somehow. She's become someone else, completely worse than that. She's completely out of my league. I don't like the look of this. Still seems the same to me. 18 remarked, watching the now somewhat-alert Meijin dance in place. Whatever that confrontation was, someone obviously won. Got a nice boost out of it too, I think. But is she in control? Bolt challenged. Dunno, the android admitted. Do you think she's stronger than he? Couldn't finish the thought. 18 grimaced. We'll see. All eyes fell upon this strange new form. Well, Naruto mused. Her powers gone way up. She might be an actual threat. Now, as if to echo that thought, the new Buu raised her arms and yawned. Naruto's shoulders fell slack. Buu closed her eyes and grinned cheerily, flashing a gloveless hand in victory. Buu won stronger now. Buu win this time. Her voice had changed remarkably as well, it seemed, more resembling the slight, husky tone of a young woman than a girl. Beyond that, Her personality remained almost utterly unchanged. It was rather amusing, really. Naruto chuckled, pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Okay, he guffawed openly, shaking his head. What the hell happened? I was actually worried about you for a sec there. What you mean? Me Buu. Always been Buu. She paused, considering. A fist smacked into her open palm. Not Buu, Super Buu. The bubblegum woman grinned impishly, planting both hands on her hips, looking mightily proud of herself in her cunning. Like Super Saiyajin, a pin could have dropped in the silence that followed. Then, Naruto tumbled to the floor, clutching his sides in a vain attempt to stave off the sudden fit of laughter. Buu jumped, badly startled. Why you fall down? Because I'm laughing, you dolt. Oh, the boy's not going to like this one. Could hear Bolt's jaw drop and shatter against the floor from his distant perch. Ba 18's distant laugh reached them moments later. What's so funny? Your face, Arch so? Naruto sniffed, dabbing a mirthful tear from his eyes. Super Buu. Sounds appropriate. Well, if you really want round 2, you there stop this at once. Fraught with tension from multiple battles and the potential loss of one comrade already, the empowered blonde nearly blasted the newcomers right then and there without asking who they were. Even after he saw their gaudy robes and took in their strange appearance, he nearly did the deed regardless. In any case, there was an odd aura about both of them, with their strangely colored skin, pointed earrings and spectacularly colored hair. All in all, they looked like nothing and no one he'd ever seen. Buu blinked. What she said? Naruto agreed, raising his fists. Who the hell are you two? Allow me to introduce the Supreme Kai, the red-skinned, larger of the two, intoned gravelly, indicating his purple compatriot. You would do well to heed his words. The Super Saiyan merely craned his neck. Depends. What's he got to say? Why you must listen to me, he began slowly. That creature before you is not some harmless waif. It is Majin Buu, right? The man's jaw clenched. I figured as much. Naruto sighed. In which case, you're a bit late to the party. We already killed Babidi and his minions. All of them. Yup. But how did you know? I've had just about enough of you, little man. 18 drifted closer, her blue eyes leering icy daggers at the Kai duo. You've got some nerve telling us what to do. Shin retreated a step. And who is this? My wife. Don't bother trying to sway her. I'm fairly certain she agrees with me on this. As to the answer to your first question, time travel. Naruto jerked a thumb over his shoulder. My boy came back to warn us of a threat. Turns out Buu was part of it, but it wasn't this Buu, you know. You know how it is, someone comes back to the past to change the future, multiverse theory, blah blah blah. Then you understand, hope dawned on the Shinjin's visage. She needs to be eradicated before no. What? You come here to my planet and the first thing you do is start barking orders. Did you expect me to listen to you? Naruto shook his head. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to tend to my friend over here, make sure he isn't dead. You don't understand, the small man pleaded. This entity is Majin Buu, she is evil, she needs to be destroyed. You think one death is bad. She'll take millions more and never be satisfied. You alone have the power to stop this. You must. I refuse, the blonde said point blank. There's no honor in killing an innocent. If she loses her temper again, I'll just stomp it out like I did before. She doesn't need to die for that. Who are you people? The Supreme Kai cried. Don't you see the universe matters more than your meaningless honor? She is no innocent, she needs to be destroyed. Naruto twitched. 18 sighed. What? Shin blinked. What did I do? You pushed the honor button there, buddy, she drawled. You shouldn't have done that. Meaningless, you say. Golden eyes snapped to the Kai. It was then that Shin knew. He'd spend most of your life scratching and clawing just to exist to survive, Naruto roared, hurling his aura in all directions. Watch your friends and family wither away beneath the whims of a madwoman with a god complex, then some other madman decides to play God, bring you back from the dead to serve as his plaything, and then tell me what has more meaning than your own values. A firm finger move itself forward in denial. And this is mine, do you hear me? Buu blinked. Mine. I am not a murderer. Naruto snarled back at the Kai, his voice growing hoarse. I do not kill in cold blood and I do not fight to appease the whims of others. I fight to protect. I am a defender, not some brute for you to order about, and who are you? Do tell me what to do, Tibeo. I fought an actual goddess, a being who could reshape reality on a whim, not some piss-poor excuse for a guardian. So unless you've got a whole lot of power hidden away where I can't sense it, you're not going to make us do anything. You fool, are you really willing to? If you want her dead that badly, then you do it. Shin winced at the explosive shout. Drifted to the Majin, who until now had remained silent. She tilted her head to wave at him, and he nearly yelped. I can't. He couldn't. In his heart, he couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to commit suicide by fighting a being of immeasurable power, a force neither he nor Kibito had any chance of defeating. This was a trick, he told himself, a facade erected only to fool these powerful warriors. The alternative was unacceptable, and he'd lost to it. Lost before he'd ever truly begun. Perhaps had he been present from the beginning of this grand mess as he'd originally planned, events might have progressed differently. He might have had a chance to convince, then leave. Naruto replied, his voice stony. As far as I'm concerned, you have no business here. You will regret this. Shin warned, raising a hand. Countless dead will be on your conscience, all because you failed to stop this abomination. Naruto's palms snapped up, cradling a full-sized raisin shuriken. Leave, shortstick. I won't say it again. Very well, let us go, Kibito. In a flash of instantaneous movement, the duo vanished from the face of the earth. Naruto hoped they'd never come back, but he had the distinct feeling the Supreme Kai wasn't going to let this go. No matter. Not like he had any concerns about what the little bastard thought of him, anyway. Well, 18 pursed her lips. Congratulations. You managed to PSS off a god. Again. Hey, not my fault he was being a PP, and besides, King Kai's cool. Sorry about beating you up earlier, Buu, he chuckled, relaxing into his base state. I got a bit carried away. So, what now? Once more, all eyes fell to the Majin. Buu stage, she decided. But can Buu have ice cream? Naruto's gaze snapped to 18. Can we keep her? Are we going to attack? Tawa watched the scene for a moment more, considering her creation's question. This wasn't the same Buu that had slain her brother. This was something else. She wasn't sure she understood what. But no, in this timeline, Dabura had fallen to an even more hated foe. Naruto. It was strange, after all she'd been through, seeing the man responsible for so much misery on her part, alive and well. He was aware of them too. She had no doubt about that. The one that had sealed them had been weaker, crippled, but this whiskered warrior was in his prime, and surrounded by strong allies, no less. Her attempt had already been made to control the darkness inside this Buu, and she'd failed. Miserably. Even Mira was not made nor meant to succeed against such odds. Naruto, however, there was a shadow lurking deep within that one, a darkness that threatened to swallow the world. Oh, she said at last. We won't. What do you mean no? Mira growled. I can destroy them easily. Not today, my pet, not today. 5 minutes and a senzabine later. The hell did we miss? Naruto craned his neck to survey the shattered scene surrounding them and gawped quietly, because when last he'd looked, the world tournament hadn't been this torn, angry mess. Someone had blasted much of the arena itself to rubble, parts of it were melted entirely to slag, others had simply been vaporized outright by great and powerful forces. Whomever had fought here, they'd given it their all and then some, judging by that collapsed roof to the west, the ruined crater in the east, and last but not least, the ruined area of stands in the west. Someone had fought, all right. They'd fought strong. You missed Goku and Vegeta, that's what? Krillin quipped, rubbing the back of his still bruised noggin as they gazed at the ruined arena. They finally took their fight elsewhere about an hour ago. King Kai's place, I think. They're probably still going at it. The kids wanted to watch a real fight, and Zangya and Videl volunteered to chaperone. So wait, 18 interrupted, eyes gleaming with avarice. Who's left? Samwee's sulking around here somewhere, the monk shrugged. Who's the new girl? Naruto's gaze shifted to the eager yet still entirely nervous form of Buu hiding in the corner. Naruto looked over his shoulder. An entity of absolute power who was supposed to be evil, but we kept her just because. He said all too quickly. Krillin blinked. Glad I missed that one. Anything else? Naruto asked. You mean from the junior division? At the couple's puzzled looks he hastened to explain. They kinda had to hold if after you guys bailed. Let's see right, Hinata won. By a landslide. Ha, the blonde beamed, delighted in her daughter. Knew it. Wait, what about the adult division? Naruto cried. You can't tell me they cancelled it. Well, Samui forfeited to Vegeta, and with you three gone, Gohan was the only one left. The android flashed a roguish grin. Is that so? Gohan jumped up from the bench as all eyes turned to him. Unfortunately, in doing so he nearly sent Lime flying from her place in his lap, and didn't that make for quite a scene? Unfortunately, both blondes looking at him was more than enough to kick his survival instincts into high overdrive. He knew that shared look. That look was nothing good. Never mind the tall shadow they were so obviously working to hide behind them. The sheer amount of menace in that one look was enough to chill his bones and make him forget all about the newcomer. Oh no, we are not doing this. Doing what? Naruto smiled. It was all teeth. Can we not? Since when do you back down from a fight? 18 posited. I thought you'd kept up with your training. I have, the warrior scholar protested, flushing. It's just a fight between two Super Saiyan 4s would wreck everything and crap baskets? He immediately realized his verbal gaffe when Naruto bolted upright from his perch against the wall, eyes round as saucers. Did I say that out loud? Wait, since when did you? Whatever else he might have said trailed off as Samui finally made her presence known. Why'd you run off like that? She asked, annoyed as she stepped around the booth. Very uncool. Naruto promptly swore. Samui blinked. What? Buu tried to shrink away to nothingness in the corner with her ice cream cone. Considering how tall she'd gotten, that was something on an impossibility. What did I miss? Don't be mad, the whiskered blonde blathered. Wait. Why would I be, alas? The Majin chose that moment to make herself known. Buu, SWD. Time marched on as it always does. Days blended into weeks and weeks into months. New life came into the world and new friends returned to their place in time. And for a time all was well. Until destruction itself awoke. And rained down hell. Some months later, Hikation Temple, halfway across the known universe. Time to wake up, Lord Beerus? Whis waited patiently, staring up at the inverted pyramid as the timer counted down to its final seconds. He'd timed his arrival to mere minutes before the bombs placed in the chamber went off. With so many of them in the cavernous chamber, they'd certainly be raising a ruckus. Any moment now, 3 twin Bakram, and there they were. The first alarm went off with a deafening bang, showering the sleeping being with debris. Moi, a half-hearted yawn answered from atop the pyramid. Go away, Whis. Sleepin' here. Another thunderous crash drowned the deity out. I know you can ignore the alarm bells if you choose, Lord Beerus was called up to his voice peaking in the cavernous space. Shall I sing you a song, then? The reaction was as swift as it was immediate, sharp and poignant. Niga, not that anything but that don't sing, Whis chuckled, watching, works every time. So hungry, the unlikely pair were now seated at a long table stocked with all manner of edible delights, of which Beerus partook with the frenzy of man who hadn't eaten in well years. But what made the room truly spectacular, however, was that it was something of a large aquarium as well, filled with exotic fish from around the galaxy. Is there a particular reason you wanted me to wake you up so soon? Whis inquired at last. That. The feline narrowly covered a jaw-popping yawn with a clawed hand. Barely counted as a nap. I think it had something to do with the Saiyans may have to swing by and destroy planet Vegeta later today. Then you'll be heartened to know Frieza already did it for you. He did. I may have to do something about that entitled little bugger soon. I'm afraid someone beat you to that as well. Whis corrected him politely. The Saiyan. By way of answer, Whis raised his staff. A wave of incandescent green light poured from its center jewel, consuming the room in a rough rectangle before projecting a screen before them. As such, Beerus found himself treated to a rather spectacular scene, one long since forgotten. Namex splayed itself out before them, portraying the vivid scene of Frisia's defeat at the hands of one son Goku. A few survived, came the reply as they observed. They're actually quite numerous now, these Super Saiyans. What was that? Beerus blinked sleepily, shifting restlessly in his chair. Super Saiyans percent, he exclaimed mightily. That's it, I remember it now. Super Saiyan God, I had a dream about it. Veritably dancing with excitement, the cat god all but flung himself out of the chair, cackling. A dream in which I fought an opponent just like that one. Your dreams aren't exactly the most precise, Beerus-sama, his attendant warned. Bah, of course, they yellow eyes blinked, regarding the last figure in the image. What about that one? Who's he? Ah, that's Naruto. Whis explained, focusing the image. He's responsible for taming Majin Buu. Taming? Indeed, his attendant chuckled. I dare say he's the strongest of the bunch. He has a strange proficiency for turning enemies into allies, that one. Bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to his values, though. Why, a few months ago he threatened to kill a Kai for trying to order him about it. Might have something to do with the manner of his revival, I suppose. He often refers to himself as a ninja, despite being anything but. Ho, the Hikatian's ear twitched. Just what is he then? Something in between, it seems. Beerus paused to consider that for a moment. The one who defeated Frisia, where is he now? Let's see. I believe he's on the northern Kai's planet, minutes later on Earth. Wake up, ga, Naruto snapped upright with a startled snort, blue eyes bursting open. The sounds of music and merriment gradually filtered into his ears, reminding him of where when was. The party. Bulma's party. For some birthday or some such. 18 and the others had dragged him to this, insisting that the social interaction would be good for him, if not poor Buu. She could almost speak in full sentences these days, when she wasn't too terribly excited. They'd had to drag him along, kicking and screaming. Despite his best efforts and the delight of doting on his two newborn sons, he hadn't been paying attention. Instead of joining in the festivities, he accidentally fallen asleep in the shade of a palm tree. He was doing a lot of that lately. Sleeping. As if the more powerful he became, the more he exhausted himself and whatever that demon madman had used to revive him in the first place. Senzabeans weren't enough to energize him these days. Den's healing took the edge off sometimes, but even that was beginning to dull the more he visited the young guardian. Did this body have a limit? Would he shatter once he reached it? It was a troubling thought. Took you long enough, the voice jarred him back to wakefulness. King Kai. The one and only. Now listen up, I'm going to tell Vegeta this, but since you're such a troublemaker, I figured I'd better warn you first. Warn me, he tilted his head, gazing up at the heavens. Just listen, you blockhead, the nasally voice snapped. The Earth is in danger, when is it not? I am serious. Alright, G's continue. A terrible force is about to appear before a being known as Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. You have to avoid angering him at all costs. A god. I'm not afraid of gods. That cheeky bugger can go stuff himself. King Kai bristled. Oh, now you don't go there, don't you even dare, he ranted, and despite their distance, the blonde could almost swear the rotund blue deity was frothing at the mouth. I know you think you're pretty tough, but he'll chew you up and spit you out. Trust me on this. Super Saiyan 3 Goku got annihilated in 2 hits and you're not that much stronger than him these days. What rock have you been hiding under? I'll have you know Gohan and I have gotten pretty Naruto. Oh, forget it, King Kai groaned. You're hopeless. Maybe Vegeta will actually listen to me. His mental link found itself abruptly severed as a pink blur canonied into him, squishing him up against the tree. For a fleeting instant his body tensed, relaxing only when something warm and soft squished up against his teeth. Blinking, he turned his gaze, only to find himself staring into a pair of dark, magenta eyes. Found you? Majin Buu grinned back at him, still clinging to his arm. Why were you hiding? I wasn't hiding, he protested. Then why couldn't I sense you at all, boss? She tilted her head in challenge, the loose motion causing her antennae to slap against her slim back. The already lengthy appendage had grown much longer in the last few months, stretching nearly all the way to her backside. And she was wearing a frilly blue sundress of all things. These days she looked downright normal, considering. One of the most feared women in the galaxy. In a dress, it was just a shame that so many had to pay the price for the sentience that came with it. By the time they realized that, in her newfound quest for knowledge, Buu had absorbed some of the most outstanding minds the world over, from everything including martial artists all the way the greatest scientists, it was already too late to do anything about it. Buu wouldn't know how to release them, and they were equally loath to force her to at any rate. They could only chastise the Majin, reminding her that it was very, very wrong to do and make her swear never to do it again. She hadn't taken a single soul since. Still, knowledge didn't necessarily translate to life experience or fighting power, however, so she was still very much learning. For the life of him, however, he couldn't understand why she insisted on calling him boss. But it had stuck, and so had she, so here they were. And she was hugging him. "Abu, I want to cuddle," she declared boldly, nuzzling his hose with hers. "You've been so distant lately." "Hello there," a soft, high voice declared. "Are we interrupting?" He found himself face to face with the unusual pair that immediately put him on edge. A tall fellow who looked like a clown, and a walking, talking cat. That they both looked utterly ridiculous didn't help in the least. "You wouldn't happen to be Naruto by any chance, would you?" the taller of the two asked. Naruto turned his head slightly. "And if I am?" That other Saiyan, what was his name? Goku. He smacked a closed fist into his palm, grinning. "He told us you're stronger than him, so you'd be the best one to ask." Before Naruto could reply, the purple catman drifted closer on an invisible wave of ki, staring down at him intently, golden eyes boring into his own. "Are you the Super Saiyan God?" Battle lust. Naruto felt it crash down on him all at once, emanating from this one being, killing intent, the like of which he'd never experienced before in his life, even against Kaguya. An overwhelming longing to fight, to rip, to rend, to destroy. "Oi, personal space there, buddy," he barked, backing away. "I know a lot about Super Saiyans, but I've never heard of this god you're talking about." "Oh," the feline deflated slightly. "Pity. I suppose we'll just have to ask around." "Careful with Broly," Naruto called at his retreating back. "He's a good guy now, but he's still got a bit of a temper." Speaking of temper, Naruto Vidal's voice chimed from far off. "Bolt's diaper needs changing again. Why am I always on diaper duty, Tebeo?" "Because you love your son." One might wonder how Bolt had come to be at all in this timeline. With the threat dispatched, you'd think his future parents would go their separate ways and their son would simply fade out of existence. Wrong. Naruto had given his elder progeny a long, strong, 3 months of fierce training coupled with several days in and out of the hyperbolic time chamber. The results had been most pleasing. He'd made certain the boy could reach and control Super Saiyan 4 before sending him on his way to face the threats in his own era, and then acted to make absolutely certain he'd still exist at the end of the day. It hadn't been strong. There had always been tension between him and Videl, even more after they were denied their match at the World Tournament. It was simply a matter of finding the right way to breach said tension. A bottle of sake helped nicely, he'd found. A few drinks, and, well, said tension simply became too much. One drunken night later and his future son's existence was accidentally assured. It hadn't taken them long to realize they weren't right for each other. Videl's attraction to him had always been a physical one, and after Bolt's, she was too focused on her new duties as a mother while trying to become as strong as she could maintain anything resembling a relationship. Their shared son kept them close, regardless. They were still the best of friends. They simply had a child together, that was all. And Videl delighted in forcing him into changing all those messes. Reluctantly, he allowed Buu to lead him back to the festivities and the dirty diapers that awaited. He figured it was the least he could do. "There you are," Daddy Hinata cried, beaming. "Yo," he waved weakly. "Quick, kids grab him," 18 declared before he runs off again. "Luke, that really isn't necessary." Remarkably, the rest of the party went off without a hitch. Beerus and Whis soon found themselves all too wrapped up in sweetmeats and all other manner of delicious food to remember their search for the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta went to extraordinary lengths to ensure that they stayed that way, throwing away his pride more than once if only to appease the Hikation's wrath. Naruto felt his respect for the prince climb 3 times that day. First, when he ran interference between him and the naturally inquisitive children. Second, as he fielded the occasional question about the strength of Saiyans, all the while without snapping at him. The last when he outright danced and sang to avoid sheer destruction because of some annoying little hoodlums. And Naruto. He had the express pleasure of introducing Lord Beerus to ramen. To his great delight, the Hikation took to it quite nicely, and as his fellow brother in broth, Naruto felt it was his duty to educate the god of destruction on all things noodles. He actually proved himself to be a rather cheery fellow, if a bit haughty at times. Still, anyone who'd a taste for ramen couldn't be all that bad, right? Alas, then came the pudding. "Oh, what's that?" Beerus asked, peering at a nearby table. Naruto followed his gaze with a lazy eye, shrugging as he found Buu there, happily enjoying her long-awaited dessert. It's called pudding. Pudding. The Hikation was already on his feet, hastening to the table. "Sounds delicious, you. There, Buu, was it? Would you spare a cup?" The Meijin looked him up and down darkly. Scowled. No. "Buu," Naruto intervened, claiming a seat beside her and placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're supposed to share." "But I don't want to," she whined, clutching the dish close to her bosom. "I haven't had any all week. Come on, do you really need all of it?" "Yes, look," he offered, "I'll trade you. Anything you want." She paused, seemed to consider that. "Anything?" Naruto nodded. "Then I want a baby." Naruto fell right out of his chair. What? Everyone shrieked. "Buu," he replied in a strangled voice, climbing to his feet. Now is neither the time nor place for that. But everyone else has one, just not right now, okay?" "Then the pudding is mine," she declared emphatically. Beerus snarled, grabbing her by the shoulder. "Give me the pudding." "Never all pudding belongs to me," Buu replied by downing the whole plate at once, downing it in a single gulp. The empty platter clattered to the table, empty. "Now leave me alone," she snapped, "or I'll make you candy." Vegeta snapped to his feet. "Oh, you've got to be." An ominous silence fell over the party. Beerus's growl shattered it utterly. "You've made me angry." Awash in purple light, he glowered at the Meijin responsible for ruining his meal. "You," the word was a hiss, a lone finger rising. "Begone." A flick of his fingers sent Buu careening into the lake. "Get him," Rashi cried. All hell broke loose. What followed was a rousing game of City-O-Ras down, with Beerus handily taking on all comers. Each attack was met with a mere modicum of force, a swipe of chopsticks to incapacitate Tin, the tiniest of Ki's to flatten Piccolo and Krillin against the ground, a flick of the wrist to send Broly, followed by the rest of his family, crashing through the tables onto the stage. Thien and Samui fared slightly better, flanking from the right in a vain attempt to crush him, only to find they themselves crushed, hurled to the ground in a heap. Damn it, no point in holding back now. Vegeta lasted far longer than the rest with his initial outburst of rage, but even he too was quickly overcome. The freshly fused and hopelessly overconfident Gotenks was next to be sent tumbling to the ground, followed by BR, each clutching their beaten backsides. Before Beerus could complete his revolution and pounce upon, however, he found himself inexplicably bound, frozen in midair. Yellow eyes snapped to the cause of his predicament, narrowing to angry saffron slits. Somehow, Zangya and Zell had managed to sneak up on him in the chaos. Now, their hands fully extended, each had him securely bound in energy bonds, holding on for dear life. Hold him, is that it? The energy bonds lasted all of a moment more as the feline ripped himself free. Then, tugging on the decaying threads, he hauled mother and daughter both into his waiting claws and slammed into the ground, cratering it furiously. Neither rose again. The notion that they'd actually stopped him, if only for a moment, it was galling. Humiliating. What could you two possibly hope to accomplish with that? Zangya flashed a bloody grin. Just buying time. Time for what? Fusion. Rounding on his heel, the Hikation turned just in time to watch Atsui and Akatane complete their own dance. A blinding light issued forth as the two girls collided, merging into one. The bright, angry eyes of a Super Saiyan 3 glowered back at him, burning with wild green fire. Unlike Gotenks, she seemed to understand the sheer severity of the situation, for she immediately cupped her hands and flared her aura, preparing her strongest attack. You'll pay for hurting our parents, the now-fused warrior declared. Come on, Ba, your power's puny. Puny. A hand sliced down on her neck from behind, driving her to the ground in a senseless heap. The contained energies around her guttered out as one, reverting to their base state. As I said, puny. With that in short order, only Gohan and Naruto remained. Hinata shrank back, seeking shelter behind her father, whimpering. Daddy, she sniffled, I'm scared. The two remaining warriors exchanged a worried glance. Both had hung back, unwilling to get involved. Clearly, that had been a mistake. Don't suppose you remember the steps for that fusion dance of theirs, the blonde muttered under his breath to Gohan. He just took out all our family and friends without breaking a sweat. Not gonna lie, I'm really not looking forward to fighting him like this. Didn't think he'd be this strong. Sorry, his fellow Saiyan shrugged helplessly. I don't. DMN. Alright, on 3. Power up as much as you can. I'll go high, you go low, aren't you two going to talk all day? Beerus asked, drifting closer. Naruto drew back half a step. Sorry, he apologized, just planning our strategy. Fine, the cat god yawned. Tell you what. If you beat me, I know if you beat me, I won't destroy your planet. How's that for a reward? What, blow up the earth? Our kids could do that if they wanted. Is that supposed to be a threat or The breath rushed out of Naruto's throat in a strangled gasp as a tight fist slid beneath his guard and smashed into his unprotected stomach, driving the wind from his lungs in a single blow. His legs gave out beneath him, rotten struts collapsing, leaving him to tumble to his hands and knees. He'd never felt such power before in all his life. Vegeta, Cell, Broly, Dabura, even Buu's strength paled in comparison to the soul-shattering strength he'd just experienced. No, the Hikation informed him coldly, planting a foot on his back. It's a promise. That's enough, get off me, you idiot. Naruto barely heard or saw Gohan struggle at all. What the hell is this guy? I wasn't at my max, but that blow, the power behind it. Then, rising over the pain, he heard a shriek. You hurt Naruto, Bu mad, Beerus scoffed. Get as angry as you like. It won't make any difference. I held back last time. This time I won't make the same mistake. I Bu make you dead. Growling, she pounded her fists together. What Bu say? Bu do. With a war cry on her lips, she lunged. No, Naruto choked. Don't, too late. In a single, contemptuous gesture, the Hikation rendered Bu into harmless atoms. Then he destroyed even those. Naruto froze, gazing into the fading wisps of pink smoke, his mouth hanging open. Well, what did you just do? She was in the way, so I destroyed her. Beerus replied, lowering his hand and turning away. It's what she gets for messing with a god of destruction. Don't worry. I probably did you a favor, eliminating someone like her. You never would have been able to control her, anyway. The blonde's jaw snapped shut, muscles clenching. You monster, how could you? That she was just nobody hits my beam. Exploding into Super Saiyan 3, Naruto lunged at him. Bastard. What? The blow came with blinding speed, so much so that the Hikation wasn't entirely able to fully turn, let alone dodge it in time. A thin slice of minor discomfort registered in his right cheek as the golden blur hurtled past him, unchecked. A thrown kick, brimming with rage, scraped his chin, narrowly evaded. Despite his initial surprise, the Hikation grinned. Beerus laughed, delighted. Not bad, you actually managed to scratch me a little. Let's see if you can do better than your friends. Even then, with his guard raised, he somehow managed to completely miss what came next. Naruto's body simply phased out of existence, vanishing moments before his booted heel would have made contact. Clenched knuckles came barreling into his face from the left side, crunching against his nose before slamming his startled visage down into the ground. Still holding the god captive in his hand, the howling Super Saiyan raced forward, dragging the length of his body across the Capsule Corp grounds, roaring his lungs out and hurling him away into the air. A double-handed hammer blow sent him crashing back to the earth. Fat as snuff, Beerus's heel shot up, catching him in the chin, tossing him away. Naruto's only response was an incoherent howl. Once more he lunged right into Beerus's waiting fist. All resistance was crushed out of him in an instant, his broken body left to tumble to the floor in a shattered heap. It put the last blow to shame. It wasn't even in the same league. Hinata cried out, sobbing as her father fell, eyes blank. Daddy, no, 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 no. Small hands pushed at the prone form, to no avail. Get up, she pleaded with him. You have to get up. No pudding, and the Super Saiyan God isn't here. Beerus's pallid features darkened in a scowl as he quietly ascended above the wailing lass. If that's all, I think we're done here. Wish we're leaving. I'm destroying this planet once and for all. Just a moment. Hinata bolted to her feet with a snarl, aura burning. I'll get you for this, you'll see. I very much doubt that, Crunch. Where the hell do you think you're going? Beerus frowned, his dark gaze sliding back to the slowly rising body behind him. Hinata froze. Daddy. You're getting up already. A clawed hand scratched his cheek, negligently pawing the red line there, the lone wound inflicted upon him. I already told you, this Super 3 of yours isn't interesting anymore. If you're not going to show me the Super Saiyan God this time, then I'll just destroy your planet. Fine. Fine. I said fine, came the growl as his foe stood. No choice now. I really didn't want to use this, but if there's anything capable of challenging a god, oh, he mused, watching the hybrid revert to his base state. You mean to say you were holding back all this time? Shame on you. Pretty much, the battered blonde loosed a laugh that hollowed even to his ears. I make no excuses. You got me. Were you trying to die, fool? I don't use it because I don't like what it makes me become. Green eyes locked on his, weary jade slits regarding him intently. You seem not like other Saiyans. Never was. I'm not natural. I was rebuilt from the ground up by a madman who never gave thought to the consequences of bringing back the dead. He got his wish. He made a monster. This power is the ultimate personification of that wish. Gero called it perfection, a superior state of being without flaw or error. I tasted it once, before, and worked to bring it out in its entirety since. That still doesn't explain why you held back. Naruto's face twisted. It isn't me, and I hate it as if it were. It makes me a monster. A filthy bag of secrets. A beast. Hiding inside me for 7 years now. Beerus bristled in anticipation. Perhaps this trip wouldn't be wasted after all. Show me. Your funeral, raising both arms, he crossed them before his face, falling into a crouch. I'll just skip 4 and get right to the good stuff, then. Don't blame me if you die. Beerus blinked. Wait, what do you mean 4? Naruto staunchly ignored the baffled deity, instead turning his eyes to his eldest. Dropping to a knee, he placed a hand atop her head, gently ruffling her hair. His little girl. His sweet, blessed, appealing baby girl. He was so damn proud of her. She'd make one hell of a fighter, someday. But not today. But this wasn't her fight to finish. Hinata. Wide eyes looked up at him, lip quivering. Voice, Daddy. I need you to listen to me now, he said slowly, staring deep into her eyes. It's very important, do you understand? Her head bobbed. What do you need me to do? I want you to use instant transmission and take everyone far, far away from here, he instructed gravely. Take them to King Kai's place. Don't worry, I know you're strong enough to do it. I trained you myself. When your mother wakes up, and she will, I want you to tell her. He paused, sighing. Tell her I love her and everyone very, very much. The little fighter felt her heart lurch, understanding dawning in her eyes. Why can't you tell her that? Here his smile finally broke. Sweetheart, his hands laid themselves on her shoulders, holding tight. Daddy's going to go away for a while. But I'll come back someday. I promise. Now Naruto straightened, his aura darkening. With a deep breath he gathered his energy. Then he let go of it all. Everyone. Everything. Blue eyes burned black. There was no controlled release of power, no simple power-up to herald this transformation. A wall of red and gold ki rose up around him, strong enough to make the very world shake. Unlike its counterparts, this sudden transformation was surprisingly brief, no drawn-out theatrics, no lengthy screaming. Just a short, raw shout. And then it was done. He stood there as the smoke frittered away, scowling. The god of destruction looked on in quiet curiosity, observing these new changes from afar. The Super Saiyan stood a head taller than before and appeared slightly more muscular than he remembered. More notably, deep, ebon fur akin to the shade of a moonless night stretched from below his wrists to well past his shoulders. In place of the once lone tail he'd carried with pride, the blonde now bore 9, each bearing the same colors and significantly longer, not resembling that of a monkey's at all but another beast's altogether. Even his ears had changed to reflect this, red fur-like protrusions standing where they'd once existed. They reminded him of a fox. Eyes like molten fire set against black scara bored into him, cold and angry. His once golden hair had lost its luster and become an entirely different shade altogether, neither gold nor black, the spiked silvery tresses stretching down and up around his head like an angry porcupine, bristling with energy. That once whiskered visage had lost its easy smile, a once soft face, changed entirely. As thought it had been chiseled from the hardest of forged steel, bearing the look of a wild animal in a BLD rage. There was one other change, one which the burning sparks around him quickly pointed out. Most notable all was the immense increase in power. That once tiny candle of ki had become a roaring flame. Unstable. But whatever it wasn't quite God ki, but it was close. It wasn't quite what humans called ki. This was something new. And Beerus wasn't entirely sure he liked the way it felt. It was close. Very close. Is this demigod ki? I never thought a mortal could achieve it. Impressive. What do you call this form? Naruto grunted, his jaw clenching with difficulty to speak. In the end, only one word emerged. 5. Super Saiyan 5. The Hikation sneered, grinning as a stray spark etched itself between them. Well, then, I hope you put on a good. That was all he managed before a clenched fist barreled into his face from below, hurling him into the air like a rag doll. For a fleeting moment the god of destruction was absolutely helpless. Powerless as a newborn, he possessed no control over his flailing form, helpless to anything but howl as his body spun end over end. Then the moment passed and he regained control of his body once more, slightly shaken. He'd felt pain for perhaps the first time in a century. He'd actually been hurt. What power was this? It wasn't ki, it was something else again. By some instinct, he raised both arms before his face. It saved his life. I guess that was the only warning he received before a pillar of red light rocked up to greet him, obliterating the clouds to barrel into his folded limbs with all the force of an angry typhoon. Searing through his defenses to scorch his elbows, the beam roared past, driving him high into the clouds as he struggled to push against it, to no avail, until finally he felt its owner's energy begin to flag. Ryarg, with a supreme effort, Beerus righted himself, heaving the beam away into the sky and shaking the stars from his vision. The explosion reached him moments later, staining the sky scarlet. Glowering, he raised a hand, ready to rain down destruction upon this Super Saiyan for startling him so gone. The smoke cleared to reveal an empty crater, devoid of life and fallen fighters both. Where'd he go? Sharpened fangs sank into his right arm with immeasurable pressure, biting deep enough to pierce muscle and scratch bone. Yelping like a scalded cat, Beerus flailed away from the blinding pain in his forearm, only to find it moved with him. Naruto the mad fool had actually bitten him. Get off, he roared, striking at the frenzied Saiyan with his good hand, to no avail. Naruto, his teeth would not be moved. It wasn't until he blasted the stubborn Saiyan thrice in the face that the berserker finally gasped and let go, tumbling away to the earth. Beerus shot after him in a blaze of purple light, only to find his speed outmatched yet again. A brutal blow snapped into his spine with all the force of a raging semi, batting him towards the ground with contemptuous ease. An angry hiss echoed in his ear, echoed by an unfamiliar whirring sound. Raisin Shuriken, burdened as he was by the falling star, the Hikation hurtling forward like a shooting star unable to slow his momentum in time. All too quickly, the ground rushed up to greet him, arms spread wide like a long-lost friend. The capsule corp building violently imploded in a flash of white light, obliterating the dome-like structure in a mushroom cloud of massive proportions that devastated the surrounding area for miles in every direction. A nearby city experienced only the briefest of muted flashes before the shockwave struck, leveling buildings indiscriminately on a nuclear scale. Bodies turned to ash as the city buster continued to spread without showing any signs of stopping, its victims shredded apart on the cellular level. Whis observed the destruction from afar with a pensive expression, watching gravely as the attack finally guttered out, leaving only a shredded ruin in its wake. Distant screams assaulted the ear. Fires raged in reckless abandon, thick stacks of ugly black smoke belching upward into the heavens to darken the sky. It reminded him of an extinction-level event. This is unexpected. For a fleeting heartbeat, nothing stirred in the rubble. Then a purple meteor roared up out of the ruined infrastructure, shrieking like the devil itself. Oh wow, what the hell was that? Badly burned and missing a good portion of his tail, Beerus landed heavily on his feet, patting himself down. His opponent wasn't far behind. Naruto landed on all fours after him, clawed fingers digging into the dirt, eyes wild, frothing at the mouth. The Hikation danced backwards in retreat, eyes wide. This wasn't a man anymore. This was a beast pretending to be a man, a creature in human flesh. My word, he's mad. What got into him? All he got was a growl. Enough of this, I'll finish you with the next blow. Leading with his left, Beerus struck out at the feral warrior, only to find himself inexplicably parried, then outright blocked. His opponent had caught his arm by the wrist and now held fat, in spite of his best efforts to tear himself free. Blank white eyes regarded him coldly, good arm gripping his left and drawing him close. When he tried to retreat, those strange tails tripped him up and held him down. Naruto grinned. Then he opened his mouth and spat white-hot ki. Point blank. And all Beerus knew was light. Bow. Never. Then you'll die. Beerus and Naruto, where is your god? Buu coughed. Her first realization that she still existed came in the knowledge that she could feel her arms and legs again. Her fingers. The rest of her proved swift to follow after that as she regained control of her extremities. A fleeting sense of weightlessness engulfed her mangled limbs as they slowly, painstakingly knitted themselves back together. Every cell ached in united agony, her CT rising and falling rapidly as her lungs remembered how to function once more, sucking down greedy gulps of air. Next came the eyes, her brain forcibly restarting as vision returned to her, followed by sense, wisdom, words. Realization of self. Not dead. Which meant, and there was pain jolting to her feet with a start, the immortal Majin clutched at her skull and hissed softly. I am never doing that again. Regenerating from near nothingness was not a feat she wished to repeat. Rationality, Majin behaving absorbed some of the greatest minds mankind had to offer, understood just how close she'd come to extinction. She also knew how she'd survived. Sheer instinct compelling her to jettison an infinitesimally small part of her seconds before Beerus obliterated her body. That single wisp of herself had laid dormant, lying in wait as all hell broke loose. Feeling the ebb and flow of the energies around it, quietly waiting until the moment was ripe. Stike. Now, her childlike personality momentarily suppressed by the knowledge that what she faced was so beyond her abilities, the battered bubblegum beauty rose, turning a keen gaze on the horizon. Perhaps it was her close brush with death, but she found herself actually capable of following the storm above. Red vied violently with purple, the roars of two beasts trying their utmost to murder one another. One of them would fall. Naruto. Beerus was so far and above she felt like a stupid girl trying to take down a mountain with nothing more than a stick. And the one with him was even stronger. Distantly, she became aware of Naruto as well. She could also feel his energy flagging, feel him drawing more and more strongly on his own life force to supplement his faltering body. This new form, for all its incredible might, wasn't going to last much longer. It was just too energy intensive. Not to mention literally insane, if the feral growls were any indication. It wasn't going to be enough. In the beginning it might have, but for each blow he landed, each bruise inflicted, the raging Hikation only continued to raise his power. At this rate, her beloved's body would give out long before he could find a way to win. But if Naruto couldn't beat him, then who? No matter how strong he might have become, he was by no means a god, not yet. There, only a few yards away and scattered across the lawn, were the answer. Buu nearly sobbed in relief when she saw them there, waiting. 7 glittering spheres, half buried in the rubble. It was almost too good to be true. Then she grinned. It was all teeth. Dark eyes snapped up to the horizon, watching those streaks of scarlet and violet snarling against one another in a clash without end. Buu grinned, white teeth flashing in the dark as she started forwards toward her prize, limping ever so slightly. You want a Super Saiyan God, Beerus? She hissed viciously. I'll show you a Super Saiyan God with that, she said about gathering and preparing the Dragon Ball for what was to come. Naruto just needed to hand in there a little while longer, now, somehow, someway. Hello, King Kai, she began, issuing a telepathic request. I need a favor. Less than a mile out, Demon-Yu Beerus rocketed out of the ruins of Capsule Corp, a deep purple aura engulfing his body as he streaked across the grief-stricken sky of the city. A streak of golden crimson shot after him almost immediately, prompting a furious snarl from the god of destruction and forcing him to hasten his pace, lest his pursuer catch him off guard. He was angry. No, beyond angry rage encapsulated itself in his heart like a blazing storm, suffusing his limbs with heat while his mind clamored for a solution that simply refused to present itself. He knew, the moment he slowed, that thing would be on him again. A beast that would not, despite his efforts, stay down because against all odds, it was pressuring him. Him of all people that last blast required considerable power on his part merely to survive, and the fact that he'd been pushed this far at all was absolutely, positively galling. It was his own fault for holding back, really, but how was he to know this crazy fox would go berserk? His right arm continued to bleed profusely, an irate reminder of the grievous injury the bereaved blonde had dealt him. If he used the full might, surely this farce would end, but the idea that he had to do so against a mortal. Absurdera, is he pressuring you, Beerus-sama? Whis called from his perch atop a shattered spire. Perhaps I should step in. The feline deity colored deeply and ground to a halt in the stormy sky, forgetting all about the red streak at his back. And no, he sputtered. I have this completely under mine was paid no attention to the feline's startled squawk and sounds of a struggle behind him. Instead, he focused intently on his sushi as Naruto used one of his many tails to hurl his ward to the ground. Oh, my, this was turning out to be quite the show. He couldn't remember the last time someone had actually made Beerus fight with anything resembling his true strength, much less actually inflicted anything resembling an injury on his personage. Sometimes even the mighty needed to be humbled these days, lest they forget there was always someone stronger. Better to have said someone ever-present, rather than a distant reminder like the Omni King. Besides, it was more than a little amusing watching him struggle. Alas, truly a pity they had to destroy the planet at all. Such delicious delicacies, Beerus snarled without sense, struggling mightily against the crimson tail wrapped around his throat, fingers gripping the surprisingly flexible appendage even as it tried to choke the life out of him. He'd managed to cut 2 of them away. But for each of the 9 he severed, 2 more grew in their place. Spirits, how do you fight against something like this? Already, he could see his opponent readying another blast in the distancia, clawed hand beckoning, crooking, channeling wind into his palm, a shrieking sphere steadily expanding there as he looked on. Whis whistled softly. Well, no. I haven't seen an attack like that in a while. Beerus was of a slightly different mind on the matter. Oh dear. Oh, if hell. That looked painful. Terribly, awfully painful indeed. Do you expect me to stand there and take it? With a roar like thunder itself, the Hikation brought 50% of his maximum, a previously unheard amount to bear, and swiped at the thrashing tail holding him, severing it with a blade of explosive energy. Naruto yelped and recoiled explosively. He slowed, but may as well have been pushing daisies at him for all the damage his attack left. Still, it was enough for Beerus to close the distance, rocketing forward over the ground in a violet streak of raging ki, tail cracking like a WHP behind him. He lashed out. Naruto, to his credit, nearly kept up, ducking the tail and lashing out with 3 of his own. To his disbelief, Beerus simply vanished, the crimson tails arcing harmlessly through an afterimage. A faint whisper in the air is his only warning, and he turns, fangs bared. He never saw the purple fist snap out until it found his face. Then he slammed backwards into the ground, tails and all, careening head over heels until the world was little more than a mottled black blur in the back of his mind. Dimly, he became dimly aware of a large welt rising on the right side of his face whilst he tumbled, but there was no recollection of the Hikation's attack anymore in his memory. Fast, too fast. He hadn't seen anything, only felt his nose shatter, and then he was gone. It sent a flicker of sense sparking to life in his battle rage. He hit me really strong. Strong enough that I can think of what the F. Blue eyes bulged as a shadow fell over him, effortlessly matching his rapid velocity. Widen, golden eyes glared down at him. Narrowed. Then his mind switched off and his body reacted on its own, twisting in mid-lunge, raising a forearm to block as Beerus struck out with his heel and drove him into the earth. Soil snarled angrily at his back, yet the true pain came not from that impact, but from his left shoulder. For a fleeting moment, he was almost able to bite his tongue, ride out the wave pain Pablendingajoni Hurtsmakite stop. Flesh and skin are pulverized by the blow, bone mangled and twisted, unable to withstand the force. Unable to function any longer. His shoulder, what's left of it, is barely hanging on at all, little more than a tenderized piece of meat attached to him by a ragged strip of flesh. Dead flesh. It won't heal in time. He knows this. Realizes it. Need to make room for the new. No choice. His good hand closes around what remains of his shoulder. Tightens. Flesh tears, lips part of their own volition, and he screams. Hi, Naruto curled inward as his body shuddered, fighting the urge to cry out even as he felt his regeneration take over. Bone burst from the wound, followed Beerus snapped into existence again and would have taken his head, if not for the tails. 9 furry, muscled appendages moved of their own will to protect their forming a cocoon of warm energy between him and the furious god of destruction. An old memory plucks at him, a memory of commanding a larger body with these very tails, of the attack he'd made, an attack without equal. By Jidama. Locked in the dark, Naruto grins. And the beast came howling back to the fore. Beerus struck out again, parting the tails, but this time Naruto was ready. Even as the extra appendages retreated, he stomped down, kicking up a wave of dirt into the Hikation's face. Then he seized his tail and gave a mighty wrench, ripping Beerus off the ground and disturbing you with all his might. The feline had all of an instant to cry out in surprise, then he found himself flung him away from the. No real damage was done, but it did give the blonde a welcome breather, time to reclaim his footing. Time enough to open his mouth. Beerus has half a heartbeat to see the sphere of black light swelling before the shinobi's face, to know his own peril. Too late, he realizes what's about to happen. Red and blue collide. First, ignite. Oh, sure, and then the air ignites as though struck by flint. On the other side of the planet, are you out of your mind, woman? Silently, she wondered if Naruto would be angry if she turned Vegeta into candy. Probably best not to risk it. But was she truly out of her gourd? Majin Buu actually wondered about that. In theory, she shouldn't have a mind at the moment, yet somehow she still retained all the overwhelming knowledge and wisdom of everyone she'd ever absorbed even after being blasted apart. It also begged the question of her newfound strength. She wasn't a Saiyan by any stretch of the imagination, so why was she stronger after being blasted to atoms and reforming? They were clear on the other side of the planet, and she could still feel the battle. That last explosion just now had been particularly menacing. And as she was the only one who could actually sense what was going on, it hadn't been difficult to convince the others to follow her in this. Except for a certainly prickly vegetable. Vegeta. Vegetable. Meh, semantics. Shaking off her childish humor, the Majin returned her attention to the 7 shining spheres at her feet. Naruto had always told her she defaulted to jokes in time of stress. Perhaps he was right. She didn't know how else to be. As a Majin, she was a being of pure emotion, dark and light tangled up inside her like a twisted, gnarled root. It wasn't in her nature to plan, yet she'd done so anyway. All thoughts of facing Beerus head-on were eradicated by the memory of her near death. She never wanted to come that close again. For a fleeting instant, she'd actually known oblivion. And if this failed, she would known oblivion once more. The thought was chilling. Do you really think this will work? Piccolo inquired. Buu offered a tiny, wan smile. I hear heaven's nice this time of year. 18 groaned. Well, that's encouraging. Everyone had looked at her as though she were mad when she told them she wanted to bring them back to Earth. More so when she insisted to summon Shenron. Of course he couldn't do anything to stop Beerus. That wasn't her intention. Naruto had once told her that the great dragon knew all there was to know. Now, she was about to put that to the test. If anyone knew what a Super Saiyan God was or how to summon one, then it would be the DMN dragon. It had to be the DMN dragon or else they were all going to die. Part 2 of her mad little plan consisted of ferreting Goku and Broly's surprisingly good combination Thato Namek to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls. Just in case the much-vaunted Porunga knew anything. And hey, having an extra 3 wishes could only come in handy. Never hurt to put your eggs in more than one basket these days. Hello. Hello. A sharp, nasally voice interjected itself into her thoughts. Is this thing on? Are you there? Yes, King Kai, and as I told you, I prefer lamp, she replied, touching a finger to her head. All set on your end. Yup, Goku and Broly just finished gathering the ball. We're about to start the summoning. Great, the Majin beamed. Be ready on my signal. Big Blute, for the love of me, stop calling me that. What? A frown. Why? Because it stinks. Hey, my nicknames are awesome. Just ask Big Green. Piccolo made a choking sound. A distant quake answered, followed by a roar heard round the world. And no more, I am done playing, Samui swore. I think Naruto just pissed God off, you think? Fine, Buu growled. If that Demon cat wants a Super Saiyan God, we'll give him one ready. Vegeta bristled slightly, once more reminded just how utterly Beerus outclassed them. I still don't see the point in asking the Demon Dragon about any of this. Too bad. Vegetable, this is the plan, win or die. Off we go. And raising her arms, she intoned in a sharp voice, Arise, Shenron. I am not amused. Beerus wasn't angry. Not at all. Not even a little. He told himself this had nothing to do with missing most of his right ear. Oh no, not at all. Nothing to do with his pride being in tatters. Nor the burns covering his arms. Or even the fact that his outfit had been ruined and Whis was probably laughing at him. None of that mattered, he tried to tell himself. He was a rock, the eternal shore, all emotion would break against him and be scattered to the okay, screw it. He was pissed to all hell. This battle had dragged on entirely too long for his liking, his patience stretched to his limits. No more. His sole consolation came in the realization that the beast looked just as bad as him. Having sustained massive trauma from his own attack, Naruto's as he rose and fell in great heaving gasps, greedily sucking down air. Of the 9 tails he'd once wielded, there were now only 4, no, 3 now, as the 4th dissolved into scarlet streamers of ki. He could deal with 3. Ute, he growled, flinging a finger forward, what kind of monster are you? Does it matter? Naruto coughed BLD, tilting his head. If it means protecting my family, I'll become whatever I have to be to take you down. With a howl, he lunged forwards, even the devil himself. Well said, the beast long since stopped thinking of this Saiyan as anything remotely human, roared at him and batted his hand aside before thundering a fist home into Beerus's cheek. A tooth wriggled loose in his mouth, then came flying out entirely as the blonde completed his revolution, driving clenched knuckles home in a rising haymaker. He wasn't sure which he despised more, getting his butt handed to him by a raging monster, or a thinking one who'd nearly atomized him a few minutes ago. And yet despite all the tin spite of his injuries, his power still continued to rise the longer they fought. What manner of mad potential did he have to absorb that world of power into his body? This is getting far too dangerous. I have to end him now. Naruto kicked off first, lunging across the ruined earth to strike at him. Leading with a hand, Beerus swatted his assault aside and struck out with his tail, only for the bond to drop flat against the soil and lash out with both legs, hitting him off the ground. Beerus slapped a hand against the rubble even as felt his world spin, saw the blade of ki arching up to meet his exposed limb, the hammer fist SWing down at his head. 2 decisions present themselves, neither appealing in their decision. Move and risk a potentially crippling blow. or stay and sacrifice part of his arm. Lose a limb. To this beast. Something snapped. And oh more, I am done playing black skies, lightning all around them as the deity roared. Neither noticed. The full might of his aura flung Naruto away, denying the blonde a chance for his crippling blow. When Naruto bounded at him again, Beerus lashed out with nothing less than his full might. Nothing was held back. His heels smashed through the blonde's guard, paving the way for taut fingers to surge forward, fingers clenched in a taut point of pain. It proved more than enough. Delivering the decisive blow through the blonde's, he twisted the limb, driving it inward until it speared out the man's back in a shower of torn flesh and bone. Almost immediately he was rewarded with a gasp and a wet squelching sound followed by a rather startling lack of blood. Didn't mortals bleed? He distinctly remembered them bleeding. So why wasn't the beast bleeding? Naruto flashed a bloodied grin up at him then, eyes narrowing to pale violet slits. Firm fingers closed around his arm, holding fast. You know, Naruto drawled, pausing to give a hacking cough, Earthlings have a saying, turnabout is fair play. Beerus had all of an instant to realize he was currently holding a clone made of little more than smoke. Which meant, oh how that cheeky little dickwaffle, a horrible shriek burst into his ears a heartbeat later. Say what you would about Beerus, but he really knew how to appreciate a technique. There was a certain finesse to it all, rather than just throwing blasts around like a madman. When you were a god you learned to appreciate the finer things, the greatest of delicacies, the strongest of moves and. That was close. Really close, actually way too close than the raisin shuriken hit him head-on. Iowarg raw agony the like of which he'd never known ripped through the god of destruction's body, paralyzing him as he came under attack from every angle. His very existence rejected the assault so utterly that his mind threatened to shut down. This attack was a god killer. He could think of nothing else to describe it. Something that attacked you on the cellular level, a move meant to wipe you out so utterly that you'll be little more than a stain by the end of the day. Already he can feel himself breaking, falling apart. I think that's quite enough. And then Whis was simply there, interposing himself into the raging blast, batting it away from Beerus with a contemptuous backhand. The raisin shuriken, what little remained of it, shrieked away into the atmosphere, its whining keen growing more and more distant as it reaches the stratosphere. Then, finally, just before it cleared Earth altogether, Naruto balked, watching the distant explosion obliterate the clouds. How did you know? No. None of that. Whis didn't even have to move. A glance was all it took and a torrent of blood answered him. Then his transformation fell apart. He'd held it for the most fleeting of moments, he brushed that other world of power with his fingertips, and marveled at it. Perhaps it was the blood he'd accidentally ingested, that small PND of flesh he'd ripped from Beerus's arm in a fit of rage. This was the realm he'd sensed during his deepest meditations, a strength he'd never known. For a heartbeat he'd actually tapped into it. Then the power guttered out inside of him all at once, obliterating energy mortal and divine both, leaving his body feeling hollow, heart hammering and his lungs burning. His entire body screamed at him, united in an agonizing, singular pain so intense that it nearly blinded him. When the rush of heat subsided, he found himself on his hands and knees, choking on nothing. His body dry heaved, depositing the remains of what had once been his lunch in a messy heap on the floor even as he convulsed. What the hell? He rasped. Not now, don't give out on me now. He soon found he had other concerns. I can't stop have Tohavi to beat him, that was all he managed before he vomited blood and collapsed. Blue eyes glowered up at Beerus, despite his body's inability to move. Whis blinked. This has been interesting. Shall we finish up, Lord Beerus? Beerus bristled. I know, geez, don't rush. Me, the god of destruction, raised a hand in turn. Sorry, but I'll be destroying your planet now. No strong feelings, I trust. Naruto's only response was a growl. Damn it, Beerus understood his plight. The seething inferno of fire in his heart had long since cooled, frozen into a glacial berg of cold respect. He hated that he'd been made a fool. But there was also admiration. For a fleeting instant there, at the end, he'd been forced to use all of his might. And even then the blonde had managed to trick him, nearly get in a finishing blow. For that at least, he would grant him a quick and painless death. Him and then this planet. Then he'd get his mangled ear and tail patched up. Then he would move on. It was for the best. All right, then a dark sphere of purple ki roared to life in his hand, ready to end all. Stop. Incredulous, Beerus actually complied. Golden eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Blinked. Twice. 3 times. Then they narrowed. Strange. Hadn't he killed her? The Hikation found himself staring at someone who should by rights be dead. What was her name? Evil Buu. The infuriating woman who had denied him his delectable dairy treat. Yes, he distinctly remembered smashing her to atoms when she refused to give him pudding. The thought still irritated him beyond words. Pudding, this was all her fault. He'd never know the glorious deliciousness of it because of her. Perhaps he ought to destroy her again for that, just to teach her a lesson. And why should I? He called back. Buu grinned merrily. With a lazy flick of the wrist, she tossed something at him. At first he half expected a ki blast, but a small cup landed in his hand instead, complete with a silver spoon. So fascinated was he by it, that he almost failed to notice a blue blur shoot past his foot and snatch up Naruto. Didn't matter. He'd die soon enough. Still, his curiosity was piqued. A pudding cup. Why in blazes were they giving him this? Did they really think the promise of food would be enough to dissuade him? Go ahead, Buu called back. Try it. You won't be disappointed. Reluctantly, he complied, peeling back the wrapper and dipping his spoon into the soft gelatinous substance. Gently, he scooped it up and placed it in his mouth. Tasted it. Swallowed. Golden eyes bulged as a delectable sensation flooded his tongue, filling his mouth with delicious. He devoured the rest greedily, only to find that it refilled itself the moment his spoon is lifted to his teeth. Gaping, it doesn't run out. What sorcery is this? Good, she nodded, antennae bobbing. Hope you like it. We wasted a wish on that. Whis frowned thoughtfully. Wish. So, are you going to leave now? Buu inquired. I'm afraid not. Beerus frowned. I've come too far to simply leave after this. Thanks for the pudding. Half-heartedly he palmed the ever-refilling cup to Whis and raised his hand once more. I'll be destroying you again now. Count yourself lucky. Surprisingly, the Majin grinned at that. Plan B, the god of destruction. It was all teeth. Meet our Super Saiyan god. Beerus stiffened sharply. A soft snap of instant movement alerted the Hikation of Whis's retreat. That, and the newfound presence looming directly behind him. In the next instant, a burning red aura engulfed his vision. A divine aura. A godly aura. That was enough to excite him by itself, but the raw power he felt emanating from the man tempered his expectations somewhat. He was looking at a great giant of a man. A being who eclipsed him in size many times in sheer muscle mass and stature. Someone he distinctly remembered tossing aside as though they were no more than an ant. But this was no ant. This was a god. In the end, only 2 words came to mind, but he couldn't bring himself to speak them. Broly painstakingly cracked his knuckles and grinned, red eyes gleaming. Hello, little man. I've blundered. The god of destruction had half a heartbeat to realize this, as well as exactly what Woho was looking at before the legendary Super Saiyan's fist filled his vision and thundered into his face. Then his world shattered in a kaleidoscope of pain and hurtled away and upward into the distance at light speed, like a skipping stone flung across the water. Thankfully, a skyscraper broke his fall before he could reach escape velocity. Shame about the offices, though. Total loss that. Pulling himself over a broken desk, Beerus lazily scanned the horizon, only to realize he couldn't even find that. For the world was consumed in a strange, emerald-green haze, one that blocked his vision utterly. Now, that didn't make any sense. It probably had something to do with the massive energy sphere bearing down on him. Are you kidding me? A deep, rumbling roar answered him. Where is your god now? You know, it wasn't a bad plan. But you made one fatal mistake. What's that? You tried to F with my family. Poking the dragon Tower felt positively giddy. From her lofty vantage point atop the towering ruin of a gutted skyscraper, she found she had a picturesque view for the battle of gods. A fine view to watch the world burn. And burn it did. Entire city blocks bathed in flame as the titans fought in the streets and the skies, heedless of anything but each other. These particular combatants didn't deign to concern themselves with the city's inhabitants but rather one another, driven by raw battle lust. The urge to fight and overpower the other consumed them utterly and overpowered all sense and logic. Ah, the chaos, it was glorious, sweet, delicious. Chaos, that's right, she hummed softly to herself, palming the right side of her face. Keep going. Destroy everything. Though she heard them all, the screams of those in need below, of the injured and dying, those perishing even as the warriors of this planet raced to rescue them from danger, she felt nothing for them. Well, perhaps that was an overstatement. She was all too happy to take their energy and make it her own, to nurture it and feed it to her companion. It drifted around her staff in a dark miasma of negative energy, swiftly siphoned away for her own purposes. She in turn took that energy and discreetly fed it to him, raising his strength tenfold with each passing moment. Only a little more now and surely they would have enough, surely they would have their revenge, and I do not see the point in this. Her partner's flat, monotone voice interjected itself into the pleasant haze of her daydream. If you allow this to continue, the Saiyans may be defeated. Beerus will triumph. Restraining a patient smile, Tawa pivoted on one heel and turned to face her most cherished creation. Is that a problem, Mir? She inquired. If he does triumph, he is likely to destroy this planet. Her creation continued, pausing as another distant explosion shook the land. We'll certainly be caught in the blast if we linger. Nonsense, reclining on the air with haughty languor, she dismissed his claim. You underestimate Saiyan potential. Scorn danced in those red eyes. You really think that brute will defeat the god of destruction? Not that one, no. Tawa admitted, tilting her head back to the battlefield. I suspect that task will fall to another. She paused when the earth trembled anew, a silent groan from the city-spanning brawl. After all, he's not the sort to take defeat lying down. Naruto. Mira all but spat the name, as though it were poison on his tongue, the foulest of venom. You are overly fascinated with that one. I do not approve. Growling, he raised a hand and clenched it before his face, knuckles grinding against one another with a loud pop. What do you see in that fool? I could crush him easily. I think he'd be the one crushing you in your current state. Tawa restrained a small scowl at her creation's blatant anger, resisting the urge to snap at him for his fallacy. He's strong, not just in body, but in mind as well, and not bound by conventional tactics like the others. A strength like that comes around once in a lifetime, the will and drive to surpass everyone, not for himself, or even simply for the sake of growing stronger, but rather for those dear to him. A wistful smile plucked at the corners of her mouth. It's a strange strength, but he's made it his own. Ridiculous. Mira scoffed. Strength through bonds. And this is what you admire. The demoness laughed. Quite the opposite, she declared. I want him to sever those bonds. You waste your time. Are we getting jealous? The warrior offered a non-committal grunt. Absurd. I would never envy such a buffoon. He is no warrior, yet, the longer they waited, the more her Mira seemed to chafe. He did not enjoy observing battles or experiments as she did. Rather, he would prefer to fight. But if he did that, he would expose them, and Tawa wasn't one to risk herself without cause, especially to beings on the cusp of godhood. Someone had to be the brains of the operation after all. Still, it had been a grand show thus far, even if she'd been forced to alter her plans because of that time-traveling brat and his meddling. She'd watched a legend take shape, played her own part in this realm, and now she was almost sad to see it end. Almost. Strings laid years in the making were finally drawn taut, and all the puppets were dancing to her tune, whether they knew it or not. She didn't even need to truly manipulate the warriors anymore, knowing full well they would act on their own and, in doing so, unwittingly suit her needs. Of course they would. She'd utilized the utmost of caution to be careful, so very terribly careful in plucking them. Too much interference might tip the scales against her and give away her before her plans bore fruit. Shetty couldn't have that. Mira might be an accomplished fighter, but even he wouldn't be able to survive the onslaught of so many skilled warriors at once. Not that it mattered anymore. Soon her creation would be beyond even a god. Just a little more energy, and their long-cherished goal would be within reach. Isn't it appealing, she sighed. If this keeps up, we'll have more than enough energy to revive the demon realm. Is that truly our goal? Mira groused, folding both arms before his broad. You seem far more interested in the affairs of these mortals. Don't be absurd. Naruto's a pleasant distraction, that's all. I'm interested in furthering his growth. Her creation scowled. I didn't say his name. Tawa blinked, realizing she'd spoken aloud. Regardless, huffing, she returned her attention the battle below. We have work to do. As you say. Struggling to focus, the pale-haired woman returned her attention to the two massive sources of ki. Judging by the mad laughter, those two fools were still enjoying themselves. It was a pity she couldn't affect them. For now, gods were well and truly beyond the realm of her control. Not for much longer. Every change to history, no matter how slight, gave them the energy they needed to accomplish her goals. While she didn't garner much by allowing them to act on their own, the sheer volume of change over the span of more than a decade had proven more than enough. And when events weren't changed to her liking, when history threatened to buck her desired outcome, she took steps. A subtle nudge here, a prod there. To show herself was folly, one she'd learned long ago. Better to act from the shadows. After all, the timeline history itself dictated that Goku would become the Super Saiyan god in this era. But he hadn't. All because of a certain blonde. Thanks to that one, there had been a great many changes indeed. At first she'd been baffled by him, and the circumstances surrounding his. What had possessed Dr. Gero to pursue the continued existence of a being long since dead? How had he successfully managed to revive him, albeit imperfectly at all? There were still so many questions, but she'd long since declared them irrelevant. They didn't matter. What did matter, however, was the end result. That single event had set off a chain reaction of sorts, triggering a domino effect that eventually drew her attention to this world. A reality apart from that singular timeline where all of this had first begun, a multiverse both connected and disconnected to what one might call its canon events as a whole. And all because of one person. Cell's untimely end at the hands of that very someone. Bojack's annihilation by Vegeta. Buu's rampage cut short. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, battling the god of destruction even now. So many changes to history, and with each one, her fascination grew. Here was someone who'd once been nothing. The weakest of all. Yet through sheer strength and perseverance he'd risen through the ranks to prove even the greatest fighters wrong. He just needed a push. Naruto, he was on the cusp of becoming something great. Not an android, not a human, not a Saiyan, nor even a god. Something more. Something glorious. She wasn't sure what, the prospect excited her regardless. She'd seen his capacity for cruelty in combat, peered into the darkest depths of his heart and seen the beast within. He might pretend to be good and pure, he might even fool himself into thinking that he was, but the truth was known to her. His true nature betrayed him. He'd been born into an era of war and strife, and even after his unlikely return from the dead at the hands of a madman, that darkness hadn't diminished. That he held it at bay through sheer force of will was something to applaud. Unlike Mira. For all his strength and fortitude, her creation didn't seem to understand his limitations, what he was missing. He might be one of the strongest beings to exist in his era, but he lacked something, a key component that other fighters did not. An iron will. Spirit. A soul. He did not have a goal to strive toward beyond becoming stronger. He did not possess that indomitable drive, that sheer force of being that would make others allies and enemies alike follow him to the ends of the universe. All he had was power. Nothing else. And why should he? A fighter was all she'd meant him to be, and perhaps she'd made him too well. Yes, he still had his uses for now and his strength was necessary to achieve her goals. But then what? His infatuation and blatant jealousy were beginning to become bothersome. She would need to be rid of him, and soon. Naruto, however, she just needed to sever his bonds for him and then he'd truly become something glorious. Not just a pawn, or even an ally, but a partner. And to think, her initial plan was to kill him outright. What a fool she had been. This mortal took his body to the brink against Beerus, pushed himself to the breaking point and then even further beyond. This power, if nurtured properly, could bring the very universe to its knees. And he held it back, knowingly limited his power, prevented himself from giving in for fear of what he would become. Unacceptable. He was destined for greatness. He knew it. Tawa knew it. He just had to acknowledge it. Here now. In his weakest moment, his defenses lowered, his body broken, she struck. Humming softly to herself, the sly demon hefted her staff. Concentrating, she moved it outwards toward a ruined building. Sure enough, she felt him there, his exhausted ki little more than a flicker in her mind's eye. Buu was present as well, no doubt trying to tend to his wound and render him fit to fight again. They couldn't have that now, could they? She felt, rather than saw Myra's frown. What are you doing? Tawa sneered. You'll see. Tethers of ebony energy gathered at the weapon's razor tip, beating like droplets of dark water. As her brow furrowed, the ink-colored condensation began to coalesce around her, bending to her will as she forced it to do her bidding. All the negative energy she'd gathered only served to strengthen the sinister spells, enhance it to its utmost limits. It made Babiti's paltry magic seem a mere child's trick by comparison. Reaching into the blonde's pish, she bypassed his broken defenses and penetrated into the very heart of his being. A single command was uttered, imperious with weight. Arise. A heartbeat later, in the ruins of Capsule Corp, arise. Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes. What? The first realization that he'd survived came when his mind stirred and he was finally able to lift those heavy lids if only slightly. Let alone breathe, though it emerged as little more than a pained hiss snaking between clenched teeth. Then came the pain. Now that he wasn't in imminent danger of demise, his body decided to tell him it had just about enough of his antics. He ached in every bone, every muscle, every single cell united in raw, primal agony as he lay upon the broken ground. He struggled to remember where he was, why he had fallen, why everything hurt. Strength slowly flooded his every pore, a not-so-subtle reminder of the vicious beating he'd received, but this surpassed that somehow. He was dimly aware that someone was holding him, cradling his head in their lap, but his vision betrayed him. Everything was a riot of color, a writhing mess of pastels not unlike that of a mad artist's easel. Gradually, a bright pink interposed itself over his vision at long last, lending him just a touch of incredulity. Thus, Naruto blinked. Twice. 3 times. Buu. Pearly white teeth flashed in the gloom. Hey! Don't you hey! He broke off into a bloody, hacking cough. Me, you were dead. Beerus, I saw you die. I got better, she chirped. You were vaporized. He missed a piece? Seriously? Yup. Undaunted by his brief bout of incredulity, the Majin leaned forward and placed a chaste embrace upon his forehead, nuzzling his face. Naruto colored indignantly but once more found himself powerless to move, despite the healing energies flooding into his broken body. In the end, he simply settled for laying still after all. Not that he had much of a choice in the matter. It wasn't as if he'd be going anywhere anytime soon in this sorry state. A thorn of confusion pricked at him and held him back, however. Still, how had he gotten here? Don't you remember? The strange woman's voice tugged at him again, lending him another burst of fell strength. Whis interrupted. He knocked you out and denied you your victory. A pity. A part of him burned at the reminder. Who are you? Why are you in my head? Who I am is irrelevant. You could be so much more, you know. All you have to do is let go. Embrace your power. Then you'll be able to crush all who stand before you. It was all he could do just to lift his head. Tried that. Didn't work. I lost, remember? Only because you limited yourself, she argued. If you were to truly give in, sever your bonds, wait, what are you oh ho yeah f that? To beg your pardon. For the first time since she'd infiltrated his mind, the demoness sounded almost uncertain after his mad bout of laughter. Naruto pounced on this brief moment of weakness and used it to strengthen his defenses, rallying to hurl the meddling time breaker out of his head. Did the laughter not make it clear? You can take that power and shove it up your butt. I've never wanted it. And then someone seconded his opinion. About din time, brat, a dark, exultant roar rumbled through the void between them. I've been waiting for you to get off your butt and tell that which off. In his mind's eye a giant eye opened, red as BLD and burning with wrath. As for you, woman, I'll applaud you for the effort, but you made one fatal mistake. You never stopped to consider that I might take offense to your little intrusion. I've butchered villages for much less. Didn't your parents teach you not to poke a sleeping Biju? You can't seriously mean to the great beast snorted. I grow weary of your voice, wench. Prepare to be terminated. I'll be borrowing your body for this, kit. Naruto couldn't help himself. He laughed, a short sharp bark of relief. Have it. I think I'll just take a nap until this is over. Oh, you heard the man. Assuming control. Do try and run. It makes the chase all the more exciting. No, here, now, at last, panic overtook Tawa. I won't let you. She could see it now in her mind's eye, and it terrified her. That great, towering red fox leering back at her in the black. Dwarfing all imagination. Devouring all her hopes and dreams, every plan she had for the future. A strangle squeak fled from her lips as it reared back. Its fanged maw opened, exposing row upon row of jagged teeth. You don't have choice, fool. To get away. Even as Tawa tried to sever the connection, even as she fought to resist, something welled up in her. In her heart of hearts, it surged up like a tidal wave of dread, batting her defenses aside as though they were made of cardboard. It took hold of the tenuous connection linking their minds and forcibly held it open with clawed hands. Traced it back to her, zeroed in on her last bastion of self-control and crushed it utterly. To her great dismay, in her last moments of coherent thought, the proud demoness finally realized the gravity of her error. One did not simply poke sleeping dragons. She'd F up. In the next instant she felt it. Like a great wave crashing down on her senses, so too did Buu experience a sudden, icy rush of dread. Fingers colder than any abyss trailed down her spine. And still the key continued to rise. An incredible pressure that threatened to squash her, crush her very existence. As if an iron fist had took hold of her heart and squeezed until the organ became nothing but bloody red ribbons. This whatever it was, went beyond a mere Zenkai. Divine Ki, that realm of power that had so confounded her to this very moment, was surpassed in an instant, eclipsed utterly. Hello, mortal. The fist crashed down into her from seemingly out of nowhere, crashing into her face and hurling her away like a rag doll. The blow ripped her from her perch atop the skyscraper and slammed her into the street with a startled yelp, nearly shattering her face outright. Her forehead burned fiercely, and she found herself catching incoherent snatches of sound as rubble tumbled around her. Where was Mira? Why hadn't he protected her? Groaning, she clambered to her feet and tried to puzzle it out. She soon wished she hadn't. Ohoho, a rich, pleased voice ripped through the air. You're more durable than you look. His hair stood jagged and on end, a ragged red mess thrumming with thick crimson arcs of energy offset with raging black sparks. Not unlike Broly's Super Saiyan God, but darker somehow. As if the very air itself were trying to escape, to get the hell away from him and the sheer presence he exuded. This was impossible, her mind gibbered, scrambling for an explanation as the crimson-clad warrior alighted across the street from her, wearing a snaggle-toothed grin. It didn't make any sense he hadn't undergone the ritual he'd lost to Beerus. How was this happening? Gulping, she stood slowly. Mira, sorry, the fresh voice rumbled. Your little toy ice indisposed. Tawa shrank back. Why you wouldn't hit a woman, would you? The being paused and leisurely turned to face her. His GI was all wrong, she realized. All red and black instead of the blonde's favored orange/blue. And those teeth, no. Naruto's mouth moved, but a different voice emerged. Naruto wouldn't. On the other hand, in a blur, he was before her. Strong fingers latched onto her throat and wrapped around her windpipe, hoisting the meddling timebreaker into the air, giving her a prime view of his visage. Unbidden, the demoness drew in a sharp breath. Even if the blazing red eyes weren't enough of a dead giveaway, she could never forget this energy. Or that face. She'd only seen it for a brief moment in his mind, but once was more than enough. 'Twas the face of hatred itself, a sneering visage that seemed simultaneously torn between jeering laughter and seething, frothing anger. His very presence seemed to draw in all light, all hope, and turn it to despair. The sheer, evil presence he exuded, that overwhelming aura of bloodlust. A name leaped to her lips, whispered in the darkest of realms, and she nearly choked on it. Kurama. The demon god grinned. Bingo. Now, then clawed fingers tightened, drawing BLD against her pale skin. Would you kindly die? To fight monsters you have to become a monster, a good kind of monster. There is no good or bad. We choose what to believe in, and keep it in our hearts and beliefs. If you aren't strong enough to stain your hands with BLD for the weak, then don't do anything. But if you can, you must. Fight. Gods and demon, I've blundered. This single thought summed up the entirety of Tao's existence as she stared into the abyss. Today, the abyss stared back. What's wrong, sweetheart? Naruto thundered. You look like you've seen a ghost. His GI was all wrong, she realized. All red and black instead of the blonde's favored orange/blue. And those teeth, even his hair had changed. The once flaxen spikes now stood jagged on end, a ragged red mess thrumming with wild crimson arcs of energy offset with raging black sparks. Not unlike that of a Super Saiyan god, but darker somehow. As if the very air itself were trying to escape, to get the hell away from him, and the sheer presence he exuded. This was impossible, her mind gibbered, scrambling for an explanation as the crimson-clad warrior alighted across the street from her, wearing a snaggle-toothed grin. It didn't make any sense he hadn't undergone the ritual he'd lost to Beerus. How was this happening? Her hand tightened around her staff, clenched knuckles turning a bloodless white. And oh no, Enon, incredulous at her failure, she stamped upon the ground again and again, great fractures crisscrossing the street with every stomp. This is impossible, unacceptable, absurd, ridiculous, you screaming. She flung a finger at the transformed warrior, infuriated all the more by his mocking smile. You were meant to serve me, it was destined. She didn't expect him to outright laugh in her face. Ah, did I hurt the widow girl's fee wings? In you, her palms snapped, cradling a crimson sphere of ki, up only to pierce empty air. Over here. A knee drove into the small of Tao's back and sent her world spinning, hurling her away into the air. She scarcely had an instant to comprehend her abrupt departure from gravity before a hardened elbow hammered down on her head, sending her shrieking to the earth at blinding speeds. Unable to properly compensate in time, the demoness could only think to protect her face as she struck the street. Regardless, the raw shock of the impact knocked her senseless instead. Had her eyes been open, she would have seen little more than a flash of white light as an entire city block buckled under her forced landing. As it were, Tao found herself far too preoccupied with trying to survive. Realizing she'd blacked out for an instant, the white-haired woman clawed her way upright. Rather, she tried to. Something in her gut protested painfully, and she doubled over with a choked cry, unable to rise. Agony such as she'd never known flooded her body. She needed healing, and soon she needed to rest, to recover. Mistake. Tao come out and play, his sing-song voice, accompanied by the sound of relentless footsteps echoing through the ruined city, and the dull crunch of rubble reminded her of her plight. She had to escape. By herself, time to recover. Vision swimming in and out of focus, Tao could only see a pair of dark boots in the smoke. She swung an arm up to attack, only to find herself flattened by a lazy pulse of energy within the smoke. As if she'd been smote by an invisible hand, so too did she lose all the ki she had so desperately gathered, her power withering away on the wind as she curled inward on herself. T-sack, this is ridiculous. How can I, a supreme being, be losing to someone like him? Don't feel too bad, princess. You never had a chance to begin with. Trembling, Tao looked up just as a nearby building crumbled on her. With the last of her strength, she threw out a wave of ki at the falling stone, vaporizing the avalanche before it could reach her. In the ensuing cloud of smoke, she managed to gather up what remained of her ki and fly away, slowly, but it was a far cry from the sorry state she'd been mere moments before. And for a second, a sliver in time, she experienced something akin to relief. Clearly she'd erred by trying to turn the blonde to her side, but such mistakes were to be expected. What mattered was this: she was still alive. As long as she survived, she could find a way out, she could escape, she could raise an shuriken. The assault caught Tawa completely unawares, the shrieking sphere snarling out of the sky to slam headlong into her unprotected back with all the fury of 1,000 suns. Fire blazed along her spine, punctuated by a sudden lack of sensation, then it was past, hurtling up into the heavens. It took her all of 3 seconds to realize why she no longer felt her legs. Shock set in swiftly, numbing her thoughts as she tumbled aimlessly to the ground. It didn't even occur to her that she should have perished on impact, that the wound had been cauterized by the intense heat. All she saw was her lower torso, spinning away from her. That was unfortunate. She didn't even realize she'd struck the ground until someone pressed a boot to her head. Only then did reality and the pain come rushing back in a roaring red tide. She wasn't sure how long or loud she screamed, only that eventually she could cry no more and her voice had abandoned her. And there, silhouetted against the flames of the burning ruins, her tormentor leered back at her, death incarnate. Powerless to move as he took anew before her, his face mere inches from hers. "Yo," sharpened teeth flashed in the dim light. "Looks like you fell to pieces on me." Tawa grit her teeth. "Spare me your quips, you impudent. Oh, that'll cost you." His foot kanonied in her face with a cruel crunch and Tawa felt her nose crumple alongside several of her. The demoness groaned and spat BLD. There had been considerably less power in that kick than the last one. But the answer proved painfully obvious. Like a confident hunter, he'd chosen to take his time with his prey. Of course he was toying with her. It served no other purpose than one of manifest cruelty. He wanted to make her suffer, to break her, torment her as she'd done to him. And she'd unleashed that in him through no other fault but her own. She refused to be die in such a way. "I refuse to accept this. It was never your fate to have such power." Naruto cracked a small smile. "Hate to break it to you, princess, but I say F fate and DMN destiny." In case you haven't noticed by now, a scarred hand rose, clenching into a tight, sparking fist. "The brat and I aren't all that fond of manipulation, yours or anyone else's. We forge our own path. Still, knowing or not, you've helped us reach a new plateau. For that at least, I feel we owe you something. Thanks to your impudence, this idiot will be able to protect his family for years to come. Have another taste." His hand arced out and embedded itself in what remained of her stomach, doubling her over. "Ack, oh got a rib that time. Keep this up and you won't last much longer. Stop please, gee, let me think about. You tried to make me kill my family." Not feeling very merciful. This was all wrong. Choking on her own BLD and terrified beyond belief, Tawa tried to push Naruto away. Of course, she failed spectacularly in this and ended up scrambling backwards like a drunken crab, struggling in vain to put some much-needed distance between her and the man-monster inexorably bearing down on her. Wrong. It had all gone wrong somehow. All her plans, all her plotting should have led to this moment. To her victory. Instead, all her schemes lay dashed at her feet. She saw her death in those cold, scarlet orbs and she wasn't ready to meet it. The idea that this moment only to be dashed at the last instant. She had to escape, had to flee, had to find her legs and Mira, she called to the skies, "Help me," silence answered. A pit of dread opened in her gut. "Mira." "Sorry," Naruto's fresh voice rumbled. "Your little toy Ison disposed." "What?" "See for yourself." As if summoned by that very thought, her silent servant sailed through a nearby building with a thunderous crash. Tawa watched, helplessly spellbound as the man spun end over end, trading blow with none other than Majin Buu herself. And losing at that. Surely she must be seeing things. It had to be the BLD loss. But no, even as she looked on he took a mighty blow to the head and staggered. Then another. And another. Another still. Impossible. He was the ultimate warrior. A peerless fighter beyond compare. He was invincible. No one could defeat him, so how? "Buttes," Naruto called to the distant figure, distorted voice echoing oddly within his aura. "You can stop playing with him now. Time to wrap things up." I've got a treat for you over here once you're done. Red eyes burned black. Then she bounded at Mira, laughing like a demented child. What? Mira started in surprise as the gelatinous woman he'd been fighting abruptly lunged for him all at once, dissolving into a thick mire that instantly tried to consume him. Instinctively, he lashed out it with his fist, thinking to destroy it as he would any other enemy. This was a natural instinct for the artificial warrior, and such a tactic would have worked against anyone else. Anyone, save Buu. As he soon learned when the cloying goop gave way and clung to his outstretched arm, swarming up his wrist. He immediately tried to tear it with his other hand. Unfortunately, in doing so, he only tangled himself all the more. Oh, he's gone and pissed her off. What is this? Growling, he thrashed at the bubblegum-like substance, but to no avail. For every movement the thick goop only clung to him all the more. Fool woman, release me, fight fairly. For all his struggles he only entangled himself ever further, his cries growing more and more enraged. What was this foul substance? Why couldn't he remove it? Roaring in frustration, Mira flared his aura. To no avail, Buu simply clung to him with dogged tenacity, refusing to be dislodged despite his struggles. With each passing moment she sapped still more of his strength, draining him of ki as though he were a leaky sieve. He found he barely had the strength to struggle now. Everything was fading, growing darker. No, not like this. Did I mention Buu can absorb people? Naruto addressed Mira's faintly struggling form, raising his voice to be heard over her creation's screams. For all your knowledge of history, you've never seen it in person, have you? I'm told it's a horrible experience. You won't die, but you'll never see the light of day again. Your power will be added to hers, so I suppose you'll be of some use after all. Hey, that's cheating, Tao wailed. You were supposed to fight him. Was I? Naruto/Kurama tilted his head, pretending to consider her words. Sorry, I've always been a ninja first and a Saiyan second. Ninja don't fight fair. They see an opening. They seize it. Speaking of seizing, Tawa shrank back as the full weight of that gaze fell on her. No, wait, I zip. A flicker of motion and he was upon her. You wouldn't kill a woman, would you? The being paused and leisurely looked down at her. Naruto's mouth moved, but again, a different voice emerged. Naruto wouldn't. I, on the other hand, strong fingers latched onto her throat and wrapped around her windpipe, hoisting the meddling timebreaker into the air, giving her a prime view of his visage. Unbidden, the demoness drew in a sharp breath. Even if the blazing red eyes weren't enough of a dead giveaway, she could never forget this energy. Or that face. She'd only seen it for a brief moment in his mind, but once was more than enough. 'Twas the face of hatred itself, a sneering visage that seemed simultaneously torn between jeering laughter and seething, frothing anger. His very presence seemed to draw in all light, all hope, and turn it to despair. The sheer, evil presence he exuded, that overwhelming aura of bloodlust. A name leaped to her lips, whispered in the darkest of realms, and she nearly choked on it. Kurama. The demon god grinned. Bingo. Now, then clawed fingers tightened, drawing BLD against her pale skin. Would you kindly die? An ugly flower of panic bloomed in Tawa's heart, wrapping hideous roots of dread around her lungs. No, she wasn't ready to die. There was still so much she wanted to do. The idea of being snuffed out now, just when things were getting interesting, when she could manipulate so much, it galled her. She was too appealing to die, too important, yet her beauty had been sullied, her much-vaunted power stripped away. Words were all that was left to her, all she retained, and in desperation she plied them now. Stop, she clutched to this coat, pleading. I'll serve you, do whatever you wish, just don't take my life. Naruto cocked his head, considering. Is that so? Yes, I'll do anything good. I'm so glad you understand. A light of hope dared to dawn within Tawa's heart. Oh, thank you, she collapsed, sobbing. 1,000 times, thank you, I swear, you won't regret this. She never saw Buu move. Little more than a gelatinous puddle after absorbing Mira, she'd not yet taken physical form. Rather, she'd crept low upon the ground. As such, Tawa failed to realize her peril until it was too late. The moment she felt the alien entity latch onto what had once been her legs, however, she understood what Naruto intended for her. Hope collapsed on rotting planks, the faint light of relief she'd nurtured now snuffed out in an instant. With her arms near useless she thrashed at the Majin to no avail, every struggle merely fed her foe. At full strength she might well have escaped and lived to fight another day, but now wild and frantic, wholly desperate, she turned her eyes back to Naruto, cursing him with her very last breath. There was no pity to be had in that demon's icy gaze, not the slightest hint of emotion beheld within. "What? No," she cried, "damn you, you can't do this to me, do you hear me, you filthy mon?" Air choked in her lungs as the pink sludge found her face. And abruptly, her consciousness faded. Tawa ceased to be. Darkness. In the end, it's all about balance. Balance? There can be no good without the bad, the reverse applies as well. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Evil for evil. Every action produces an equal and opposite reaction. Saving one sad soul might doom millions more to death, while letting a world burn could give rise to the opposite. You see, it's all about foresight. You have to nip problems in the bud. Else they become weeds and choke you. For example, I once happened upon a young Kai during my travels. He possessed a frightening potential for combat, a capacity for great good or peerless evil. In the end, it fell to him to make a choice. He made his. I made mine. And the universes were better for it. He'll never trouble anyone again. Indeed, no one even remembers his name. You see. Don't give me that high and mighty bullshit. Drop the act, Anna. Awa. Don't give me that look. You fail to see the forest for the trees. I'm not acting. This is what it means to be a god. To be responsible. Something you know precious little about. Shall I educate you? Inerrant conversation. Spectre of the future, now our story shifts. I bet you thought my old man won somehow, didn't you? Just imagine it. Tawa and Mira thwarted, Beerus the terrible destroyer, felled by a strange alliance of unseen-emister aliestern friends. A mighty god usurped by mere mortals. Oh, the gall. The absolute shame of it all. It would have been a tale for the ages, a ballad sung across the universes. Unfortunately, they're called gods for a reason and they aren't overthrown easily. I speak in the plural because I know now what they didn't then. There isn't just one god. There are many, many more, each more powerful than the last. Above those dauntless gods stand their almighty attendants, the angels. And above them, something you can't even begin to fathom. Isn't ironic? By challenging No, by surviving Beerus, they unknowingly attracted the attention of others like him. And in doing so, they began a chain reaction that would one day turn the very cradle of existence on its head. Ah, but that's a story for another time. In all honesty, I can't point to the exact moment when it happened. To truly understand how it came to that, I'd have to go back in time again and ask him. Doing that might create another timeline like before, worse. No, I won't resort to that option unless I have absolutely no choice. Trunks and I can handle this. I want to believe we can. Perhaps that's my pride talking. Ironic, isn't it? It was pride that compelled me to try and change the past. Instead, I created another era. One in which everyone survived. Somehow, I changed things. They're alive, thanks to me. I still don't know much about Pops. Everything was such a blur back then. Never had time to ask. By the time it occurred to me, it was already too late. With Mom gone, there's no one left to ask anymore and I'm forced to make my own assumptions. He seemed strange. Wild, silly, yet at the same time somehow sad. I don't know how to describe him. I'd like to think I inherited my courage from him. Family always came first with him, come hell or high water. Knowing that, I'm sure he had a good reason for what he did. They say Saiyans thrive on adversity. I think that's nonsense. If your loved ones were threatened, wouldn't you fight? If their every existence stood at risk, wouldn't you give your all to make sure they survived? To protect them? Even if doing so meant risking your own. Me. Of course I'd fight. Wouldn't we all? Would you? Power, unlimited power, with an exultant giggle, Majin Buu threw her head back and loosed a mighty shout to the world. Summoned by the power of her voice alone, a storm arose, dark clouds gathering over the ruined city. Rain lashed at the burning buildings like a WHP, dousing the raging fires within. As swiftly as it had begun, so too did it vanish. banished by the sheer force behind her voice. She only laughed all the harder. Unlike her previous incarnations, this scream wasn't one of spite, wrath, or anger for that matter. It wasn't even a challenge to their enemies. Nor was it a warning. Simply put, it was a cry of joy. Pure, unadulterated glee. That said glee threatened to shake the very earth apart and destroy the planet was utterly inconsequential to Naruto. As he saw it, Buu had earned the right to gloat. This victory wouldn't have been possible without her. In the blink of an eye, she'd turned the tables on their enemies while simultaneously banishing them from death and the subsequent risk of resurrection that came with it. In doing so, she'd eliminated Mira and Tawa. Forever. That she'd gained their combined powers was only to be expected. Quite the boost at that. She deserved to savor their triumph. Still, he wasn't about to let her accidentally destroy the earth in her excitement, however, because the battle wasn't over yet. He could still sense Beerus, but the once burning inferno that was Broly had fallen silent. Would the two of them be enough? He could only hope. Troublesome. All right, he called, raising his voice to be heard over the howling wind. Oi, Buu honey, that's enough. To his mild amusement, she actually listened. Whip. Her head snapped towards him with such force that he nearly found himself backhanded by the whiplash of her antennae. Instinct compelled him to duck at the last moment, lest he be flattened. A rush of air heralded the accidental blow, cutting through a ravaged building as though it were naught but butter. Even as he straightened up from the motion, Buu was already in motion. As he looked on, she flickered forward, vaulted a shattered car between them, and leaped into his arms. More aptly onto him. Oomph! Breath burst out of the blonde's lungs as the sheer force of Buu's tackle smashed him against the ground and briefly kept going, driving a deep furrow into the ruined street. A pair of pink hands slammed down against his shoulders as her legs locked around his waist, pinning him into place with startling ferocity. Oi, what the Buu didn't answer. Instead, she welded her lips to his. The unexpected but very welcome kiss warmed his blood like lava glow. Set his senses blazing. She moaned at his touch, her tongue plying at his lips, and for a fleeting moment, Naruto allowed himself to relax. To revel in the knowledge that she was still alive. That he was alive. Despite all the madness they'd been through, or perhaps in spite of it, they were still kicking. But what of the others? With that, he came back to his senses. Righting himself, he hooked both hands beneath her legs and climbed to his feet, drawing the reluctant bubblegum woman with him. In that instant he saw how she'd changed. One had to look down to see the extent of the changes. Her blouse had vanished, replaced by a strange black-red vest that seemed more hybridization of Tawa rather than Mira, if only in that it revealed far more than it concealed, while still retaining the white trousers she so favored. Her face seemed softer somehow yet stern, those once pink eyes now simmered a steely gray. She stood a head taller, her very body seemingly trembling, perhaps in an effort to contain her overwhelming might. Yet she remained calm. There was something else about her, something new. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, he didn't have to. I feel unbelievable ki welling up inside of me, unaware of his concern. Buu beamed a delighted grin up at him, practically wiggling in place as her aura raged around her wildly. This is incredible, why didn't you let me do this sooner? Naruto arched an eyebrow. Easy there, Sparky. Sparky. The blonde levered a lone finger in her direction. Only then did she notice the sparks. Oh, she exclaimed. Sorry, frowning, she tamped down her aura with an effort and extinguished the raging red light. It abated with a soft sigh, leaving them in silence once more. No, not silence. Naruto could still hear them, the cries of the injured, of the weak, of the dying. Innocent bystanders caught up in the chaos. Their chaos. His chaos. Was it wrong that he empathized with them? He'd destroyed their lives. Dragon Balls or no, the events of today wouldn't be so easily forgotten by the people of Earth unless he wished it so. But wasn't that unfair? To simply wish all his troubles away. To not take responsibility. Aggravated, he silently blew out a breath. Hell, I bet I could even absorb Beerus. Now at that, Buu's declaration finally snapped the whiskered warrior back to reality. Rounding on his companion, he seized her by the shoulders and gave her a vicious shake. Absolutely not, he roared, Do you hear me? Not allowed. I'll never forgive you if you try something like that. The intensity of his reply must have startled Buu, for she physically wilted beneath his gaze. Were you so angry? Because you're not thinking to Naruto, the very idea was anathema. In his mind's eye he witnessed her death over and over again. Powerful though Buu was as she'd recently become, even she couldn't survive being erased by a venerable deity. Promise me, swear you won't do it. At first, he thought she might fight him, argue the point. Bicker. Instead those bright eyes dimmed and her slim shoulders slumped. Naruto couldn't quantify the unutterable relief those words gave him. Buu might be wild and wanton as they came, but to her, her word was binding. She'd sooner die than break a promise. You were lucky to escape last time. He pointed out. If you try something like that, he'll erase you. Let me and Broly fight Beerus. An eyebrow ridge rose. And here I thought Saiyans were honorable. Pride. What did those mean to a ninja? Nothing. Naruto disdained them. Despised them. He'd had his fill of pride against Cell. He'd seen what honor earned you when he'd confronted Gero's machinations. No, pride and honor meant nothing when you, the enemy, stood before you. Victory was the only thing that mattered. Be it through strategy or numbers or even cheap attacks. Victory was all. You couldn't protect your loved ones if you were dead. Couldn't hold those you loved. No, he had given up on the notion of pride and fairness long ago. If that made him a beastardy in the eyes of his fellows, then so be it. A ninja knows nothing but victory. All right, you've made your point. But Buu fixed him with an arch look, planting a hand on her slender hip. In exchange, I wish to reopen our last discussion. The blonde blinked. And what would be? I already told you. I want a baby. Clever girl. Naruto paled. For a brief floating sliver of time, his mind conjured up the image of pine, blue-eyed children. Strange how a thought could be so appealing and yet so terrifying. Swallowing thickly, he shunted that thought aside. Ahem, now really isn't the time or the place. I'll take that as a yes, then. Shall we? What? At their current level, it took but a moment to locate to return to where it had all began. They were waiting for them. What in the... A strangled grunt escaped the battered blonde as he descended to the scorched lawn that had once housed Capsule Corp. It was all that would emerge from his throat. Words abandoned him utterly. Half a step behind him in landing, Buu hissed out a startled breath of her own and nearly lunged forward. Only his arm restrained her. Confusion was to be expected. Anjamariso. After all, she didn't recognize the man currently using a certain legendary Super Saiyan as a mere footstool. That wasn't what truly riled him. It was Samui. His world ground to a halt. He'd been so focused on Broly that he'd nearly missed her, seated as she was behind the hooded man. Her hair mussed, face dirty from battle, hands clenched tight in her lap. It was only the frightening expression etched into her visage that suggested she wasn't there by choice. She caught his eye then, and something in her gaze rooted him. It wasn't anger. It was fear. Not directed at him, of course, but towards her captor. Impossible. Nothing frightened her. What the devil is going on here? As if to add insult to injury, both Beerus and Whis were present as well, having laid claim to one of the few untouched tables beside the hooded man and his seething captives. Presently the former was laying into a dish of sushi with almost bestial aplomb. If he was at all aware of their arrival, he did little to show it. The latter, however, there you are. Whis's head inclined toward him. You've kept us waiting. Ayuhao. Against his better judgment, the blonde's hands snapped upright. Let go of them. Now, the stranger interjected abruptly, that deep, resonating striking a chord in the enraged blonde. There's no need for violence. Don't. Kurama hissed a warning. Even I won't be able to put you back together if you're erased. Against one of them he might well have escaped. 2, perhaps, with Buu's help. But 3. The sight of it was enough to make even him sweat. Broly would be of no help here either. Damned though he clawed at the much smaller man, the brutish berserker still found himself immobile, his battered body seemingly held captive by the slim form of the newcomer. Broly, who'd recently attained the power of a Super Saiyan god, now laid low by this interloper. This stranger, who sounded so terribly familiar, who wore Ino. With that, his joy truly turned to ash in his mouth. No, his mind corrected, not an interloper. He knew this man. That voice. Hooded though his head might be, he'd glimpsed his features. Seen his armor. He'd only ever known two men to wear that rusted red plate, armor of the first era of shinobi. One was long dead, forgotten by time. The Otherno. That was absurd. Impossible. He shouldn't be here. Couldn't. It made no sense. Said man was presently nursing a silver flasno. Now he was beckoning to them. Come closer you two, he soothed. I won't bite. Beerus scowled. On the other hand, abruptly, the man's countenance changed. Beneath the hood, Naruto glimpsed the beginnings of a scowl. My apologies, Saiyan. The reason for his apologies soon became clear as he spun off Broly's back and delivered a debilitating kick into the berserker's ribs. With the contemptuous kick, he flung the hulking Saiyan into the rubble. The abrupt wind created by such a motion blew his hood back, exposing an unruly man of jagged black hair alongside a lined face. One Naruto knew all too well. His arm fell slack, earning him a stricken glance from Buu. Naruto didn't see it. Didn't feel her hand tugging at his. He felt nothing. In that instant he'd gone numb. Sorry about that, Beerus, heedless of the maelstrom raging within him, unmasked stranger sighed. Would you mind letting this slide? For old time's sake. Oi, do you really expect me to forgive them after all that? As if waiting for that very moment, the interloper unfurled a tiny scroll from his voluminous sleeve. Scooping out the contents in a plume of smoke, he withdrew what looked a strange, grotesque dish composed entirely of what appeared to be tentacles of some sort. Naruto shuddered at the sight of it. More so when the man actually offered it to the god of destruction. It's a rare delicacy from my universe. Long ears twitched. Delicacy, you say? One bite was all it took. On their forgiven, eyes the color of the void turned, locking upon Naruto. We can get along. Naruto found himself forcing the words through clenched teeth as he stared down his foe. He'd expected another one of Gero's machinations, but this boggled the mind. This man had quite literally stepped in to prevent them from being destroyed on the spot, so on one hand he felt he owed him some gratitude. Unfortunately, said gratitude paled now that he recognized their unlikely ally. Samui did as well, and looked to be all but shaking with rage, longing to launch herself at him and drive her hand through his heart. Naruto was nearly of the same mind. You bastard, how the hell did you become a god? You're supposed to be dead. Uchiha Madara paused, tilted his head, and knocked back another shot from his flask. Only then did he speak to them. Dead? Scarred shoulders rolled in an exaggerated shrug. I got over that ages ago. Had to kill an annoying mouse to get this position, but it's a pretty nice gig all things considered. He paused, assessing them. You two look pretty good for dead yourselves. Are you even human anymore? That's not what I meant. Still nursing that grudge are we? A wan smile plucked at his pale visage. Don't worry, I forgave you long ago, Naruto. Mara, I swear I'm going to now. A hand rose, cutting him off. Is that any way to treat the man who just saved your life? It isn't. That same hand pulled up a battered chair. Sit down. Have a drink. Let's talk. It'll save me the time until your friends get here. After all, in the end, it's all about balance. Against his will, Naruto felt himself start forward. Balance. There can be no good without the bad. The reverse applies as well. Madara tapped the table with a gloved finger for emphasis, heedless of his approach. Think of it like this. An eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Evil for evil. Every action produces an equal and opposite reaction. Saving one sad soul might doom millions more to death, while letting a world burn could give rise to the opposite. You see, it's all about foresight. You have to nip problems in the bud. Else they become weeds and choke you. For example, I once happened upon a young Kai during my travels across the universes. He possessed a frightening potential for combat, as well as capacity for great good or peerless evil. In the end, it fell to him to make a choice. He made his. I made mine. And the universes were better for it. He'll never trouble anyone again, Indeed, no one even remembers his name. You see. No. I don't. Don't give me that high and mighty bullshit. Drop the act. To his dismay, he actually received pity. Pity from him. No. What, he growled. Don't give me that look. You fail to see the forest for the trees. I'm not acting. Those eerie eyes burned red, condemning him for his outburst. This is what it means to be a god. To be responsible. To watch over others. Something you, my boy, seem to know precious little about. Shall I educate you? His rage must have been telling, for the Uchiha's face collapsed into a sigh. Oh. Pausing, he drained the last of his flask. Seems we're going to do this after all. Very well. Best to get it out of the way. Wait, what are you? Benevolently, he spread his arms wide and stood, leaving his visage utterly exposed. I want you to be as strong as you can. He challenged. What? Now hold on, Naruto. The ancient Ukehagit interjected calmly with an upraised finger. You might have misheard me. Not half as strong, not some arbitrary percentage. I want you to hit me. As strong as you can. He let the words hang there in the stormy sky, bold with challenge. And if I don't, then you're not the man I remember. With that, Naruto's temper finally slipped its leash. Arg, Naruto, don't, Samui cried too late. A lifetime of loathing spurred Naruto forward, emboldening him beyond measure. In that instant he knew only rage. It burned against his vision like a red shroud, blinding him to all else. A great and terrible wave, roaring over him, deafening him to all else. This was the man he'd given his life to kill eons ago. It seemed so long ago now. Yet here he was, confident as ever, holding her captive, mocking him openly. How many had he killed? How many lives extinguished by this man's hand during the war? They'd given their lives to end him, and now he mocked their sacrifice. How dare he? How dare he? Rearing back, he clenched his fist, said fist, and the arm behind it shattered against the Uchiha's upturned visage with a spurt of bloodied bone and mangled muscle. It never stood a chance. The abrupt loss of his limb came as a complete and utter shock to the blonde. He found himself all but rooted where he stood, unable to move as the ruined remnants of his right arm spun away from him. Distantly, he thought he heard someone scream. Was it Buu? Samui? He couldn't be sure. In fact, he wasn't sure of anything at the moment, beyond the blazing pain his shoulder and the faint realization of what he'd done. It was then that Naruto knew. He'd have up. My turn. Whip. Then Madara struck him so strong he broke orbit. You few so many treats, so many snacks now, where should I start? I can't wait. Hunger, interlude, hungry. So hungry. So very, very hungry. She'd woken in the cold dark with nothing more than that insatiable hunger swelling in her stomach. It drove her, consumed her, filled every fiber of her being. It forced her upright, to claw out of the dirt, out of the dark, through her prison in spite of her weakness. When she woke in the dark, it was the only thing she knew. She wanted to eat, to rip and tear, to blast people apart and turn them into decadent sweets. She hungered. She needed to eat. If she didn't, she felt like she would starve, waste away into nothing. That wouldn't do. No, that surely wouldn't do. She remembered being sealed by someone, locked away for some reason, but no longer. Now she was free, though she knew not why. The tremors had awoken her at long last, slowly at first, then all at once. And with wakening came the hunger. How long had it been since she'd last eaten? 5 weeks? A month? Years? Decades? Even the act of thinking proved painful, struggling to impose thought over the chaos of her desires. She would wait no longer, deny herself no longer. Perhaps in another timeline she might have been more thorough, thought things through more. Not here. Not now. She knew only the hunger, and it drove her to new depths of depravity. Sooner was she free from her cage than she began seeking out villages. Towns. Cities. Population centers. Anywhere with people. Within half a day she'd already struck thrice. Her first victim was an unsuspecting businessman. Her second was a gang of would-be thugs who tried to accost her. Her third was a retired martial artist, and it was here her hunger shifted. That last one had a different taste to it, A strange spice to the candy that she created from him. What had his name been? Yam something or other. She couldn't remember. Didn't care. Even in her weakened state he barely put up a fight, but there had been something different about the taste, something that stirred some semblance of curiosity. Yet still her hunger did not wane. Not enough. Never enough. She wanted to devour strong people, strong warriors who might slake her hunger. Stronger. Stronger, someone strong enough to satisfy her cravings, however brief. For the hunger was relentless. It consumed her every waking moment, driving her, spurring her ever onward. She had to eat. But no matter how many petty creatures she devoured, it was never enough. None of them had that same zest as that fighter she devoured. No amount of candy was as sweet. So she kept looking, searching, striving, seeking out stronger and stronger opponents until she found another one. A man with 3 eyes. He put up some semblance of a fight more than the last and made a lovely chocolate bar for her. She found a man wearing a turtle shell, but he eluded her, and so she sought others. Her hunt continued. The more she ate, the more she remembered. Who she was. What she was. Her thoughts, her feelings, the quiet voice shrieking at her, begging her to stop, all of it gradually crept back. One day her designation came to her in the midst of a feeding frenzy. Rather than recover, it spurred her even further into a frenzy, her sanity spiraling down into the blackest depths. She couldn't stop. Couldn't think. If she did, the guilt of her actions crept back up to choke her. Thus her insatiable spree continued. She needed to feed. And she would feed indeed. Even if she had to devour the entire world. It's been a while since I snapped someone's neck. Gravitas E. King Kai's planet trembled as twin Super Saiyan 3s slammed into one another, their midair collision sending silent shockwaves rippling